Make yourself clear. Liao asked, what kind of resurrection? It was as if something was unfrozen in the air, or as if something indestructible was shattered instantly. In short, the waves of my soul were hundreds of times stronger than before. The hearts and pulses of all the people of the sanctuary who followed me were hundreds of times stronger, too. Some of them whose cultivation was not high enough even vomited blood and fell into confusion. Lu Qingqian said, although I don't have a body of flesh and blood, I still have a weird feeling, as if all the cells inside my body have been awakened and possess their own thoughts and will, which are about to be dissected from my body. For some reason, Liao thought of the fallen dinosaur. After the dinosaur collapsed, butterflies flew out of its body and danced in midair. The scene was like a terrifying omen that lingered in Liao's brain for a long time. When my men and Ding Lingdang and the other explorers were ready to fight, they heard explosions and quakes outside. It was like a snow mountain that had been frozen for hundreds of thousands of years suddenly encountered a rarely seen high temperature. The snow dozens of meters thick was all melted, and the flood was unstoppable. Lu Qingqian continued, by the time we realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The silver brightness and gray mist on the bodies of the ferocious beasts and the guards all dispersed. They regained the ability to breathe and kill. They occupied the streets, alleys, and dilapidated walls of Silver City. Even the sky was locked onto by flying swords and acids. Anyone or any ferocious beast would be attacked by at least 50 kinds of magical equipment and techniques within 3 seconds after they reached the sky. This is truly a disaster. Although our primary target is not them, their magical equipment and techniques are so powerful that they can destroy a skyscraper and raise an entire block. It is impossible for us to avoid the bombardment. The ferocious beasts have completely lost their mind. They only have the most primitive instincts to kill. They don't care about the difference between us and the guards. As far as the guards are concerned, since they have nowhere to run to, they have been on a killing spree for a long time. All the targets that do not exist on the IFFS are their targets. As I'm sure you can see, most of the ferocious beasts are transformed from guards. In other words, this is not just an intense battle against the beast tide but also a large-scale terrifying plague. Until the last guard is transformed into a ferocious beast, the slaughter will not stop. Under such circumstances, Ding Lingdang and I had no time to attack each other. Instead, we were blown away by the sudden bombardment. Our first thought was to run away from this wretched place. However, as I said just now, this place is an extremely unstable space belt. Maybe we triggered some traps by accident. The entire Silver City is like an iceberg gradually drifting away from the North Pole. Even the exit that seems to be right in front of us is blocked by invisible walls. After a moment of dazzling changes, the streets will turn into high walls, and the high walls will turn into tunnels. We will be completely lost in the mysterious, ever-changing maze and will never find our way back. I even suspect that the flow of time in this place is different from that of the outside world. The interference of the magnetic field here is so severe that all my timekeeping magical equipment has been damaged. There is no day or night. I don't even know how long I've been here. After a long time of running and fighting, my subordinates were all killed by the ferocious beasts. I ran out of food and ammunition. The giant god soldier reached the limit of fatigue and ran out of spiritual energy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken advantage of me so easily. I see. Liao thought quickly and compared every word that Lu Qingqian said with what he had seen. Maybe Lu Qingqian had ill intentions, but his words were quite credible. It was possible that he was hiding something, but he was not lying on purpose. Even so, there were still many things that baffled Liao. Wait, do you know the cause and effect of the war? At the very least, do you know who the parties involved are? I can tell that most of the parties attacking are ferocious beasts, and the defenders are the coalition army of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. It does not look like a civil war. Indeed not. Lu Qingqian explained. When those guys were just resurrected, many of the attackers did not lose their minds, nor did they turn into ferocious beasts because of the virus. They still retained the appearances of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. In other words, it was a war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. It was indeed weird. One group of the Pangu clan and another group of the Nuwa clan went to slaughter another group of the Pangu clan and another group of the Nuwa clan. It was truly unbelievable at the end of the primeval war. However, who knows? There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. For the greatest interests, such as the secrets of the makers of the Black Wall, even the mortal enemies can become brothers who work together and fight side by side. Just like you and me. Stop. Don't flatter yourself. I've learned the consequences of fighting side by side with you in the battle against the Fushi clan. Liao frowned. Let's put the question aside for now. There's something else that is very important. Have you seen the Supreme Emperor, even if it is his body or evidence of his existence? No, Lu Qingchen smiled bitterly. At this moment, do you still not understand? The so-called Emperor's Tomb is just an absurd, groundless story. The Supreme Emperor did not build any splendid tomb in this place, nor did he leave an invincible army to be buried with him. It is not hard to understand that, when the Star Ocean Imperium was on the verge of collapse, the Supreme Emperor could not have buried himself in glory. He did bring in a lot of engineering troops and explorers and build a very large forward base, but everything was eroded by the passage of time and eventually perished. If the Supreme Emperor really entered the center of the relics and entered the City of Silver below our feet, maybe he would have been killed by the claws and teeth of the ferocious beasts or vaporized by the magical equipment of the guards, just like my subordinates. What if he turned into a ferocious beast, too, the one that you just killed? Well, Li Yao found it hard to believe that the legendary emperor, the best expert in the history of human civilization, would end up in such a miserable state. Also, what was the relationship between the Supreme Emperor and the primeval relics? Where did his unparalleled techniques come from? Don't be nervous. It was just a joke. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, Fortunately, the only good news is that human beings seem to be immune to the terrible virus. As you can see, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Hui clan, the Kwafu clan, the Zhurong clan, and the Gonggong clan, the carbon-based intelligent creatures in the primeval era will be infected when they touch the blood of the infected or the mist that breaks out. They will complete the mutation from intelligent creatures to brutal animals within several minutes. But for us human beings, even if we are the weakest explorers, even if we are soaked in the blood of ferocious beasts, it is unlikely that anything will happen to us. There are always exceptions, but more than 95% of us have absolute immunity. If the Supreme Emperor is still alive, his immunity must be much higher than that of ordinary people. I assume that he is still hiding in an unknown corner of the City of Silver, right? It seems so. Liao was somewhat relieved. Human beings were immune to the vicious beast virus. It was perhaps the first piece of good news he had heard since he entered the primeval relics. But being immune to the virus did not mean that they were immune to the furious attacks of the ferocious beasts. They had to find a way to stop the chaos and escape with all the secrets. You mentioned cooperation just now. Liao said, So, you have a way to get out? Very difficult. Lu Qingchen said, In fact, my suggestion is that we simply find a place to hide. The City of Silver is a super metropolis built according to the size of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. The sewers, ventilation tubes, and crystal cables here are astonishingly large, too. We can find a secret sewer and hide in it for a while. Isn't that what you are best at? The ferocious beasts seem to be enormous, but they've gained such enormous mass out of thin air that they have to drag thousands of tons of bodies for high-intensity combat. The energy consumption per second is astronomical. According to my analysis and my observation over the past few days, the life expectancy of the ferocious beasts is not very long. They can even be measured in days or hours. They are like one-off expendables that are used to carry out suicidal missions and perish together with the enemy. Therefore, as long as we hide for another 10 days to half a month, perhaps all the ferocious beasts and the guards will perish together. We will become the masters of Silver City without any trouble. Of course, there are risks too. We don't know whether or not the creator of the Black Wall left any more fatal magical equipment in the depths of White Silver City. It is not a planetary-level magical equipment, nor is it a stellar-level magical equipment, but a piece of universal destructive magical equipment. If the vicious beast tide is too severe and the conditions for such apocalyptic magical equipment are met, the creator of the Black Wall will wipe out all the carbon-based intelligent creatures in the Pangu universe. That will be terrible. Liao could not help but gasp. Although Lu Qingqian's words were not entirely false, on second thought, it was still possible. If you are not willing to wait to be killed and manipulate the fate of mankind, there is only one solution. Lu Qingqian smiled. Come with me to find the other half of the Fuxi, which is the mainframe crystal processor of the City of Silver. Then we will operate the mainframe crystal processor together and restore the order of the place by suppressing all the riot with the functions that it used to have. Liao thought quickly and asked, how did you know the way to find the other half of the Fuxi? When I hacked into the database of the other half of the Fuxi through the crystal cables, I had already located its specific location. Lu Qingqian replied quickly, although the space of Silver City has been very chaotic over the past few days, I've been trying my best to figure out the path to it. As it turned out, I found a certain pattern. However, the closer I got to its body, the more ferocious beasts and fully automatic battle puppets there were. The fire of war was more intense, and I was running out of supplies and spiritual energy. Naturally, I did not dare to barge in. But things are different now that you are here, the best expert in the Pangu universe. Then, ignoring the sarcasm in Lu Qingqian's words, Liao continued, can you guarantee that you will be able to control the real body of the other half of the Fuxi, or even all the spiritual puppets and automatic defense systems of Silver City, so that the space will be stabilized again? Of course, I'm not confident, but I have to try anyway. It's better than waiting to be killed. Lu Qingqian smiled. Even if we can't restore the order of the City of Silver, we can at least find the mysteries of the makers of the Black Wall in the core database of the other half of the Fuxis. If we can crack the mysteries of the makers of the Black Wall and even turn us both into gods, it will be worthwhile even if the City of Silver is destroyed and everybody dies. Won't it? Hee hee. Liao sniffed heavily and sneered. You've finally shown your true colors. From the beginning to the end, you didn't care about the lives of Ding Lingdang and the rest of them at all. You even hoped that everyone would perish together with the ferocious beasts. As long as you could become a god, you would pay any price. The only reason why you tried to fool me was that you hoped that I would help you retrieve the chestnuts in the fire and escort you to the real body of the other half of the Fuxi. I assume that you must have received a lot of valuable and confidential information when you hacked into the database of the other half of the Fuxi through the crystal cables. Didn't you? If you had found its real body, would you have been so generous as to share the information with me? By then, your soul would have been transmitted into the real body of the other half of the Fuxi and melded with the entire City of Silver. Would I have survived? What an amazing deduction. It is reasonable and convincing. Lu Qingqian's scheme had been seen through by Liao, but he was not embarrassed at all. He was still smiling as he said, so, what is your decision exactly? Are you going to wait to be killed? Or are you going to kill me to vent your anger? After all, I am the meat and you are the butcher. The choice is in your hands. Liao was silent for a long time. The roars of the ferocious beasts around them were getting louder and louder. It seemed that they had been in this place for too long and many of the beasts had smelled the spiritual energy. The beast tide was moving and gathering toward them. Even the earth was shaking because of the trampling of the ferocious beasts. All right, let's find the other half of the Fuxi. Liao made up his mind. Then, he looked around and scanned the remains of the puppets and the dead bodies of the ferocious beasts. After hundreds of thousands of years of war, debris that looked like mountains of garbage could be found everywhere among the collapsed skyscrapers. Naturally, there were also all kinds of weapons left by the giants. Very soon, Liao found his favorite weapon, a meteor hammer. Say it was more than 3 meters in diameter, and even larger than the head of the arsonist. However, it was hollow inside and embedded with all kinds of aggressive magical equipment and fuel tanks. The shell, which was full of sharp teeth and hooks, could be heated to thousands of degrees and trigger intense electric arcs. It also boasted a powerful spur that could accelerate the speed of the meteor hammer to more than 5 times the speed of sound. It was the perfect weapon to deal with the thick-skinned, ferocious beasts or to punch through the reactive plate armor, and the strengthened ceramic shield to bombard the user of the spiritual house directly. Steering the arsonist, Liao moved his iron hands as fast as the wind. With the dexterity of a butcher, he tore open the shell of the hammer and modified its interior beyond recognition. When Lu Qingchen heard that Liao had agreed to his suggestion, he was secretly delighted. But when he saw Liao's dazzling modifications, he was greatly confused and had a bad feeling. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingchen was surprised. "Why did you modify a meteor hammer? Are all your magical equipment damaged?" "Don't be hasty." Liao smiled. "You will know soon." Liao finished modifying the hammer in 5 minutes. Then, he straightened his back and walked to the rescuer, who only had one arm left. He scanned the shell and joints of the rescuer with his telepathic thoughts maliciously. Liao's eyes gave Lu Qingchen goosebumps. He stammered, What do you want?" His voice came to an abrupt end because of Liao's simple and crude actions. Gloomy flames were ignited on the arsonist's right arm. Sharp claws and teeth were condensed on his fingertips and pierced into the rescuer's chest, which had been blown to smithereens a moment ago, stirring the broken magical equipment units brutally. In the end, he retrieved a magical equipment unit that looked like a crystal brain from the part of the ordinary giant god soldier that should be the spiritual house. "This must be the mainframe crystal processor of the Savior. Your soul should be hiding inside, right?" Liao asked Lu Qingchen. He was asking the obvious. It was because, the moment he took out the crystal brain, Liao's life magnetic field was hundreds of times stronger than before. The bioelectricity generated by the friction of the cells was condensed into dazzling lightning and drilled into the crystal brain, locking onto Lu Qingchen's soul. Hiss! 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 Lu Qingchen's soul was hissing like a viper that had been skinned. He screamed, What are you doing exactly?" The Savior has 7 mainframe crystal processors in total. They are placed in various parts of the body. That's why my soul is so strong. My computational ability and thinking ability will be greatly undermined with only one mainframe crystal processor. Besides, you've cut off my spiritual energy supply. Do you want to reach the control center of Silver City or not? Do you want to know the secrets of the maker of the Black Wall? Rest assured, I will connect you to a new energy source immediately. Liao stuffed the mainframe crystal processor that stored Lu Qingchen's soul into the hammer and connected the spiritual energy transmission tube of the crystal processor to the internal power source of the hammer. During the process, Lu Qingchen's soul was naturally raging and struggling to get out, only to be suppressed and beaten back by Liao's dominating soul and vitality. Crack! Liao closed the shell of the hammer and locked it, activating all the rune arrays inside the hammer. The rescuers are too large and will be a burden all the way. In order to improve our odds of success, this is the new body that I prepared for you. How does it feel? Lu Qingchen's furious soul waves spread out from the meteor hammer. What is this? What the fuck is this? A meteor hammer? You actually stuffed me into a meteor hammer. How much spiritual energy can be stored in this? It's simply not enough to maintain the high-intensity operation of my mainframe crystal processor. Also, this kind of meteor hammer with a precise structure is way too fragile. After a few swings, its outer shell will completely explode, and my mainframe crystal processor will fly out. That's right. So, my suggestion is for you to let your soul rest more and use less of your precious computational ability to think of schemes. Of course, don't consume your remaining spiritual energy to drive the hammer to fly around. If your spiritual energy runs out, you will be rolling on the ground like a ball. It will be very embarrassing. As for whether or not the structure is solid, Liao said, Please don't worry about my skills as one of the top refiners in the Pangu universe. If I can't dash before Liao was able to finish his sentence, he suddenly raised his hammer and spun hundreds of times in midair. It was not until the hammer accelerated to the maximum speed that he bellowed and smashed at the debris of the Savior. It was not a shooting star but a smashing meteor shower that smashed the debris of the Savior into scrap. Naturally, Lu Qingchen felt that his head was spinning and his head was dizzy. 2. His soul was almost torn apart and vanished into thin air. If he had a body of flesh and blood, he would have vomited his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Lu Qingchen sensed that the rescuer and the 6 crystal processors inside had been blown to smithereens. He felt like crying. All right. Liao looked at the masterwork that he had created with great satisfaction. He tied the chain of the hammer to his right arm and held Lu Qingchen's head in his palm. Now, transmit all the maps that you've scanned over the past few days to me. Also, point out the coordinates of the control hub. Then just stay put. I'll plan the best route. Lu Qingchen was absolutely silent. Liao sniffed and was about to wave his hammer again. Lu Qingchen finally surrendered. He transmitted a lot of data to the arsonist, unwillingly, and displayed it on the operation menu. Liao was not scared that Lu Qingchen would take the opportunity to corrupt the mainframe crystal processor of the incinerator by adding the virus of crystal processors to the data on the map. After all, the strength of their souls was on par with each other. Liao was slightly stronger than him, and the carrier of Lu Qingchen's soul had been seriously weakened by Liao. He could only summon 1/5 of his strength, which was similar to Liao when he was loaded into the red pig. If Liao could not resist Lu Qingchen's corruption under such circumstances, he might as well hang himself and explore the secrets of the primeval era. According to the map transmitted by Lu Qingchen, the control center of Silver City was not far away from them. However, it was blocked by the war zone in the middle. A lot of ferocious beasts and battle puppets were lurking among the skyscrapers and broken walls. If he were to take a detour, the distance would be too far away. Besides, Lu Qingchen had also smeared a lot of messy lines on the map, which represented the twisted space zone. Pondering for a moment, Liao decided to bypass the battle zone. After all, he did not carry much ammunition and fuel with him. He did not want the arsonists to end up like the rescuers. In the face of an endless tide of ferocious beasts, the strength of an individual was insignificant after all. Even if one wanted to play the hero, one had to look at the occasion. It was not shameful to be unable to defeat the strongest experts of the primeval era. After quickly planning his route in the complicated maze, Liao switched the arsonist to stealth mode. After a moment of blurred air, the 30-meter-tall body suddenly turned transparent. The twisted force field reflected all the light and energy waves nearby perfectly, as if the giant soldier had vanished into thin air. However, Lu Qingchen told Liao that it was not enough to fool the keen eyes of the ferocious beasts. Lu Qingchen's savior, a giant soldier of the Heaven's Origin sector, boasted very advanced stealth skills, too. But when he was faced with the invisible scanning and full-cover attack of some of the ferocious beasts, he still gave himself away and was slapped on the ass. Liao had thought about whether or not he should take off the giant soldier and put it away so that he would be a smaller target on the battlefield in his crystal suit. However, the risk of such an approach was very high, too. Most of the area of effect attacks of the automated battle puppets and the acid storms of the ferocious beasts were not something that a crystal suit could deal with. In a stormy battlefield, crystal suits were no different from paper. Ever since he entered the soul-splitting stage, Liao had never been so focused on steering the giant soldier. The giant god soldier was almost 30 meters tall and heavier than a small assault starship. Under his smooth, almost perfect manipulation, it was like a feather that was floating in the air. The flames spurting out of the spurts were like transparent streams. Even when they passed through the debris, they did not raise any dust. Such extreme operations resulted in a huge consumption of Liao's spiritual energy. In addition, the magnetic field interference here was extremely serious. Liao's telepathic thoughts were released to less than 100 meters before they plunged into the chaotic swirl and were torn to pieces. It was as if someone had used a spoon to dig out his brain one spoonful after another. The degree of pain could not be described with pen and ink. Even with Liao's powerful cultivation, after trying a few times, he obediently withdrew all his thoughts and did not dare to rashly hit a wall. His senses could not be extended to more than 100 meters away, and the probe magical equipment of the giant god soldier was seriously jammed, too. As a result, Liao became a blind man whose eyes were wide open. The battlefield 100 meters away seemed to be enshrouded in an impenetrable gray mist. He could neither see nor hear anything after crossing 3 blocks without any mishap. His luck finally ran out. When the super beast almost 100 meters tall blocked his way, it was like a giant mountain had fallen from the sky. The size of the T-Rex was already enormous enough. The beast seemed to have melded the flesh and teeth of almost 20 tyrannosaurs. It was at least 120 meters tall. Ugly bumps were all over its shell, which was even sturdier than the composite plate armor. Electric arcs were shining among every wrinkle on its body, as if it were wearing a layer of deep blue stripes. Its 2 thick tails were waving among the skyscrapers in different directions and scrupulously. Every time it waved, a skyscraper would be cut in half and collapse. It was so heavy that even the ground of the City of Silver could not support it. After every step, it would sink into the ground and crush the drainage tubes, spiritual energy transmission tubes, and underground facilities below the street into pieces. Enormu, to be fair, the enormous super-deadly beast did not care about the Incendant in stealth mode at all. However, it had crashed into the tail of a skyscraper and hit the arsonist precisely. Liao felt that he had been hit by the main gun of 10,000 starships. Even with the 9 layers of composite plate armor of the arsonist, Little Black's liquid cushion, and the protection of the mustard seed suit, which was powerful enough to break bones and turn internal organs into pus and blood, the blast still leaked in. The arsonist was blown 700 to 800 meters away and embedded into the silver wall of a building, condensing a spiritual shield to offset more than 90% of the damage had consumed 5% of the arsonist's spiritual energy reserves. Ear-splitting noises were echoing inside the spiritual residence. The performance parameters were fluctuating as if they were on a roller coaster. The giant beast sensed the existence of the arsonist, too. It bent down and glared at Liao. It looked as hideous and brutal as dozens of tyrannosaurs combined. At the very least, ordinary tyrannosaurs wouldn't have so many wrinkles that looked like scars on their heads, and there wouldn't be hundreds of green, purple, and yellow eyes in the wrinkles. The stinky gas spurted out of its mouth was so thick that even the giant soldier gods could not resist it. Liao almost passed out because of the stench. He was even envious of Lu Qingchen, who did not have a body of flesh and blood and did not need to suffer such torment. "Run now!" Lu Qingchen shrieked. "It was such a deadly beast that destroyed 3 of my giant god soldiers instantly. I spent half of the fuel and ammunition of the rescuers on it and barely escaped. We are definitely no match for it. Run!" For the first time, Liao agreed with Lu Qingchen. It was a pity that he had been marked by the ferocious beasts. It would not be easy for him to run away. When the arsonist condensed his spiritual energy and sent it into the power unit, the electric arcs around the beast suddenly turned brighter and sharper, too. The deep purple stripes all turned bright purple and congregated on its head. Then, the bloody mouth more than 10 meters in diameter opened wide, and a torrent of plasma lunged at Liao. In that moment, Liao felt that his heart was about to explode. He gathered all the fuel, his soul, and even his vitality as a conditioned reflex and opened an indestructible spiritual shield in front of him. Even so, he was still quite anxious, not knowing whether or not he could resist 1/10 of the attack of the deadly beasts. However, the devastating torrent of plasma brushed past the head of the incinerator, pierced through the building where he was standing, and exploded hundreds of meters behind Liao. The immense blast was like a surging tide. The entire building collapsed, and the arsonist was buried in the debris and smoke. When Liao finally dug himself out, he happened to see a giant thing step over the head of the arsonist, like an adult stepping over a baby in swaddling clothes. "What is this?" Liao could not believe his eyes at all. If anything, it was a super-large spiritual puppet almost 100 meters tall, like the Grand Iron City that the boxing champion used to use. But it was twice as wide as the Grand Iron City. It was like a floating fortress that had been randomly installed with almost 20 mechanical arms and almost 10 pairs of lower limbs that were full of tracks and anti-gravity units. It was not so much the guardian of a city as it was the destroyer of a city. The powerful air currents and ear-splitting noises when it moved were enough to destroy the City of Silver. The super-large spiritual puppet stepped over the arsonist and hugged the gargantuan beast. Electric arcs were dancing on the surface of the artificial arms, which turned into drill of mystic rays and drilled into the body of the beast. Blood was spluttering everywhere. Flesh and blood were flying everywhere. A crimson storm was pouring down from the sky. The ferocious beasts were in pain. Electric arcs larger than the heads of the incendents were bursting out of their bloody mouths, bombarding the super-large spiritual puppets. The hand-to-hand combat between the two behemoths was comparable to the close-range confrontation between the main guns of two starships. They were not affected at all, but the surrounding ruins had been completely crushed into ruins. Even the incendiary had almost been stepped on by them, turning into a thin layer of iron. How did the Pangu civilization refine something so brutal and brutal? Liao was a brilliant refiner after all. After a moment of shock, he observed the super-large spiritual puppet in a professional way. As he observed, a question mark popped up in his mind. We've never seen such primitive stuff in the Kunlun mystic realm or the ancient saint world. It does not seem to be the style of the Pangu civilization. That's right, Lu Qingchan said. It is true that they are not the products of the Pangu civilization, but the ultimate weapons of an earlier generation before the Pangu civilization. They are known as Star Space Cavalry. The guy is powerful enough to resist the tyrant armored dragons, but it's a pity that even the Pangu civilization is not 100% under his control. If he goes crazy, he might blow up the entire neighborhood. We'd better go now. What? Liao was dazed. The previous generation of the Pangu civilization? Of course, you don't think that the history of the entire Pangu universe, from the Black Wall manufacture billions of years ago to the Pangu civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago, is a complete blank, do you? Lu Qingchun replied quickly, although you've been picking on me time and time again, and you don't trust me or even hate me, I've decided to tell you more valuable information for free. The primeval relics not only contain the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing, but also the secret treasures of at least 100 civilizations over billions of years. It seems that, over the past billions of years, more than 100 civilizations were born in the Pangu universe and developed to a very advanced and splendid level. They all discovered the primeval relics and want to explore this place to unveil the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing and inherit their heritage. However, the hundreds of civilizations, without exception, all failed and even disappeared mysteriously, leaving only things such as space knights. Hundreds of civilizations have been gathered here? Liao was greatly alarmed. He felt that his head was humming. The ancient relics were hundreds of times more mysterious and complicated than before. Is it very strange? Lu Qingchen did not think too much of it. Any civilization that has developed to the point that they can control the entire Pangu universe will most likely discover the ancient relic, won't they? And once they pry into the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing, of course, they will gather the best experts, scholars, warriors, and explorers of the entire civilization, as well as the most cutting-edge weapons, tools, magical equipment, and crystal processors, and try to crack it. Although the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing are hard to crack, the technology level and thinking style of the civilizations over the past billions of years will not be much different from those of the Pangu civilization and the human civilization. After all, we are all intelligent creatures born in the Pangu universe. No matter how weird our biological structure and social form are, there will be a limit. Chances are that we are related to each other. Therefore, it is reasonable that the Pangu civilization cracked a lot of cutting-edge technologies and weapons left by the previous civilizations before they cracked the mysteries of the Black Wall makers, including the Cavalry of Stars. Such things are everywhere in the City of Silver. I can't say for sure whether the Guardians were desperate enough to release the Iron Beasts for experiments, or they escaped when the control center was damaged. Liao scanned it carefully and found that the big guy that Lu Qingchun called Star Space Knight was indeed vastly different from the common styles of the Pangu civilization based on the style and the runes carved on the surface. When its shell was corroded by acids, dense gears, bearings, and lever structures were revealed. The nerves, muscles, and bones that were as complicated as those of living creatures were beyond his imagination, too. It was not hard to tell that the Star Knights were quite crude when it came to the technology of converting crystals into spiritual energy. The waste of spiritual energy was quite serious. Therefore, colorful, dominating sound, light, and electricity were swirling around their mountainous bodies, making them look like colorful steam. However, in the field of metal smelting and mechanical transmission, they were far better than the Pangu civilization and the human civilization. They could even refine metal as soft and tensile as muscle fibers. The Pangu civilization was similar to the civilization of human beings. Although all kinds of destructive magical equipment had been invented, in fact, individual training was still the most important. The absorption, transformation, and release of spiritual energy of the cells was emphasized. The tools were merely ancillary. Magical equipment was meant to help the body of flesh and blood increase their strength. The creator of the Metal Knights of Starry Skies had apparently taken the path of a mechanical civilization. What a marvelous view it was! There was no way that the Pangu civilization could create such a thing. Therefore, Lu Qingchen was not lying. He was just, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Watching the Star Knights charging over his head, Liao wondered whether or not they would sit down and crush him into a meat pie. "How many things are you hiding from me?" In such a critical situation, of course, we have to seize every second to get down to business. You didn't ask. How could you have the time to talk about such trivial matters? Lu Qingchen said innocently. Do I have to make a pot of tea and explain everything to you when the ferocious beasts are coming at us from all directions? Besides, I don't know the details of the civilizations that perished a long time ago. I only inferred from the few words in the database that their doom was probably related to the primordial relics and the makers of the Black Wall. What do you think? Liao's eyes bulged. What evidence do you have? There's no proof. But don't you find it odd? Billions of years have passed since the Pangu universe was enveloped by the Black Wall manufacturing to this day. Almost 100 generations of powerful civilizations have been born inside the Black Wall. At the very least, they are powerful enough to cruise in the sea of stars and discover the entrance to the primeval relics. Lu Qingchen continued. But the ancient civilizations were all wiped out, completely wiped out. Not even the tiniest residue was left. The Pangu civilization of the previous generation, too, started from scratch and developed from bacteria, marine creatures, amphibians, reptiles. At the very least, according to the classics of the Pangu civilization that we collected, they did not know much about their father civilization. They were not born in laboratories like us but evolved naturally. Therefore, they did not have a clear concept of father civilization. They only vaguely knew that their birth was related to the maker of the Black Wall billions of years ago. The blood relation was too thin. But it doesn't make sense. Over billions of years of the hundreds of civilizations that had the ability to sail in the sea of stars, did none of them have the ability to pass on their knowledge? None of them tried to keep their tinder, and none of them prospered for more than 10 million years? Why did they perish? Even if they perished, they should have left something behind, right? How did they turn into ash, into powder, leaving nothing behind? It doesn't seem to be a natural extinction. It seems to be a man-made restart. It is possible that everything about the civilization was wiped out in the blink of an eye. What about the Pangu civilization? As you can see, their exploration of the primeval relics did not reach the end. They stopped the exploration in time and consolidated the entire relic. Therefore, the destruction and restart of the Pangu civilization was not complete. Although the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan outside were wiped out, a few fish that escaped the net were still alive. However, with the awakening of the primeval relics, it seems that the few fish that escaped the net will not be able to live long. The Pangu civilization will not be able to escape the fate of hundreds of ancient civilizations. It will be wiped out and restarted. Lu Qingchen's words reminded Liao of Long Yangjuan's message. It is alive. It has woken up. At first, Liao thought that Long Yangjun was referring to the Pangu clan. But right now, the truth seemed to be 100 times more dreadful. You seem to be implying something. Liao mumbled. What are you trying to say? Nothing. I'm just curious. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, Assuming that there is something similar to self-awareness in the primeval relics, is the Pangu civilization and the civilization of mankind the same civilization according to its criteria? If it is going to reboot the entire Pangu universe for a certain reason, is the civilization of mankind in its range? Liao pondered the question for a long time. Then he shivered coldly. Boom! Above their heads, a thick, short cannon protruded out of the chest of the Metal of Stars and blew off half of the armored storm dragon's head, as if thousands of marrow crystals had been shot out. Then, the iron arms of the Metal of Stars stabbed into the wounds at the same time. Finally, the hill-like beast lost all its physiological functions and collapsed. However, before its death, it had compressed the 9 hearts inside its body and shot a lot of highly corrosive body liquids at the Star Knights, eroding the shell of the Star Knights together with their delicate mechanical organs. The Star Knights shrieked. Intense fireballs were popping up inside their bodies as they struggled in the high temperature. The arsonists were jumping up and down between the rain of acids and the fireballs of the Star Knights. Damn it! I knew that every mission wouldn't be as simple as this. The operation this time is already extremely dangerous, and now you want to upgrade it. Liao screamed at Lu Qingchen. Don't tell me that the furious beasts in front of us are not the biggest enemy that we need to deal with. The Black Wall Maker left something in the depths of the primeval relics that can restart the Pangu universe time and time again. I don't know. Maybe so, Lu Qingchen said. Therefore, when exploring such ancient relics billions of years ago, you must be very careful. You cannot make the mistake that is as small as a sesame seed. I was close to success, but your wife. Shut up. Liao's face was twisted. If you hadn't barged into this place without caring about anything, we wouldn't have formed a hunting and exploration squad in such a hurry. Maybe the civilization of mankind should have developed for thousands of years before the primeval relics were opened. Hehe. Are you telling a fairy tale? Even if I didn't enter this place, the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium would have formed a secret squad and explored the place in secret. Then, when the cultivators of the Federation and the information lifeforms of the Sanctuary received the news, they would have followed closely behind. There would have been a lot of scheming and betrayal. In other words, I was helping the Star Ocean Imperium, and the Sanctuary unite as one. Lu Qingchen continued. Moreover, if I hadn't stopped the Fushi in time, the Federation and the Imperium would have become the subordinates of the Sanctuary Alliance and the puppets of the Fushi. I would have ended up like this because I was corrupted in the battle against the Fushi. Technically speaking, I was a victim and a victim. All in all, it's useless to dig up the past now. Let's focus on how to reach the control center and regain control over everything. I've said so much because I want to tell you that there is no way out for us. We don't have a choice. The only way out is to march forward to the center and solve the mysteries of the primeval era. If so, not only will everybody be able to run away, the civilization of mankind will also be able to receive the knowledge of hundreds of generations of ancient civilizations and unlock all the shackles sealing us. We will become the real Pangu clan. What if you cannot become a god? Do you think the entire Pangu universe will be restarted? Liao's head was in a mess. He asked hurriedly, Hey, have you ever tried to communicate with the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan and figure out what is going on in Silver City and the mysteries of the primeval relics? I have a bad feeling that something terrible is going to happen if they keep fighting like this. Of course I did, but those guys were all crazy enough to ignore my soul waves. Lu Qingchen said helplessly. Maybe they have been infected by the virus for a long time, and their brains have been seriously mutated before their bodies were deformed. Or maybe their wariness toward human beings has penetrated deep into their bones, just like the Pangu clan when they woke up in the Kunlun mysterious land. They planted a certain command in their brains that they would beat human beings randomly when they saw them and would not hesitate to kill them. I showed up and expressed my goodwill several times, only to be attacked by all kinds of concentrated attacks. Right? A lot of human soldiers were mixed in with the army of ferocious beasts attacking the City of Silver. Maybe it is also one of the reasons why the defenders are hostile to us. They regard us as attackers. I was planning to capture a few human captives from the army of the attackers for interrogation. But the tide of the ferocious beasts was too fierce, and I was forced to hide everywhere. There was no chance at all. Damn. Can the situation get any worse? Liao gritted his teeth and was considering whether or not he should crawl to the enormous debris of the metal nights of starry skies and collect some ammunition, fuel, and mechanical components, when he heard chi-chi-chi-chi, sounds of air being released from inside the body of the rampaging armored dragon. It seemed that its internal organs had decayed and undergone unexpected reactions. A lot of venomous gas and corrosive mist were spurting out like a volcanic eruption. What was worse was that a lot of ferocious beasts that looked like giant parasites crawled out of its stomach. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was like stepping on a pregnant female spider by accident. Hundreds of little spiders were crawling out. Although its body length was no longer than 3 to 5 meters, its sharp blade limbs, crimson eyes, and its abdomen and back were fluctuating. There was no telling whether it was poison or acid, but there was still an air of fear lingering around it. Occasionally, dozens of ferocious beasts that looked like dragons would wake up and search for food hungrily, as if their intestines were alive. For a human less than 2 meters tall, their intestines could be more than 10 meters long. If the intestines of the armored storm dragon, which was more than 100 meters tall, came back to life, how long would it be exactly? Liao was about to throw up when he saw a dragon that looked like the intestines of an armored dragon crawling out of its body. The digestive liquids all over its body were sizzling on the ground with white smoke popping up. "That's impossible," he said somewhat dejectedly. Remember, the primeval relics contain countless strong and weird life forms over the past billions of years. Nothing is impossible. Lu Qingchen felt that his soul was about to explode. He shouted, "Run!" Liao immediately turned around and ran away. The electric arcs and the acid were like a storm. They were only one step away from him, making the uneven ground even more bumpy. Some of the acids even pierced through the spiritual shield and the interference force field and hit the spurts of the arsonist, corroding 3 to 5 power units. The arsonist staggered and almost fell over. Judging from the shaking of the earth and the rippling of the air, a large batch of ferocious beasts were still rushing toward the place from various directions. They must have been attracted by the noises caused by the rampaging armored dragons and the metal nights of starry skies, because all the ferocious beasts wanted a share of the loot. This caused Liao's scalp to go numb. He did not dare to stop for even a moment, for fear that he would not be able to extricate himself from the beast's tide. He could only run, run, and run in a panic. Boom! The arsonist passed through a silver skyscraper, leaving a clear human-shaped hole. Boom! 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 In for a penny, in for a pound. After passing through the building, Liao concentrated all his firepower and cut the building in half from the bottom. Thousands of tons of rebar, concrete, and metal collapsed and buried a lot of ferocious beasts below, turning them into minced meat. However, there were still countless ferocious beasts with amazing jumping ability. They jumped 20 to 30 meters high and hundreds of meters away across the debris toward Liao. "Stop! Stop, 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 stop!" Lu Qingchen suddenly shouted desperately. "Break! Don't move! Stop moving forward!" Liao was dazed for a moment. In front of him was a smooth and unobstructed road. Neither the visual nor the life detection system had detected the existence of any ferocious beasts. Moreover, the ground in front of him had collapsed. It seemed to be a wide and deep drainage system where Liao wanted to get rid of all the ferocious beasts. When he observed carefully, he found that there was nothing wrong except for the flickering threads floating in the air, which twisted the picture. But Liao was very clear that Lu Qingchen would not lie to him in such a situation. Although the guy was shameless and ambitious, his soul had been sealed in a lump of iron that was lacking both computational ability and fuel. Without Liao, he wouldn't be able to do anything, not to mention that he would be caught in a tide of ferocious beasts. The only choice left for them was to perish together. Liao stopped on reflex. Before he had the chance to adjust his posture, he was pushed to the ground by an enormous spider-like beast. Chi! 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 A large amount of mucus spurted out of the abdomen of the ferocious beast, which was emitting green fluorescence, seriously hindering the functioning of the joints of the arsonist. The damn mucus was also extremely corrosive, causing the every movement of the arsonist to emit creaking sounds. The metal fatigue level reached its limit all of a sudden. Liao was both shocked and angry, not knowing why Lu Qingchun suddenly asked him to stop, but he soon found out. Other than the spider beast that had pushed him to the ground and stopped him, there were a lot of other beasts that were so fast that they jumped hundreds of meters to the seemingly empty area in front of Liao. A weird thing happened. There was nothing in sight, but the air seemed to be filled with invisible blades and iron hammers. A few ferocious beasts vanished into thin air after jumping in and reappeared more than 10 meters away half a second later, only to be cut in half from head to tail. It was more precise than a scalpel. He slashed so fast that there was no blood at all when the two halves of his body fell to the ground. There were also some ferocious beasts that directly disintegrated in the air. In the literal sense, they disintegrated in the air. A large ferocious beast was evenly divided into fist-sized pieces and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Not even half a drop of blood flowed out. Some of the ferocious beasts, after vanishing into thin air for a few seconds, reappeared dozens of meters away in the form of averaged slices. It was as if an invisible million-ton water pressure machine was hiding in the air and crushing their every cell into a two-dimensional plane. Bam! Riding the arsonist, Liao kicked the spider beast that was hissing on his body into the terrifying area ahead. In the beginning, the ferocious beast was jumping up and down, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, trying to attack him again. But when it crawled forward and stepped into an invisible trap, it vanished just like the victims before it. 1 second later, a blood-red ball no more than 10 centimeters in diameter appeared on the spot. All the flesh and blood of the ferocious beast had been condensed inside. Liao swallowed hard. His spine felt as cold as if it had been soaked in acid. "This is the discontinuous zone that I told you about just now," Lu Qingchun said. "You can simply imagine that the stable three-dimensional space here has been shattered. The storms of the four-dimensional space have rushed out through invisible gaps, filling this place with fatal traps. When we, the creatures of the three-dimensional space, step inside, the space we are in will either be divided into two, or the space will suddenly be compressed from three-dimensional to two-dimensional, or the space will suddenly shrink by 100-fold. Believe me, flesh, blood, crystal suit, and giant soldier gods will not be able to resist the attacks launched from space. Even I, whose existence depends on the magnetic field of life, do not dare to take risks easily. It is very likely that my soul will be sealed in a space ripple forever. Even if I can see everything that is right in front of me, I will not be able to move or escape. It is a fate 100 times more miserable than death. Do you see the dangerous area marked on my map? Invisible traps are everywhere around us. I sacrificed countless subordinates to mark them one by one, only to discover that the area we are in has been completely blocked. Look, I'm not lying. You can't go out and find Ding Ling Dang or anybody else directly. You can only find the control hub where the other half of the Fuxi is located and the tower. Taking a deep breath, Liao burnt his life and soul to explore the discontinuous area. As it turned out, on a level that was invisible to the naked eye and beyond the senses of most magical equipment and low-level cultivators, he saw countless raging gaps and chaotic four-dimensional storms blowing out of them. The four-dimensional storm and the broken space constituted an endless high wall that blocked him from the nearby area. If he was not careful, his telepathic thoughts would be swept into the four-dimensional storm, which would be like his brain being blown away by the storm. Then it would crash into his skull at a speed hundreds of times higher than normal. He grunted and felt that thousands of thunderbolts had exploded inside his brain. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was bleeding from all his orifices. He was about to pass out. There was no road ahead. A large batch of ferocious beasts were still besieging them from the rear. They realized the formidability of the discontinuous zone and did not dare to jump. Instead, they crouched and eyed Liao covetously. Liao took a deep breath and licked the blood flowing out of his throat. The continuous fierce battles had pushed the vitality of every cell to the limit. He felt that his internal organs were burning and his stomach was rumbling. The feeling made the blood that he swallowed back to his throat sweeter than ever. It stimulated his every nerve like fireworks. Liao controlled the arsonist to squat down. The deep black shell turned orange due to the high-speed friction between the spiritual flames and the air. All the spurts on the back of the crystal suit were ripped apart, as if countless bright eyes had opened at the same time. The earth below their feet was cracking, and the spider net-like cracks even extended to hundreds of meters away. You're not thinking of escaping through the air, are you? Absolutely not. There's no cover in the air. You will be shot down. Lu Qingchen sensed Liao's determination and shouted. However, it was too late. When more than 10 ferocious beasts lunged at Liao at the same time, the dozens of power units around the arsonist spurted out torrents that looked like volcanic eruptions at the same time. The blast was so powerful that the ground within 100 square meters was blown away. It was like a messy crater after a meteor shower. And with the counterforce, the arsonist leapt high into the sky. The ear-splitting sonic boom shattered the strengthened glass windows of all the skyscrapers dozens of kilometers nearby. It even stimulated the brains of many ferocious beasts and made them scream. Many ferocious beasts were quick to react. They followed the footsteps of the arsonist and jumped high into the air. Some of them even extended their membranes and wings from their arms, trying to fly above the arsonist. Little did he know that everything had been within Liao's calculations. In the seemingly miserable escape just now, Liao had scanned the physiological structure and methods of attack of every kind of ferocious beast clearly. He had even deduced hundreds of times in his mind in order to come up with an adventure that seemed crazy but was at least 50% certain. Pa! 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 The arsonist suddenly moved sideways and fell down abruptly. As it turned out, he had appeared right above the few ferocious beasts. The iron feet that were wreathed in spiritual flames and electric arcs smashed down heavily. The few ferocious beasts were blown into smithereens instantly, like crimson fireworks blossoming in midair. The incendiary took the opportunity to accelerate and shoot to a higher altitude. At this moment, several ferocious beasts were still flapping their membranes and wings and biting Liao's back. Hiu! 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 The steel tentacles that were dancing crazily like vipers suddenly darted out and pierced through several ferocious beasts, before they were pulled to his side brutally. At this moment, the arsonist was already 200 to 300 meters in the air. It was the height that was most likely to be discovered by the firepower on the ground. As far as one's eyes could reach, a large area of fireballs, electric arcs, and colorful mist suddenly appeared among the broken walls and attacked Liao in midair like a raging storm. The few ferocious beasts that had been captured by the arsonists, on the other hand, had been stomped on by Liao and served as the best meat shields. Before they had the chance to scream, they were already riddled with holes by the fireballs, electric arcs, and acids. Then they were burnt into ash and blown to smithereens. In the blink of an eye, with the help of the few shields, not only did Liao get a precious distance to run away, he also saw through the dense distribution of firepower between the ground and the high buildings and the seemingly impenetrable web of fire. The gaps were as thin as gossamer. Under his perfect manipulation, the giant soldier was as agile as a flying sword made of lightning, leaving dazzling blurred shadows behind it. It was about to dash out of the last few gaps of the dense web of fire. Right then, Liao crashed into the wall. There was nothing above Liao's head except for all kinds of eyes, mystic rays, and fog that neither visible nor invisible light could penetrate. But he felt that he had entered a deep ocean before he even entered the fog. Pushed by billions of tons of force from all directions, his every cell was bursting. It was the feeling when he first arrived in the city of silver through the black gaps. The giant god soldier was also sending out all kinds of blood-freezing alarms, sounds of metal fracturing, and explosions of magical equipment. On the light beam that was twisted to the extreme, all the performance parameters were dropping crazily like falling off a cliff. Liao, Lu Qingchen, and the arsonist were all blown back. Then it was wreathed in hundreds of wires, acids, and electric arcs. Even the best supergiant soldier in the Panga universe had been riddled with holes and shattered. All the strengthened plate armor on its body had almost exploded. Liao, on the other hand, felt that he had been soaked in magma after being cut into pieces. He could not help but feel lightheaded and fell from the sky. The entire world was overturned. Right then he saw the tower. The magnificent, 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 sacred, ancient, and primitive tower that could not be described in any language in the human world. The high tower rose up from the ground like a silver tree. Its high and interconnected roots were like continuous mountains that occupied more than 10 blocks. Hundreds of skyscrapers and bizarre-shaped buildings had been built based on it. They were connected to each other through thousands of pathways, like soldiers guarding it. It was glittering and emitting flawless silver brightness. Liao maximized his vision and failed to find any window or gap on its surface. It seemed to be made of the stars of the entire universe. Around it, 300 meters away from the ground, there were 3 enormous silver balls that looked like floating fortresses. However, even the most magnificent fortress paled in comparison to the high tower. The skyscrapers of Silver City, in order to accommodate the size of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, were much taller than the buildings of ordinary human beings and could easily reach thousands of meters high. However, in front of the high tower, the skyscrapers that were unreachable a moment ago were as low and insignificant as the weeds below the trees. The tower was growing upwards. It even broke through the mist that blocked the sky and created a giant swirl that was swirling slowly. Looking through the swirl, Liao saw the universe. At first, Liao thought that he was hallucinating, however. No matter how deeply he breathed and how much he soothed his nerves with his spiritual energy, he could see a splendid universe where endless stars were blossoming and floating in the clouds above the high tower. It was as if the high tower was some sort of bridge, some sort of cross-border bridge from the Pangu universe to the even more brilliant and resplendent multiverse. Supreme Tower. Lu Qingchen released extremely excited soul waves. What did you say? Liao snapped. The Sky-Split Tower is the name of the pivot of the City of Silver and the location of the other half of the Fushi. Lu Qingchen continued quickly. However, although the City of Silver was built by the Pangu civilization, the Pantheon Tower was not built by them. It must have been hundreds of millions of years old and was most likely built by the Black Wall Maker. All the secrets about the primeval era are stored at the top of the Pantheon Tower. Is that so? Liao's mind was deeply attracted by the Heavenly Tower. He felt that he had seen similar facilities a long time ago. Moreover, his soul had been launched into the Pangu universe, at the edge of the multiverse through similar facilities. How is that possible? Liao mumbled to himself. He felt that he was a moth that was about to break out of the cocoon and see the last ray of light. However, there was an insurmountable barrier between him and the final answer. A beast tide. An overwhelming beast tide. It was surging from all directions of the City of Silver, surrounding the Heavenly Tower, and launching the fiercest attack. There were so many ferocious beasts that there was not the slightest gap from the ground to the skyscrapers. Even the weakest silver-white color had been swallowed, to the point that Liao had mistaken them for a black carpet of fungi or endless ants. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that they were the main force of the ferocious beasts. There were already more than 10 giant beasts that were almost 100 meters tall, such as the armadillo dragon, in the army that was attacking the tower. There were also countless hideous and bizarre-shaped ferocious beasts. It was a soul-stirring epic battle. Although it was just a confrontation on the ground inside the atmosphere, it gave the feeling that thousands of starships in the vacuum of the universe were colliding with each other. With the stimulation of the sound waves, the blood-boiling and shocking effect was hundreds of times more intense. The surface of the Heavenly Tower was as smooth and flawless as jade. There were no gaps at all. Naturally, there were no facilities such as firing points, hangars, crystal suits, or ports for the giant soldiers. However, the architects of the Pangu civilization had built fortresses and heavy turrets that were as complicated as mazes around the lower half of the tower, as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The destructive magma could swallow the lives of hundreds of ferocious beasts every second. Although he was dozens of kilometers away, Liao could almost hear the crazy and desperate roars of the guards inside the fortress. Just as Liao had said, they were engaged in an impossible war. Their crazy firepower could temporarily resist the vicious beast tide, but it could not resist the invasion of the virus. As more and more guardians of the fortress were infected by the virus and turned into ferocious beasts, the small fortress seemed to be unable to accommodate his deformed and swollen body. Bloody tentacles extended out of the holes and declared a mute fire. The vicious beast tide moved forward slowly but firmly. The army of viruses that looked like black spots was about to corrupt the heavenly towers. Silver ripples were released from the surface of the heavenly tower. 2. Invisible energy fields were condensing in midair, like the calm before a storm. The air was filled with magma, electric arcs, and the smell of destruction. Liao had an ominous feeling. When the black spots formed by the vicious beast tide stained the entire heavenly tower, the heavenly tower would release a destructive force that would destroy the vicious beast tide, the guardians, the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, and even the Pangu universe outside. Everything would be destroyed. Liao did not know why there was such an omen, either. He could only try his best to fly toward the heavenly tower, hoping to stop the beast tide before it consumed everything. He didn't know what he could stop, even if it was just talking to the guards in the tower. He had to communicate with the Rational and calm Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan so that they could find the answers together and solve the ultimate problem of the Pangu universe. However, before he flew hundreds of meters away, the dense bombardment had blown up the power unit and the anti-gravity unit of the arsonist. The acid that could even corrode diamonds stained the wings that he condensed with his spiritual energy. The arsonist fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings and lost control. Black hair screamed beside Liao's ear. In front of Liao's eyes, countless complicated primeval runes popped up on the operation menu, only to collapse in the blink of an eye. The blinking signs that represented the units of magical equipment dimmed down. He lost control over every power rune array. He could only slightly adjust the posture of the giant god soldier with his remote manipulation ability, but he could not dodge the fierce bombardment on the ground. Therefore, the giant god soldier was heavily wounded and even worse. Like a broken meteorite, it cut across the sky and pierced through almost 5 skyscrapers before it crashed into the broken buildings. Boom! For a moment, Liao felt that every bone and every joint of the arsonist had been shattered. He felt that he had been sealed in an impenetrable coffin. He could neither see nor hear anything. It was not until a long time later that his senses gradually returned to his body. The backup energy source of the arsonist was activated, and the operation menu was restarted. The units that were still intact were quickly connected to each other and assembled into a temporary driving mode that was barely functional. Crack, 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 crack. Liao heard an ear-splitting sound of metal being torn apart. The stench of the ferocious beasts crashed into the cockpit through the cracks without any disguise. As it turned out, a ferocious beast that looked like a hyena had discovered the arsonist, and was biting the remaining breastplate of the arsonist, trying to extend its hooked tongue into Liao's body and lick his flesh. Liao pulled himself together and picked up a chainsword, taking advantage of the moment when the beast tore open the breastplate of the arsonist and exposed himself to the air. Liao roared and lunged forward. He slashed his sword as fast as lightning and chopped off the tongue of the beast. Then he opened his hands, and the light balls glittered. Spiritual energy flooded into the beast's throat and blew up its brain. It collapsed to the ground before it had the chance to scream. Liao sat down and breathed heavily, trying to restore the combat ability of the arsonist. The breastplate was gone, and the spirit house was completely opened. The guardianship of the giant god soldier on the user had hit rock bottom. But as a result, Liao could see everything in front of him clearly without any scanning or probe magical equipment. The good news was that he controlled the direction when he was falling and dived toward the heavenly tower. He was not far away from the super building of the primeval era. Even though it was blocked by skyscrapers, the enormous object still occupied half of the sky. It was like a giant silver tree that supported the heaven and the earth, leading to the highest heaven and the palaces of the gods. The bad news was that thin, Glittering space ripples appeared between him and the heavenly tower. They were the fatal traps that could cut through iron as if it were mud and would not accept any defense. Liao could imagine that, if he stepped into the place recklessly on the back of the arsonist, he would certainly be split into pieces like the ferocious beasts just now, or be condensed into fist-sized crystals of metal and flesh. It was the most miserable way to die, even more miserable than jumping into a star during a space jump. Besides, even if he could cross the dangerous space discontinuities, how was he going to drag the faltering giant soldier through the main force of the army of ferocious beasts? Liao brought up the map drawn by Lu Qingchen again. However, they found that the area was beyond the range of Lu Qingchen's activity a few days ago. After a while of recklessness, they had reached an unknown area. We are lost. Lu Qingchen smiled bitterly. I never tried to approach the tower from the sky like you did a few days ago. Therefore, I don't know where we are exactly. Nor do I know how to get to the tower. Let me remind you, the closer you get to the tower, the more seriously the wrinkles and disorder in the space will be. It is like a defense mechanism of the tower. You must not rush into it directly. Liao was silent. He extended his telepathic thoughts to search the surroundings. The skyscrapers nearby were like silver-white mirrors that reflected and refracted his telepathic thoughts, forming a complicated maze. There were traps, ferocious beasts, and endless forks and spirals everywhere. The complexity of the space was far beyond Liao's imagination. The roars of the ferocious beasts were getting closer and closer. Liao could already see with his naked eye that several skyscrapers were shivering under the vibrations of the ferocious beasts. But he still could not find a way out. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Right then, Little Black, who had been silent all the time, suddenly reacted. It used to be a cluster of gel or liquid metal that was wrapped around Liao like a black jelly. But this time, a small arrowhead suddenly protruded out of his soft body and pointed to the left. This is... Liao was dumbfounded. He was dazed for a long time before he stammered, "Little Black, are you showing us the way?" Little Black rippled in gentle waves and seemed to be nodding at Liao. "What is this?" Lu Qingchen was greatly surprised. "Liquid alloys from the Star Ocean Imperium? They are intelligent. You believe that they can guide the way." Liao didn't know how many secrets were hidden inside Little Black's body. He didn't know whether or not Little Black could really see the light of day in such chaotic space ripples. But it did come from the depths of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and was even closely related to the primeval relics. If there was anyone who could guide Liao, it would be it. After all, neither he nor Lu Qingchen knew the direction. He might as well try his best. "Little Black, do you really know the way to the tower?" Pondering for a moment, Liao asked, "Or rather, did you stay in the tower a long time ago? Are you from the tower?" Little Black wriggled slowly. He seemed to be thinking, recalling the data from thousands of years ago. Then, it pushed Liao's head softly and made a gesture that seemed to be a nod. Then, "Let's go." Liao gritted his teeth. The heavily wounded arsonist rose up again and rushed toward the direction that Little Black had pointed. The closer they got to the tower, the more intense the flames of war were. Ferocious beasts and battle puppets could be seen everywhere. Every minute, a skyscraper would collapse, and billions of tons of metal and stones would fall from the sky. In the short 10 minutes of the journey, Liao had broken 4 super-heavy chainswords and 3 high-frequency vibration sabers that were specially designed for the giant god soldiers. The arsonist had added dozens of shocking wounds. The closest one was only a palm's length away from Liao. If there had been a slight error, the thick horn would have pierced a hole in Liao's chest. The spiritual shield and interference force field had long been gone. The fuel and ammunition reserves had dropped from 40% to 20%, reaching the critical warning line. But their route of retreat had been blocked by the vicious beast tide. Liao had no other options except to march forward. Voila! Under Little Black's guidance, the arsonist crashed through another skyscraper. The heavenly tower seemed to be right in front of him. Liao could already see the tip of the tower that pierced through the sky and the universe around it. However, when the arsonist jumped out of the human-shaped hole, he happened to step into the nest, or rather the rendezvous point of a ferocious beast. Hundreds of giant reptiles that seemed to have mutated because of radiation turned around and looked at him. The corrosive liquid that was spraying out of the bloody mouth zigzagged to his feet. Liao took a deep breath and forgot to swallow his saliva. I knew that I would not have a good ending if I teamed up with you. I was 100% sure that I would be struck by lightning. Lu Qingchen exclaimed. What kind of ancillary system is this? What ah? He was only halfway through his complaint when the hammer that stored his precious soul was ruthlessly thrown out by Liao, smashing the head of the first ferocious beast into pieces. Of course, it also nearly shattered Lu Qingchen's soul. We will definitely reach the tower. Liao roared, twisted his hips, stepped forward, and charged. He waved the hammer in his right hand as if it were a storm of destruction, and the chainsword in his left hand slashed through the air as if it were cutting through space. A path of blood was paved among the hundreds of ferocious beasts. Nobody can stop me. The ferocious beasts that had no rationality and only had the instinct for killing were all shocked by Liao's toughness and craziness. In their 100% instinct for killing, they were born with 1% fear. Some of the rarely seen beasts even ran away, only to be beheaded by Liao. Liao seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. The most ferocious beast, a beast king that was even stronger than the armored storm dragon, crashed into the path of flesh and blood. Chi! The broken chainsword was deeply embedded into the skull of a ferocious beast that looked like a tyrannosaur. Under the high-speed rotation and cutting of the sharp teeth, the skull, which was harder than alloy, was as soft as tofu. Liao slashed it open and extended it to his chest. After a walla sound, the super high pressure inside his abdomen pushed out a lot of his stinky internal organs, which were burnt to ash by the flames of the arsonist. They surrounded the giant god soldier and added to Liao's evilness. Before he could withdraw his broken sword, another ferocious beast attacked the arsonist from the flank. The left arm that Liao had withdrawn was stabbed into its throat. After a round of bombardment, the stomach of the ferocious beast bulged as if it were pregnant. Very soon, steam thousands of degrees high was released from the wrinkles, indicating that its internal organs had been cooked by Liao. Liao stimulated the cosmos ring crazily until the teeth of the last piece of melee magical equipment were broken. Then, he simply picked up the dead bodies of the ferocious beasts and smashed them into pieces like a giant hammer. After moving forward 100 meters, no ferocious beasts dared to block his way anymore. Broken bones and minced meat of ferocious beasts were embedded between the feet of the giant soldier. Of course, such crazy consumption was costly, too. The arsonists had less than 10% of their fuel and ammunition. After a volley or a sprint, they would run out of supplies. After a series of fierce battles, the result of the broken plate armor was that the arsonist turned into a skeleton. Because the structure of the framework far exceeded the limits of metal fatigue, even the skeleton was on the verge of collapse. It was all supported by the soaring flames of Liao's overexhausted life force. At this moment, the arsonist had almost lost the original appearance of the giant god soldier. He had completely turned into the amalgamation of Liao's spirit, will, and his entire life, a burning fire. Ew, ew, ew. The ferocious beasts nearby all craned their necks and screamed, summoning stronger helpers. 3 boom, 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 boom. The 2 skyscrapers in front of them collapsed one after another. The airwaves rose up like a tsunami and blocked the sky and the sun. Even half of the heavenly towers were blocked. A moment later, the tide of dust split apart, revealing another armored storm dragon that was almost 100 meters tall. It was a pity that Liao didn't have a second Iron Knight with him. Looking at the enormous, invincible enemy, Liao's belief was as clear as water, as hard as iron, as cold as ice, as hot as fire, and without the slightest impurity. At this point, there was no way out. Even if the enemy was 100 times stronger, there was only one way out for him, and that was to summon the courage to raise the battle saber high and ruthlessly chop off the head of the hideous and ugly ferocious beast. Taking a deep breath, Liao opened his arms on the back of the arsonist. Spiritual flames spread out like tentacles. The broken sabers, broken swords, and battle axes, as well as the rebar of the skyscrapers, the remains of the battle puppets, and the most solid bones among the dead bodies of the ferocious beasts, were all summoned by him. They flew to the sky and gathered toward the arsonist. Resonance of Liao's fighting will gathered into two enormous sabers. The saber, which used to be colorful and full of patches, was now a pure crimson after being cleansed by Liao's crimson flames, as if it had been forged on the surface of a star. "Come on!" Liao crossed his saber in front of his chest and roared at the armadillo dragon. Who? In the blink of an eye, the armored storm dragon's neck was 3 to 5 times thicker than before. Its originally rough and ugly gray-brown skin had become almost transparent, as if an enormous ball of lightning was bursting forth from its abdomen. Before the ball of lightning was spurted out of the bloody mouth, Liao had already melded with the arsonist. He jumped high into the sky and charged at the armored storm dragon's thunderous mouth. Boom! Before the ball of lightning spurted out a mouthful of blood, it was already hit by Liao's crossed sabers. The two clusters of energy that contained the power of destruction broke the restrictive magnetic field and blew up in the mouth of the armored storm dragon. The arsonist was blown away by the blast and fell to the ground again, leaving a deep pit. The armored storm dragon's jaw was blown to pieces. Blood was flowing out of its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Its brain was seriously shaken, and it was unable to stand steadily like a mountain. It continuously retreated, causing countless buildings to suffer unexpected disasters. It was obvious that Liao's last-ditch attack had seriously wounded the armored storm dragon. Now that the door was wide open, he could hit the brain directly through its softest throat. It was a pity that Liao had run out of ammunition. He couldn't even control a flying sword remotely. He could do nothing but watch the armored storm dragon regain balance. Ruthlessness and fear were beaming out of his eyes again. Liao was breathing heavily on one of his knees. His eyes seemed to be blurred by blood, and he could not see his surroundings clearly. He could only grope around, hoping to find a saber that could still be waved. The earthquake told him that the armored storm dragon was getting closer and closer. He finally found a twisted chainsword and shook it. The chains and gears of the chainsword all fell off. But he did not think too much of it. He condensed new sharp teeth with his own blood and spiritual flames. Then, he raised his giant bloody sword high and aimed at the armored storm dragon's head, which was riddled with holes. Then, Liao was dazed. He saw an unbelievable scene. Gold. The gold that was more brilliant than the sun and more dazzling than a supernova explosion was burning his eyes, shocking his brain, and boiling his blood. It was a human being, not a giant soldier more than 20 meters tall. A human being more than 2 meters tall in a crystal suit was standing on the head of the armored storm dragon. He was on one of his knees. His left hand grasped one of the wrinkles on the head of the armored storm dragon, as if a giant tree had been dug deep into the soil. No matter how hard the armored storm dragon shook its head and struggled, he did not move at all and even dug deeper and deeper. In the meantime, he opened his right hand and pressed one of the eyes of the armored storm dragon. Other than the crystal suit, Liao did not notice that he had retrieved any magical equipment. Even his movements were extremely gentle, as if he were petting a pet at home, while he pressed the eyes of the armored storm dragon softly. Sensing Liao's gaze, he even had the leisure to raise his head and look at Liao. Then, 10,000 suns burst out of his palm at the same time and flooded into the armored storm dragon's head along his eyeballs. The armored storm dragon's head expanded like a balloon that had been filled with air. Dozens of malformed lumps even grew out of its head and protruded out one after another. Its head had suffered the counterforce of its ball of lightning in the first place, not to mention the fierce attack of the mysterious golden man. Very soon, almost 100 of its eyeballs were burnt into holes, through which raging golden flames darted out. It seemed that all the organs inside the skull, from the brain to the central nerves, had been burnt to ash. When the golden flames of destruction soared into the sky together with all its brain tissues, the armored storm dragon's head finally returned to its original size, but everybody could tell that its skull was empty. It had lost all its physiological functions and turned into an empty corpse. Boom! His body, which weighed more than 10,000 tons, collapsed heavily. The gargantuan beast had been killed by the mysterious golden man. Before Liao had the chance to be stunned, the gold brightness around the mysterious man suddenly expanded by 100 times, turning the entire world into bright, glittering colors. In the blink of an eye, Liao and the rest of the ferocious beasts could only see gold in various degrees. They could no longer see or feel anything. Little Black, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He pushed Liao hard and gestured for him to move forward in the golden torrent. Little Black, you mean? Liao finally realized what was going on. You are not bringing us to the heavenly tower, but to meet the mysterious golden man? Little Black shivered crazily again, indicating that Liao was right. Liao no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and dragged the broken giant soldier forward, guided by Little Black. He couldn't see anything, nor could the giant god soldier scan anything. But the mysterious golden man and Little Black seemed to have had a wonderful connection. The detailed 3D map was inputted into Little Black's brain. Liao allowed Little Black to guide him, but he didn't meet any ferocious beasts, nor did he step into the terrifying discontinuous zone. Very soon, Liao felt that the arsonists had sunk into the ground. The gold brightness gradually dispersed, and Liao regained his vision and senses. As he expected, the mysterious golden man was jumping forward so fast that even the giant god soldier could not catch up with him. Very soon, they had gone down along the helical pathway and were many meters below the ground. In front of them was an iron gate weighing tens of thousands of tons. The mysterious man made a gesture with his hands and drew runes in midair. Gold runes quickly crawled into the rune arrays on the gate. After dull noises, the gate, which was more than 10 meters thick, was slowly opened. However, there was still a long, dark, damp pathway below the gate that was full of branches. At the end of the branches was a new gate. Judging from the style of the gate and the password, the gate did not seem to belong to the same civilization. It was like the fossils buried in the faults had been accumulated over billions of years. The deeper one went, the more ancient the relics were. Judging from the rune arrays and the refining materials, the gate at the beginning was indeed the style of the Panga civilization. But then, a gate that seemed to be thick and black was filled with mechanical structures that were as precise as nerves and veins. It was exactly the same as the Star Knights. Passing through the gate, Liao found that the walls of the pathway were full of interconnected tubes, gears that had been bitten precisely, and overlapping mechanical structures. Steam was even spurting out. He felt that he had entered the internal organs of a mechanical beast. After passing through the gut of the mechanical beast for a long time, Liao discovered that the gate below was actually made of translucent crystals. He could vaguely see that countless lightning bolts that had been sealed were flowing slowly among the crystals, as if they were vipers guarding treasures. However, under the command of the mysterious golden man, the lightning vipers all retreated. The crystal gate gradually turned transparent and disappeared. Further down, they passed by another gate that was purely made of plants. There was another gate that was wreathed in vague mist and in a half-solid state. There were also several other gates that were of different styles and had complicated technology that even Liao had never seen before. Every gate was opened in a different way. Some of the methods were beyond the limits of human biology and imagination. But the mysterious man seemed to have been through the place hundreds of times. He was familiar with every step and opened all the gates smoothly without any hesitation. After passing through a gate, going 100 meters underground was like entering a whole new world. Dazzling clusters of crystals were growing in the pathway behind the gate, emitting dazzling brilliance that was not entirely gone after thousands of years. Behind the gate of plants was what seemed to be a withered primitive forest. The vines and bushes had dried up and turned into human-shaped shadows. Behind the gate of mist were traces that looked like frozen smoke. They seemed to belong to the explorers a long time ago. Their bodies of flesh and blood had long been burnt to ash, but their souls had been preserved in an unbelievable way, guiding the way for the latecomers. Liao even saw countless corpses of creatures on the four walls of a pathway. The things looked like gorillas with 4 arms. There was a giant eye on their forehead, but it had a bronze gloss and texture. After billions of years of erosion, they gradually melded with the pathway and turned into hideous, twisted paintings. The only thing left were tiny black holes, which were their eyes. The unbelievable scene made Liao shudder. He thought quickly and realized that it must be a laboratory, research center, or a forward operating base that countless civilizations had tried to explore over the billions of years. When the ancient carbon-based intelligent creatures, who used to be the rulers of the Pangu universe, discovered the primeval relics, they naturally gathered the most cutting-edge talents and technologies just like the Pangu civilization and the human civilization did and established the most magnificent laboratories and forward bases in the place, trying to unveil the mysteries of the primeval era. However, a certain mysterious force had erased the traces of dozens of civilizations with ancient carbon-based wisdom, and only the ruins deep below the ground told of their past glory. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of years later, a new generation of intelligent carbon-based creatures developed a developed civilization and found the primeval relics. They established their own laboratories and forward bases on the ruins of the previous civilization, only to be destroyed again. It was a never-ending cycle. Today, billions of years later, the underground of the City of Silver had dozens of collapsed buildings that were hundreds of times larger and more complicated than those on the surface. If the City of Silver was destroyed by the tides of the ferocious beasts today, and the tides of the ferocious beasts were destroyed by the terrifying power released by the heavenly towers, it would not take hundreds of thousands of years for the ruins of the City of Silver to be corroded by time and become the topmost layer of ruins. Hundreds of civilizations stopped here. As if this was the end of their civilization, Liao was deeply shocked. He did not believe that when a civilization arrived in this place, they would not see the traces of the destruction of dozens of other civilizations. Dozens of civilizations were recorded clearly in the database of the other half of the Fuxi civilization. Knowing the dangers of the primeval relics, the civilizations were still rushing forward like moths to a flame. Why? Liao thought quickly and smiled bitterly, laughing at his own stupidity. Curiosity and thirst for knowledge were necessary conditions for the development of a civilization. Human beings were human beings because of their endless desire for unknown and future. No civilization could leave such a huge ancient relic untouched. There were always ambitious people, adventurers, and lunatics. Righteousness or evil, they were the first motivation for the advancement of civilization. Besides, the more developed a civilization was, the more likely it would destroy itself. Even without the primeval relics, could a civilization not develop universal magical equipment that could destroy itself? A civilization that could not destroy itself did not deserve to be called a civilization. Maybe the so-called civilization was such a crazy cosmic virus? Liao was deep in thought. At first, he tried to communicate with the mysterious Golden Man, too, including shouting and telepathic thoughts transmission. But the mysterious Golden Man turned a deaf ear to him and simply ran ahead of him. Liao knew that he was being guided. He could only suppress his impatience and follow closely behind while he scanned every detail around him. The last gate rumbled like an underground thunder and retreated to the crags nearby. It was no longer a narrow pathway or collapsed debris in front of him, but a giant cave more than 500 meters in diameter. Faint mist of light was swirling around him. The mist was like a living spirit that would condense as Liao's gaze moved. When the mist of light condensed, its brightness would increase by a few degrees, allowing Liao to clearly see everything around him. It was like a museum of a prehistoric civilization. In the hazy mist of light, Liao saw the remains of an iron knight first. It had been carefully dissected into almost 100 units. Even the most delicate core mechanical structure had been dismantled, as if a mechanical surgery had been performed. Then, there was a structure in the shape of a crystal pyramid. It was transparent on the surface, but it was full of tiny holes inside. Liao observed for a long time before he came to the conclusion that the holes that looked like a network of nerves were indeed nerves in a certain sense. It was a very efficient approach to transmit and process information through the transmission, refraction, and diffraction of the photoelectric signals inside the holes. Liao did not know whether such a structure was a creation of the ancient civilization or a corpse of the ancient civilization. Although it did not look like a carbon-based intelligent life, it was possible that it was the crystallization of a certain coral-like creature after death. There were many weird things inside the mist that looked like the structure of a crystal pyramid. But before Liao examined them carefully, the mysterious golden man had already walked into the depths of the mist. The mist dispersed, revealing several enormous human figures. Liao's pupils constricted violently. He had discovered several other members of the Pangu clan. With a closer look, he discovered that the Pangu clan members were not moving at all. They were soaked in the enormous strengthening crystal towers and surrounded by preservatives. The Pangu clan members had been killed a long time ago and turned into specimens. No, it was not just the Pangu clan. Hundreds of crystal towers were standing in the depths of the mist, each of which stored the corpse of a prehistoric, carbon-based, intelligent creature. Not just the Pangu clan, whose skin was gray and whose head was full of heat-dissipating wrinkles. There were also the Nuwa clan, which had human heads and snake bodies, the Kwafu clan, which looked no different from plants at first glance, the Hui clan, which was made of black beetles and evolved from sponges, and the Gongong clan, which looked like transparent gel. The corpses of 13 prehistoric species had been collected in this place. Many of them had been cut off precisely from their skin and muscles, leaving only veins and nerves. The master of the place seemed to have a profound understanding about the biological structure of the ancient intelligent species. There were also ferocious beasts. Passing through the crystal towers where the corpses of the prehistoric species were stored, Liao saw more than 10 operation tables that had been modified from maintenance platforms. The bloody corpses of the ferocious beasts were placed on the tables. On the biggest surgery table, there was even the head of a armored storm dragon. Its skull had been cut open in a ring. The entire skull had been removed, revealing a deformed brain that had been sealed by a certain bright green gel so that it would not wither or rot. Hundreds of crystal wires were inserted into the brain of the armored storm dragon and led to the supercrystal processors of the Star Ocean Imperium nearby. The crystal processors were emitting dim fluorescence and performing high-speed computations. The virtual brain of the armored storm dragon was created on a 3D light beam. Following the instructions of the crystal processor, the armored storm dragon, which only had its head left, seemed to still be alive. Occasionally it would blink. It seemed that the master of the place had a very precise understanding about the brain structure of the armored storm dragon, as well as its fighting pattern and habits. That was why he could reach its head and kill it without alarming anyone. Liao was more and more curious about the identity of the mysterious golden man. In the Museum of the Prehistoric Civilization, there were so many remains of the Iron Knights of Starry Skies and the rampaging armored dragon, including almost 100 corpses of the intelligent creatures of the primeval arraign the eyes of most human beings. They were specimens of gods. Who was he exactly? An obvious answer popped up in Liao's brain. The name that contained infinite power and almost represented invincible made Liao feel short of breath just thinking about it. His heart was beating fast, his blood was boiling, and his pores were bulging uncontrollably, ready to spurt crimson steam. Led by the mysterious gold man, they passed through the crystal towers and the operation tables. In front of them was the end of the mist and the maintenance and modification workshop of heavy magical equipment. Liao's heart was beating faster and faster, as if something mysterious was calling him. On a large maintenance rack, the first thing that caught his attention was the remains of a crimson giant soldier. The upper body of the giant soldier was enormous, with short limbs. It was in the shape of an upside-down triangle. Sharp tusks were embedded from its shoulders to the back of its hands, as if they were synonymous with destruction and apocalypse. Right now, the limbs of the giant soldier had all been broken and placed to one side. The core unit that constituted its torso had been shattered, too. The most critical mainframe crystal processor had been riddled with holes and could not move at all. But it was still raging in silence, as if it were an eternal fire that was burning the world in the depths of hell. Liao had never seen such a brutal giant soldier before. Every streak of its fury turned into a saber of fear and slashed into his brain. His rationality told him that the giant soldier had been paralyzed and dissected thousands of years ago. It was impossible for it to be reorganized. However, his instincts and intuition sent out a sharp warning, as if the mental imprint of the master of the giant god soldier was too intense to be erased even after 10,000 years. Even Heart of Black Hole, the personal coach of Black Star Emperor Wuxia, had never given Liao so much pressure before. The stranger was apparently motionless and paralyzed, but Liao felt that his back was soaked in sweat. Liao thought quickly and searched for the most famous giant god soldiers in the history of human civilization. Almost without thinking, a soul-stirring name popped up in his head 1/10 of a second later, while he grinned hideously. It was an out-and-out, apocalyptic that had brought great suffering to the civilization of mankind and almost cast the Pangu universe into eternal darkness. It was the ride of the mad blood god, the mad Armageddon. It was true that only Apocalypse, the legendary supergiant soldier with the strongest attack ability in the Pangu universe, could bring so much pressure to Liao when he was faced with the Incendant, formed by the combination of Mystic Skeleton of Hell and the Heart of the Black Hole. Only the Apocalypse, after the earth-shaking final battle 10,000 years ago, could still be as ferocious as before after 10,000 years. It was said that Blood God, the Mad Armageddon, had gathered the rebels of the Imperium, the remnants of the demon race, and the extraterrestrial devils and marched into the Empyrean Terminus sector with a magnificent coalition fleet, allowing the fire of destruction to engulf the entire Pangu universe. Even the Supreme Emperor, the strongest expert in the history of human civilization, had been seriously wounded by the blood god in the apocalypse and had to flee to the depths of the primeval relics. With the help of the time-stop technique, he was able to maintain a mysterious state, hoping that a miracle similar to the light of life would appear one day and revive him. However, Liao could not figure it out. Wasn't it the Supreme Emperor who had fled into the ancient relics? Why was the blood god's giant god soldier here, and in such a miserable state? It did not make sense that the blood god had followed the Supreme Emperor into the primeval relics, either. How could Wuxia, the Black Star Emperor, explain his encounter with the star fortress that carried the soul of the blood god when he left his hometown and wandered in the Sea of Stars? There was no need for Wuxia to lie about this. Besides, Liao had not only heard the story from Wuxia, but he had also received his legacy directly and read his memory pieces. When Liao's consciousness was melded with Wuxia's memory pieces, he could feel the terror and helplessness of his self when he first encountered the remnant soul of the blood god. It was impossible to fake the feeling of every nerve ending. Liao couldn't figure out what was going on, but he couldn't help but raise his vigilance. It was definitely not a good thing that the blood god's ride appeared in this place. This is the apocalypse, Lu Qingchen exclaimed. He recognized it, too. Then, Liao felt that Lu Qingchen's soul was fluctuating subtly. The humming of the hammer was a sign that his computational ability was soaring. Hey, don't play with fire. Don't think that you can achieve your purpose with the help of the Supreme Emperor or the Blood God. Liao saw through Lu Qingchen's motives immediately. He warned him in advance. Whether the enemy is the Supreme Emperor, the Blood God, or some other existence, they are not something that you and I can make use of easily. You might get caught in your own trap and get yourself killed. Lu Qingchen sniffed and did not comment. If he still had eyes, they would be rolling crazily right now. He had always been a man who refused to believe in the supernatural. I will not turn back even if I break through the southern wall. My life is up to me and not the heavens. This was his true belief. However, Lu Qingchen was apparently as curious as Liao. Why was the giant god soldier of the blood god in this place and who had beaten him so miserably? Soon they saw the answer. In the blink of an eye, the mist dispersed. 10,000 gold horns were blown at the same time, and the bright gold giant soldier that seemed to be made of yellow jade appeared in front of them. Liao's and Lu Qingqian's soul waves froze at the same time. They were both shocked beyond words. It was not the most ferocious giant soldier that they had ever seen, nor did it lack the brutality of the apocalypse. There were no dazzling plug-in units on the surface of the crystal suit, no aerodynamic acceleration fins or spoilers on the back of the crystal suit, and barely any complicated runes on the composite plate of most of the Titan warriors. It looked like an ordinary, basic Titan warrior. However, the bright gold brightness spreading out from every inch of its armor, every gap, and every mottled spurts gave the feeling that it was warm and reliable. It was like the trust that the intelligent carbon-based creatures had for the sun. It was an instinct born from the deepest part of their genes. The giant soldier would never be defeated, just like the sun would never be extinguished. It was the sun, the golden sun, the legendary vehicle of the Supreme Emperor, the strongest expert of mankind. When they saw the debris of the apocalypse just now, Liao's and Lu Qingqian's soul waves were both very intense. But right now they did not know what to think. All that was left was shock and admiration. In particular, the maintenance of the gold sun seemed to be much better than that of the apocalypse. There was barely any damage on the surface. The four limbs and the power unit were fully equipped, too. The structure between the abdomen of the user and the mainframe crystal processor was neat and tidy. In other words, the giant soldier could still move. Liao was shocked by his own thoughts, but the passion in his eyes betrayed his real thoughts. The mysterious golden man finally stopped between the golden sun and the apocalyptic apocalypse and looked at Liao. Liao's heart was beating so fast that it was about to explode. Faint mist leaked out of every gap of the golden crystal suit and wreathed him, making him even more mysterious. Then, the crystal suit blossomed like a flower, revealing the wearer who was, Liao was dumbfounded. Lu Qingqian's soul waves missed half a beat, too. There was no one inside the golden crystal suit. What was supporting the crystal suit was a lump of black gel that looked like jelly. At first glance, it was exactly the same as the material that constituted Little Black, a certain liquid metal that could think for itself. The cluster of black gel flew out of the crystal suit and grew two short, small wings, which flapped clumsily in the air as if it were performing a dance that represented invitation. From this angle, it looked more like Little Black. As it turned out, Little Black sensed the call of its former companion and moved restlessly, too. It could not wait to get out of the spiritual residence that had been opened by the arsonist and turned back into an innocent ball. It flew to the sky and danced with the ball that crawled out of the golden crystal suit. Liao had never seen Little Black like this before. The seal inside his body seemed to have been completely unlocked by the dancing and resonating of the two balls. Ripples spread out on the surface of the two balls at the same time. They attracted each other and drew closer to each other. They gradually melded into a giant ball. Before, when they split into two halves, Little Black and the other party both gave people a very cute and harmless feeling, like an inconspicuous pet. Once they were combined, it immediately released tremendous pressure, increasing the pressure of the entire space by 10 times. Little Black. Liao did not know whether it was because Little Black had swallowed the enemy, or because the enemy had swallowed Little Black, or because Little Black had finally completed its mission across 10,000 years and returned to its complete form. In short, glamorous brilliance and glamorous stripes were blossoming on the surface of the giant black ball. It was communicating and processing the information 100 times faster than usual, transmitting everything that Little Black had experienced in the outside world, from the Heaven's Origin sector to the Flying Star sector, from the Federation to the Imperium, along with Liao's growth and the reunification of the human civilization. The perfect black ball was floating in midair, spinning slowly while it pondered. Liao had a very weird feeling. Maybe it was because Little Black had secretly sent a message to him, telling him that it was a test program set up by the Supreme Emperor 10,000 years ago. By scanning and analyzing all the information from the outside world, it would determine whether or not the person Little Black brought was qualified to accept something after a series of crisp beeps. A dominating battle emblem finally appeared on the surface of the black ball and revolved around it. It was a raging crimson dragon chasing after a glittering sun, as if it were about to open its bloody mouth and swallow the sun and all the stars in the universe. It was the red dragon swallowing the sun, the emblem that represented the tenacity of mankind in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, the most prosperous civilization in the history of mankind. Whoosh! The appearance of the red dragon swallowing the sun emblem made the black ball move faster. Thousands of black crystal threads that looked like nerves suddenly popped up and crawled into the armor of the gold sun. The gold sun had employed the translucent, seamless technology of refining. There were not even obvious gaps in the joints that needed to be rotated flexibly. However, the moment the black crystal threads touched its surface, they vanished into thin air like a stream flowing into an ocean. From the depths of the gold sun's spiritual residence, a soft noise echoed. After a chi sound, a black hole appeared around the breastplate, from which a lot of bright gold spiritual flames spurted out. The breastplate slightly collapsed before it was opened up. Liao's heart was beating so fast that it seemed that blood was going to spurt out from his chest to his brain and then his eyeballs. The gold sun's spiritual residence was empty. There were no drivers either. But after scanning carefully, he discovered that a small corpse was sitting cross-legged in the small space. The dead body seemed to have been stored in the spiritual nexus for thousands of years. The dried flesh and blood seemed to be made of metal and were emitting bright gold brilliance. There was no sense of hideousness or horror at all. Instead, it was as magnificent and dominating as a gold statue. Its body size was much smaller than that of an ordinary person when sitting down. There was no telling whether it was born like this, or the water inside its body had completely evaporated after death, causing it to shrink. There were no traces of armor or magical equipment on its body. The only thing that could be found was a cosmos ring on its finger. The red dragon swallowing the sun emblem was carved on the surface of the ring, too. However, 19 iron nails that were thicker than fingers had been nailed into the top of its head. Every iron nail had pierced through the skull and the brain. The tips of the iron nails congregated in the depths of its soul-suppressing nail. Liao was secretly surprised. He could tell from the runes on the hat that it was a piece of magical equipment that was rarely seen even in the era of the ancient cultivators. It was mainly used to seal the soul so that the cultivators with strong mental power would not turn into ghosts after they were killed. Some of them could even seal the soul in the rotten body and endure the excruciating pain that was worse than death. However, there were no traces of fighting inside the golden sun. Liao did not believe that there was anything that could drive the soul stabilizer into the brain of the user of the golden sun. He observed the posture of the body. Although he was in great pain, he was sitting cross-legged with his heart facing the sky, as if he had passed away. Could it be that the 19 soul-suppressing nails were all injected into his brain by himself, in order to seal his own soul and wait for a chance of survival? Liao shuddered and was on full alert. Of course, if the enemy was really trying to find a chance of survival from him, he wouldn't be scared at all. Mental competitions, possession, and anti-possession were exactly what he was best at. Besides, his instincts told him that the golden corpse in front of him had lost all vitality. Not even a cell or a telepathic thought could pose any threat to him. It was quite odd. If the enemy had endured the inhuman pain in order to protect his soul, how could his soul have perished in only several thousand years? It must be noted that Xianxia, a captain of an ordinary starship from the Star Ocean Imperium and the captain of Sparkle, whom Liao had met in the depths of the Sea of Mithril below Boneyard, had been able to strip away his consciousness and memories layer by layer and preserve his remaining soul for almost 10,000 years. The helmsman of Gold Sun, or Armageddon, could not be weaker than the captain of Sparkle, could he? Liao looked at the black ball in confusion. He needed Little Black to tell him the answer. The black crystal threads that extended out of the black ball all swam to the head of the bright gold corpse and tied up the soul-suppressing nail. All the information that Little Black collected from the outside world, including Liao's rise from the magical equipment graveyard and his rise to become the best expert in the Pangu universe, flooded into the brain that had already dried up and evaporated. The golden corpse did not move at all. Liao still could not sense the slightest hint of life inside it. But the brilliance on the surface of the black ball was even more brilliant and intense. Very soon, another black crystal thread extended out toward Liao. It seemed to be a kind invitation. At least the enemy did not invade his brain by force and tried to swallow his spirit and will. Liao pondered for a moment. Of course, he could see the risks, but he didn't want to doubt Little Black's kindness. Besides, the beast tied outside had already turned the world upside down. The mysterious heavenly tower might be hiding a world-destroying crisis, too. Liao was in desperate need of an answer from the Gold Sun, or the Master of the Apocalypse, or at least a solution. Liao made up his mind and ignored Lu Qingxin's shout. He extended the strongest telepathic thought from the center of his eyebrow and connected it with the black crystal threads. Boom! A lightning seemed to have struck deep inside Liao's brain. With the black ball as the medium, the mental bridge between him and the bright gold corpse was completed. In a trance, the world around him blurred and twisted. Countless shadows blinked and formed overlapping trajectories, as if everything that had happened in the Museum of Prehistoric Civilization over the past 10,000 years had happened again within 1 second. Even with Liao's god-level cultivation and the weird soul from Earth, he couldn't help but exclaim because of the huge amount of information. Then he saw that the bright gold corpse in front of him slowly opened its eyes. It was an extremely weird feeling. There was not the slightest hint of life in the bright gold corpse, but the depths of its dry eyes were beaming with what could be called human emotions. Colorful colors were flashing one after another. Liao could clearly sense the boundless dominance, the extremely furious brutality, the wisdom that was as deep as the ocean, the 20 distinct and different human emotions, and even the confusion when faced with the boundless ocean. As streams of information flooded in, Liao vaguely understood what was going on. The owner of the bright gold body was indeed dead. Maybe he had been dead for thousands of years. Before his death, he had refined his body into a warehouse and stored countless mental imprints inside as his legacy database that was equivalent to his flesh and blood. However, his mental imprint was too intense and gave people a realistic feeling, as if the person in the picture would break away from the 3D light beam and turn into a real entity after he took a picture. Even the liquid crystal processor, which had stored a lot of his mental imprints, had been contaminated by his scent over the long years. The fact that he could kill an armored storm dragon with one strike was indicative of his invincibility when he was alive. Looking at his opponent's eyes that were brimming with brilliance, Liao was extremely excited. He threw out the question that everyone would ask in such a situation. "Are you the Supreme Emperor?" The bright gold corpse was silent for a long time. Of course, the dead body could not talk, but the mental imprint stored deep inside the dry cells was quickly analyzing the identity of the questioner, the current situation, and the outside world. After high-speed calculations, it gave the most appropriate response. The erosion of time is enough to destroy everything. The once glorious Imperium has long been reduced to ruins. Even the kingdoms that were rebuilt on the ruins have been burnt to ashes. The so-called Supreme Emperor is nothing but an absurd story. It is just a myth of comfort for the people who are shivering in the darkness and blood in the collapsing universe. The ripples were transmitted to Liao's brain through the black crystal wires, as if the bright gold corpse was talking. Besides, in the mysterious primeval relics, the unparalleled experts who once dominated the Pangu universe and the rulers of the peak civilizations over the past billions of years are everywhere. Thousands of deities in every corner of the universe have turned into dry bones, weeds, bushes, and even fog in this place. Even the emperor of the human civilization is just one of the moths that are rushing to the fire. The bright gold corpse continued. Too much time has passed. Countless pieces of information have been lost. Your supreme emperor has been obliterated just like all the other gods. I am just his shadow, his message, his brand, and the guardian of the primeval relics or the civilization tomb. Gravekeeper, Gravekeeper. Liao had no time to care about the identity of the other party. He clenched his fists and said urgently, "Tell me, what is going on? What is the truth of the primeval relics?" Why did so many elites of the ancient civilization perish in this place one after another? Even countless ancient civilizations were wiped out mercilessly. Also, what's the situation with the ferocious beasts outside? Why are the primeval civilizations attacking each other? Why have they turned into such hideous and terrifying ferocious beasts? What are they fighting for? And you, or rather, your master, the Real Supreme Emperor, where did he come from? Who is he? What is he looking for in the primeval relics? Why is his giant god soldier Gold Sun, and the blood god's giant god soldier Apocalyptic Calamity here? Our civilization, and yours, is in peril. I need answers to everything. There is no answer. The gravekeeper was silent for a long time. Then he replied to Li Yao's brain through the black crystal threads. Or rather, you are the answer. The Supreme Emperor left the laboratory and the legacy of tremendous information before his death, because he hoped that the latecomers could follow his path and find the ultimate answer to the riddle that he failed to solve until his death. Who are we exactly? Am I the answer? Li Yao mumbled to himself. Does the Supreme Emperor not know who he is, where he is from, and where he is born? Yes, the man who was known as the Supreme Emperor in the legends later and left countless bizarre and absurd legends was just a passerby who lost his way in the sea of stars. He was a man who spent his entire life searching for answers. It's a pity that, until the end of his life, he did not know the significance of the creation of his civilization and the entire human civilization, nor did he know the mission that we might have delayed for billions of years. The gravekeeper's voice was filled with desolation, antiquity, and helplessness. As the information streams rippled and surged, the vague illusions nearby became clearer. It was like going back hundreds of thousands of years to when the Pangu civilization had just discovered the primeval relics and established a large, cutting-edge laboratory in this place. Supreme Emperor, my memory begins with a tiny embryo. The gravekeeper's voice turned lower and lower, like the ravings in a dream. He had entered the role of the Supreme Emperor, or rather, he was playing the Supreme Emperor's last words. I was like an ancient fungus floating in the primitive ocean, drifting in the hot and nutritious seawater. In a few days, I experienced the path that would take billions of years from a bacteria to a carbon-based intelligent life. It was not until then that I realized that I was not floating in the ocean but living in an artificial nutrient solution. It was indeed a weird feeling. If I were really a bacterium or just a cell or even an embryo of a carbon-based intelligent life, I should not have developed self-awareness and precise thinking ability. I should not have been able to awareness my own living environment, and I should not have been able to release things like telepathic thoughts to perceive and explore the world around me. But as it happened, I had the ability to clearly perceive the entire process of me evolving from a small bacterium waving flagella and tentacles into a multicellular organism or even an intelligent life embryo. I could even scan the strengthened glass wall outside the nutrition liquids and the vast and complicated laboratory outside the culture chamber. It was a laboratory that was hundreds of times larger and more advanced than the one in front of your eyes. Thousands of similar culture chambers seemed to be breeding batches of fetuses or similar things at the same time. Many fetuses that had grown mature but were not very successful were exploited by the waste, too. They were dissected and studied in the operating tables and crystal processors of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan for virtual experiments. Weird, whimsical experiments were conducted day and night. As the gravekeeper played the last words of the Supreme Emperor, the environment around them changed, too. Countless Pangu clan and Nuwa clan members in sealed, sterile clothes were indeed engaged in experiments. On the operating table and on the light beam of the crystal processor, there were all kinds of bizarre-shaped animals, but most of them were still recognizable as human beings. At that time, I didn't understand what the primeval species were doing at all. I only knew that they raised thousands of embryos that were similar to me and stimulated the embryos in various ways, hoping to activate the mysterious power buried deep inside the embryos. But most of the experiments failed. The Supreme Emperor continued speaking in a low and sad voice. Some of the fetuses were unable to activate any strength and came to an abrupt end in the middle of their evolution, turning into all kinds of carbon-based creatures without the slightest bit of intelligence. Animals that feast on raw meat and blood. Some of the fetuses could not withstand the intense stimulation and exploded and were destroyed, melting into the nutrition liquids. Most of the fetuses, although successfully growing into fetuses and turning from fetuses into babies, did not show any extraordinary abilities after they fell to the ground. Except for their reproductive ability and adaptive ability, they were far weaker than the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Gonggong clan, the Zhurong clan, and the other advanced and powerful prehistoric species. The researchers of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan seemed to be very dissatisfied with the experiment results. I can sense their anxiety, anger, and even desperation. At that time, I was just a tiny embryo that was no more complicated than a bacterium. To my knowledge, the primeval species were more than gods and devils. They were creatures of a higher dimension. There was something that could make them feel anxious and desperate. I could not imagine what it was exactly. All in all, the researchers of the primeval civilization conducted experiments on countless fetuses and inputted the data of the failed experiments into the next batch of fetuses. The parameters of the experiment environment and the stimulation were changed, and the next batch of fetuses suffered another failure. However, in every batch of fetuses that failed, 1% of the fetuses were lucky enough to survive. They were not destroyed by the intense stimulation, nor did they embark on the wrong path of evolution. They grew and matured in a relatively weak way. They merely maintained the form of fetuses, absorbed the fetuses quietly, and continued hibernating. I was one of the luckiest embryos. It took me 3 years to go from cells to fetuses. A culture chamber that looked like a crystal tower appeared in front of Liao's eyes. At first, the chamber seemed to be empty except for the bright green nutrition liquids. Only by releasing his telepathic thoughts to the maximum could Liao detect a cell-like object in the nutrition liquids. The reason why it was called a similar cell was because the structure of an ordinary cell should be very simple, but the inside of the cell was extremely complicated, as if it contained the entire universe. As time went by, the researchers around the crystal tower changed one batch after another. From the Pangu clan, which was tall and had a deformed brain in the beginning, to the Nuwa clan, which had a human head and a snake body and a tail that boasted gene capsules that could disassemble and combine genes at will, to the Kwafu clan of plants and the Hui clan of insects, as well as the Zhurong clan and the Gonggong clan, and so on. Every prehistoric, carbon-based intelligent life had been refining the embryo with their unique secret arts and injecting tremendous nutrition, gene segments, spiritual waves, and information into the embryo. Under the stimulation and feeding, the embryo slowly expanded. From the bacteria in the beginning, it grew into a bright gold meatball more than 20 centimeters in diameter, like a crystal that had shrunk the star billions of times. It revolved slowly and breathed in and out, emitting mysterious, glamorous brilliance. As the Supreme Emperor had said, it had been hibernating and absorbing for 3 years and was unwilling to break out of the shell 1 second earlier. I seemed to be the experiment subject who lasted the longest in the embryo state in the entire laboratory. The Supreme Emperor said, "After I distinguished myself among the countless embryos, naturally, I attracted the attention of most of the researchers in the primeval era. All the resources of the laboratory were focused on me, and I was stimulated more and more. Under such stimulation, I saw a lot of pictures and awakened a lot of knowledge, wisdom that did not belong to this era or the universe. It was as if this was not my first life but my reincarnation. Before I was trained in the laboratory, I had lived once, or even countless times, in the boundless sea of stars beyond the Pangu universe. I struggled, resisted, collapsed, despaired, and fled. Countless pictures were flashing inside my brain. Even the simplest picture was beyond description. I saw myself in the past, or human beings similar to us, with bright gold stripes all over our bodies. We were born with the ability to summon the wind and summon the rain, and we were born with the ability to steer all creatures. We stepped on unbelievably enormous warships, waved lightning and thunder, and roamed the sea of stars and even the multiverse. We conquered the intelligent creatures in different forms from us, deprived them of their wisdom, devoured their civilization, and melted the essence of their civilization into ours. We even transformed everything about their civilization into information streams and carved them into our gene pool. Whether it is the giants that are as tall as mountains on the super-low-density planets in the center of the glorious sea of stars, the crystal-clear, weak, boneless oceanic people on the oceanic planets, or the solar-powered insects that are born on the planets that are too close to the stars and barely have an atmosphere, or the extremely hot planets, all kinds of intelligent creatures that look hideous and won't even appear in our nightmares have been conquered by us. They have become tiny and clear marks in the gene bank of mankind. Every one of us, every cell in the body of every human being, is a museum of cosmic civilization. Everything that contains hundreds of carbon-based intelligent creatures is stored on every gene strand. They are our trophies. With dragons as symbols, we can even unlock our abilities and turn ourselves into real dragons. The so-called dragons are super creatures that swallow billions of creatures and build themselves up with the genetic essence of billions of creatures. However, even the super creatures as strong as dragons or gods and devils will reach their limits when they are faced with the mysterious, boundless universe. After our civilization climbed to the peak, it hit rock bottom almost instantly. The golden years of invincibility were shattered into pieces. We turned from the dominators of the multiverse into stray dogs. The glory of victory turned into endless humiliation and fear. Who are our enemies exactly? How did we end up like this? If this is everything I experienced in my previous life, then how did I come from my previous life to the present world? I would very much like to know the answers to these questions. I would very much like to continue exploring the bizarre scenes and the endless past. But the primeval researchers in the laboratory were not willing to let me continue the intense stimulation. I could vaguely sense that they were scared of the awakening of human beings. The Supreme Emperor's last words employed a very advanced method of information transmission and interaction, allowing Liao to experience everything he felt in the past, even everything he felt when he was in the embryo state. It was a natural-born picture that had been embedded in the segments of the Supreme Emperor gene billions of years ago. Liao seemed to have seen everything, too. Or rather, the Emperor's last words had triggered the mysteries buried deep inside his gene pool. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably dazzling sea of stars appeared in front of Liao's eyes. Each and every one of them was resplendent and magnificent. They were incomparably large. Whether it was the stable state of the three-dimensional space or the superstorm of the four-dimensional space, it was as if they were walking on flat ground. On these giant tungsten warships stood countless humans, not the ordinary humans of today, but rather the true human beings whose bodies were surrounded by electric arcs and energy networks. Their skin flickered with golden streaks and specks of silver brilliance. Liao saw the human beings billions of years ago passing through the multiverse and studying the mysteries of the white dwarf and the neutron star, the black holes and the wormholes, and even the four-dimensional space. He saw them conquering bizarre civilizations one after another. Countless civilizations that looked like gods and devils were shivering in fear under the sabers of human beings and offering everything they had: technology, wisdom, the form of social tissues, and even the gene map, all of which turned into complicated information streams that were then compressed and encrypted into the gene strands of human beings. It meant that the civilization of mankind had turned into a dragon and swallowed the carbon-based civilizations one after another, becoming the king of kings of the multiverse. As the gene strands grew longer and longer, the glory of mankind finally spread to almost every corner of the multiverse. However, the decline of prosperity was inevitable in history. However brilliant a civilization was created by mankind, it was inevitable that it would decline one day. Presumably, the civilization of mankind billions of years ago encountered a flood when it was at the peak of its power. It was utterly defeated by the flood and became a stray dog. The history was unclear in the Supreme Emperor's gene strands and had not been analyzed yet. Therefore, Liao could only see the broken, rusted fleets fleeing in panic in the sea of stars, only to be destroyed one by one. Even so, the picture in front of Liao's eyes alone was enough to set off 10,000 thunderclaps in the depths of Liao's brain cells. Every gene strand was ready to burst out. Such a splendid, marvelous, and unbelievable civilization of the primeval human beings. What is going on exactly? Liao shouted crazily in his heart. As it turns out, The Supreme Emperor was not the hope to find the depths of the ancient relics when he was dying. He was born in this place in the first place. Maybe one of the laboratories inside the tower was his home. However, why is it like this? Even if the Pangu civilization wanted to produce human beings, it would have taken at most 10 months for human beings to grow from life seeds to fetuses to croaks. Why did the Supreme Emperor give birth to them for 3 years and grow them into such weird golden meatballs? Besides, he is still in the embryo state, yet he has awakened so many ancient memories and even grasped self-awareness and clear thinking that are comparable to that of an adult. That's too unbelievable. Liao thought quickly and thought of a possibility. Right? Just like Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun was a human warrior from the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago. But her genes and life seeds were extracted and condensed into an embryo. After hibernating in an unbelievable way for hundreds of thousands of years, she was born again. It must be noted that, when Long Yangjun was born more than 100 years ago, the Nuwa warship was already empty. It was all thanks to the automated magical equipment that she was able to complete her modification. It is evident that the technology of gene reproduction and automation was very mature at that time, and it was very likely that it was passed on from the primeval relics. Therefore, is it possible that the Supreme Emperor's genes originated from the maker of the Black Wall billions of years ago? Yes, that must be it. Is there any better way to unveil the mysteries of the primeval era and break the black wall that sealed the Pangu universe than to clone a real maker of the Black Wall? The experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization must have collected the genes of the makers of the Black Wall from the depths of the primeval relics. Maybe it was their dead bodies, maybe it was the blood that was sealed in certain magical equipment, or maybe it was the legacy left by the makers of the Black Wall. The technology of the modern human civilization is so advanced that 2 life seeds are enough to breed the next generation automatically. Since the Nuwa clan in the primeval civilization was a natural-born expert in gene modification, a drop of the blood of the Black Wall maker is enough to replicate a brand new one, which is not beyond the limits of technology. According to the description of the Supreme Emperor, the maker of the Black Wall seems to boast the ability to compress and embed the genes of countless carbon-based intelligent creatures in the universe into his own gene strands. Therefore, the Supreme Emperor's embryo contains the information of countless super-civilizations in the primeval era, including the creator of the Black Wall. It is not surprising that he has such sharp thinking and perception before he is fully born. As for the Pangu civilization being scared of his awakening, it was perfectly normal. Assuming that the civilization of mankind today wants to replicate a living member of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, they must be very cautious and full of expectation, too. Liao calmed himself down and continued reading the Supreme Emperor's last words. They, the ancient, carbon-based intelligent creatures, were scared of my awakening, looked forward to my awakening, desired to make use of my abilities, and feared my abilities. The Gravekeeper continued. They tried everything they could to stimulate me to unlock the unknown gene strands, hoping to fully analyze the secrets hidden in my gene strands. But they also refined all kinds of things that could be called marks. They tried to seal and control me from both the genetic and the mental levels. They even tried to implant bombs into my gene strands so that they could destroy me with the genetic bombs when necessary. Of course, that was all in the future. I didn't realize it until a long, long time later when I returned to this place and observed everything. At that time, I was just an ignorant embryo after all. I was not even an intelligent life in the truest sense of the word. I treated everything they imposed on me as an interesting game and had a great time playing it. Just like that, I grew up slowly. I grew bigger and bigger, and I had stronger and stronger abilities. When I was still sealed in the crystal tower, I could manipulate everything around me, including everything and everyone. An unbelievable picture appeared in front of Liao's eyes again. In the spacious laboratory, with the crystal tower where the embryo of the Supreme Emperor was stored as the center, all the experimental magical equipment and equipment nearby flew into the air unsteadily, as if they were dancing and colliding with invisible hands. In the second picture, as the bright golden ball of meat bobbed up and down in the nutrition liquids, all the primeval crystal processors nearby were turned on and running at a high speed automatically. 3-dimensional light beams were projected, which were full of glamorous patterns that looked like the traces of the fleet of the ancient human beings when they passed through the four-dimensional space unstoppably. In the third picture, the experiment equipment and the crystal processor were both safe and sound, but the dozens of researchers who were doing the research seemed to have been hypnotized. They stared at the Supreme Emperor's embryo and mumbled to themselves. Their legs were shivering, as if they had lost their soul because of the suppression of the baby. My ability is getting stronger, and my consciousness and thinking are getting clearer. I can even communicate with the researchers who have the keenest senses. The gravekeeper continued telling the story of the Supreme Emperor. I even have a friend who is the daughter of the supervisor of the laboratory. She is a minor member of the Nuwa clan, and she is also a talented and excellent expert in genetic research. A new picture appeared in front of Liao's eyes. In the messy laboratory, a young-looking Nuwa, who was only 3 to 4 meters tall, was crouching in front of the crystal tower where the embryo of the Supreme Emperor was sealed. She looked at the golden ball inside the crystal tower silently. There was not the slightest hint of the dignity or sacredness on her face. Instead, she looked like a human girl who was sometimes happy, sometimes innocent, sometimes sad, sometimes smiling, and sometimes excited. I learned a lot of things from my friend and have a preliminary understanding about the universe we are in right now. The gravekeeper's tone suddenly turned gentler. But after the gentleness, it was even more frustrated. At the very least, I know that I am not the only one who has been sealed. My friend and her compatriots have been sealed in the tiny ancient relics far away from their real hometown, too. They've been fighting for their sacred mission for countless years, but the hope of them finding the place is still slim. There is no telling how long they will stay in this place. My friend grew up in this place and the city of Silver. She never left the ancient relics and returned to her real hometown. I asked her why, but she only told me 3 words: isolation zone. I also want to exchange more information with her. What is the isolation zone? What is their mission? What are the pictures that keep flashing in the depths of my sea of consciousness? Can I be born with real hands, feet, and mobility like her? Why are the adults other than her so scared of me? If they are scared of me, why did they create me and stimulate me? I had a lot of questions that I wanted to ask her, but her father, as well as the supervisor of the laboratory and the manufacturing project, did not like it when his daughter was alone with the weird meatball that was me. She was forced to leave the project when her father found out that she snuck into the laboratory during her non-research time. The sealing and punishment against me intensified, too. In the picture that constituted the last words of the Supreme Emperor, the innocent girl of the Nuwa clan had been replaced by the indifferent, hostile adult researchers. There was a thick ice shell on the faces of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and other intelligent species, as if all their feelings were hidden behind the thick ice. Liao finally realized something very strange. As far as he could see, more than 70% of the feelings of the prehistoric species who established laboratories in the primeval relics had been sealed. Maybe only such people could withstand the endless, bizarre, unbelievable mysteries and fears in the middle level of the primeval relics. If they had normal emotions and realized that hundreds of species that were as strong as the Pangu civilization over billions of years had perished, they would have gone mad and failed to make any progress in their research. Only the girl, perhaps because of her young age, was able to show some normal emotions. It was probably because she was particularly close to the Supreme Emperor. Then the picture blinked. The researchers were performing all kinds of intense and destructive experiments on the golden meatball. The researchers stimulated the defensibility of the golden ball with intense electric arcs, tested the self-recovery ability of the golden ball with highly toxic and corrosive liquids, and even intentionally denied the golden ball any nutrition for a long time to test its limits. It was as if they did not want the Supreme Emperor in the golden meatball to be born at all. Such vigilant, hostile, and even malicious treatment naturally aroused the Supreme Emperor's resistance. In the next picture, a tall member of the Pangu clan was lying on the ground outside the crystal tower. His head had exploded, and blood and cooling liquids were spluttering everywhere. Shocked researchers were all around him. Even though they had sealed most of their emotions, they could not stop the uncontrollable fear they had for the golden ball. I killed a researcher. The Tomb Watcher's voice was both dull and cold. He said one word after another. The guy was a geneticist and a pharmacologist. He was best at cracking the fragments deep inside the gene strands with various naturally extracted and synthesized poisons. He injected almost 100 kinds of venom into my embryo to test my self-recovery and immunity. He even tried to implant a seal into my gene strand, which was a gene fragment that was full of his commands. When I was really born, if necessary, my body would automatically secrete all kinds of hormones with a telepathic thought, which would be synthesized into a deadly poison and poison myself. This is one of the seals that the primeval civilization came up with to contain me and all mankind. It was not the most effective seal, but it was indeed the most painful one. I was almost poisoned to death by his drugs many times, only to be saved by his antidotes. In a sense, my brain was indeed full of bizarre illusions, as if the past billions of years ago were flashing and being stolen by him one by one. In most cases, I don't hate what the researchers did. After all, most of the experiments caused me little pain. Besides, I could read the secrets deep inside the genes through the experiments and get to know myself better. But the methods of the researcher were too painful. I didn't hate him. I just wanted to get rid of the miserable state. Also, now that I was separated from my only friend, I was filled with frustration for the first time and simply wanted to vent it out. Therefore, when he walked toward me with a syringe filled with venom again, I concentrated all my strength and performed a small push in his brain. It's very difficult to explain what the so-called push is. It's like an upgraded version of hypnosis. With a sweep of my telepathic thoughts, I will be able to clearly scan the way his brain functions. I will even be able to determine the specific part of his brain that can influence his decisions. Then, as long as I slightly compress his mind, I will be able to influence his decisions. I commanded him to inject the venom into his body. To be fair, I did not intend to kill him, because I knew that he would prepare antidotes at the same time when he was preparing a venom. After all, they only wanted to stimulate my genetic memory with the venom and test my self-recovery and immunity at the same time. They did not mean to kill me. Although the antidotes in the past had all kinds of side effects and the process was quite painful, they all worked wonders when it came to reviving the dead. Therefore, I believe that, even if he injects venom into himself, he can save himself with the antidote immediately. At most, he will suffer a little bit. However, my push shocked the researcher of the Pangu clan. He summoned all his brainwaves and mental power to resist me subconsciously. For me, this level of mental confrontation is just a game in the wind and rain. I didn't care and increased the push force, but the guy's eyes were wide open. Every inch of his skin was red, and his face was like a cracked ice shell. He couldn't have been more terrified. The wrinkles on the back of his head were spurting hot streams. In the end, his head exploded before the other researchers realized what was going on. I made a big mistake. Or rather, I have shown too much capability and terrifying potential. It is no longer something that the Pangu civilization can suppress with regular methods. They have decided to suspend the research project and put me in a super long hibernation state for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or forever, until they make progress in other fields and are confident that they can control me and unfreeze me for new studies. I didn't have the slightest chance to resist. At that time, I was just a small embryo after all. No matter how many mysteries were buried in the depths of my genes, I was still unable to do anything due to the lack of nutrition, energy, and a body of flesh and blood. It was one thing to hypnotize an unsuspecting researcher, but it was a whole different thing to hypnotize over 100 mental combat experts who were on high alert and had all kinds of brainwave amplifiers. The latter was 100 times more difficult. I knew that they had injected the hibernation drugs and all kinds of weird nutrition drugs into my body and turned the crystal tower that carried me into a giant, transparent amber, but there was nothing I could do. The vigorous and turbulent sea of consciousness gradually calmed down and solidified. I can sense the range and routes around me. They are shrinking and dispersing, too. Before, I could sense dozens of kinds of visible lights, invisible lights, and high-frequency electromagnetic waves in the hundreds of square meters nearby. I could hear the heartbeats of countless researchers, the flow of their blood, and the sizzling sound of their brainwaves. But the glamorous brilliance and noises were all taken away. Sleepiness surged up uncontrollably like a thick black tide and covered the golden meatball in a black membrane. I should have fallen asleep like this. Maybe I will never wake up again. But right then, deafening noises and earth-shaking explosions echoed outside the laboratory. Even I, who was about to hibernate, could feel the intense scent of killing. Now that I've been injected with a lot of hibernation drugs and completed 95% of the hibernation procedure, I don't think there will be any more trouble. All the researchers left me alone and ran out. I don't know how long it took, but my friend rushed in and rushed to the crystal tower that sealed me. Her body was smeared with blood and smoke. She seemed to be in a panic. She told me that all the researchers of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and the other species living in the primeval relics were betrayed by the outsiders. Just as they feared the true human beings of the primeval era, the Pangu clan outside feared them too. They feared the ancient mysteries that they studied day and night. Therefore, they grasped extraordinary technology and ancient magical equipment. The clansmen outside demanded that they hand over all the research files and the war machines that they excavated. They even asked the clansmen outside to teach them how to use war machines such as the Space Knights. However, those are just excuses. My friend told me that, outside the primeval relics, her compatriots had been engaged in a protracted civil war that almost destroyed the entire Panga civilization. It also destroyed the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Zhurong clan, the Gongong clan, the Kwafu clan, the Hui clan, all the beautiful feelings and moral principles deep inside the hearts of the ancient carbon-based intelligent species. Even though both sides were at the end of their rope in the civil war, like two vipers that were biting each other's ankles, they would rather perish together than to let go of each other. The desperate and desperate parties both focused their attention on the ancient relics, hoping to recruit the experts and researchers there as their secret weapons. At the same time, they were scared that the innocent and gullible non-combatants would be lured to the enemy's side. If so, they would rather make the first move and destroy all the experts and researchers together with their research results. It sounds unbelievable, but a war is the most unreasonable thing in the world. The two parties who are on a killing spree have no scruples at all. They call themselves the real dominators and the rightful successors of the Panga civilization, which means that they have the right to command their compatriots in the primeval relics. If the experts, scholars, and researchers in the primeval relics do not listen to their commands, they will be traitors of the entire civilization. Naturally, they will be punished without mercy. For a brother's book, Wang Jin's Idle Daily Life, author Wang Daoyi. If you are interested, you can go and support him. Thank you. There was infinite sorrow in the Supreme Emperor's voice. Liao sighed too. The stronger a civilization was, the more arrogant it would be, and the more likely it would destroy itself. Maybe the hundreds of ancient civilizations before the Panga civilization were not destroyed by the primeval relics but by their own ambitions that were triggered by the primeval relics. Liao sighed and listened attentively. My only friend told me that it was the best warriors and the cruelest killing machines of the Panga civilization who attacked the primeval relics. Also, they were controlled by a mysterious force and could turn into primitive, wild animals. The compatriots in the primeval relics were mostly non-combatants, experts, scholars, and researchers. Although they cracked a lot of combat techniques of the ancient civilization and repaired some war machines, they never thought that they could deal with their compatriots. The Tomb Watcher said, therefore, the attackers were unstoppable, while the defenders were on the verge of destruction. If the space gaps leading to the City of Silver were not so narrow that the troops of the attackers could not be deployed, I'm afraid that the City of Silver would have fallen a long time ago. Even with the hindrance of the space gaps, the City of Silver wouldn't have lasted more than half a month. In order to unlock the mysteries of the primeval relics, the researchers had sealed 90% of their emotions. They were not scared of death at all, but they hadn't found the answer yet, and they vaguely sensed the dangers buried in the primeval relics. If their compatriots outside acted recklessly and infuriated a certain force in the primeval relics, it was very likely that the Panga civilization would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and vanish into nothingness. Therefore, the leader of the researchers decided to activate the ultimate weapon. It was a piece of magical equipment that had been excavated from the primeval relics and dated back to at least billions of years ago. It was connected to the core of the primeval relics. The experts of the Pangu civilization studied it for 100 years and finally figured out its usage. It seemed to be able to alter the curvature of time in a small area. I don't know what the curvature of time is either, but according to my friend, time in the primeval relics will be frozen temporarily. Like an invisible amber, time will seal everybody, the ruthless researchers, the crazy attackers, the relics and corpses of hundreds of ancient civilizations, the captives of the flood-tide legion, and the brand new creatures that are duplicated from the genes of the captives, in a way that is more advanced, safe, and prolonged than common hibernation. Although that was the theory, it was still a piece of magical equipment created by the Black Wall after all. The leader of the researchers was not confident that it would still be as effective when it fell into the hands of the Pangu civilization, instead of turning everyone into ashes instantly or sealing them in the river of time forever. They would not turn into amber but into an impenetrable pebble that would sink into the mud at the bottom of the river. Therefore, it is very likely that this is our farewell. According to my friend, she once heard her father and colleagues talking about the problem of time curvature. According to her speculation, I was inextricably linked to the maker of the Black Wall in the first place, and I had a natural tolerance for time freeze. Besides, I was about to enter hibernation, and my physiological functions were gradually declining and converging. Therefore, I was less affected by the time freeze. If the time curvature radius gradually returned to normal one day and the frozen river of time started flowing again, I would very likely be the first to wake up. She injected some special nutrition into my hibernation drug to make sure that I could continue to absorb the nutrition and grow and blossom during my hibernation. Then, she tapped my crystal tower with her tail, hoping that I would go to the outside world and see her real hometown, the civilization that she and her father and all the researchers tried to save even at the cost of their own lives. This was her only wish and also the last time I saw my friend. She retracted her tail and left without looking back. Not long after, I sensed that invisible ripples were spreading out in the space. No time. The ripples turned into waves, and the waves turned into swirls. At first, the swirls were spinning at a high speed, so fast that it was dazzling and dazzling. But as the countless swirls collided and melted, they gradually slowed down from 100 small swirls to a giant one, until they came to a halt in the end. Time froze in the primeval relics, and I fell into a long hibernation. The muddle-headed, unpredictable darkness. In front of Liao's eyes, the time in the picture gradually blurred, as if the entire primordial relic had been injected with a layer of thick and soft transparent jelly. The golden meatball stopped fluctuating and even shrank slightly, like a bright golden cell embedded in amber. I don't know how long I slept in the endless darkness. The gravekeeper continued, I only know that I'm not really dead. Occasionally, there will be waves in my almost frozen brain, in which broken, colorful pieces are blinking. There are pictures of the human civilization billions of years ago stomping on the stars and shaking the universe. There are also the times when I exchanged information streams with my friends when we were alone. I tried my best to remember all of them, as if they constituted the real me. However, the erosion of time is something that no force can resist after all. After being frozen and solidified for hundreds of thousands of years, my embryo didn't receive enough nutrition and gradually withered. The techniques that were once easy for me disappeared one by one. My sharp senses and thinking became sluggish and wrong. I even lost my clear memories and forgot who I was. I forgot the origins of the primeval laboratories and the primordial relics. I even forgot the name, Black Wall Maker. If I had to use a word to describe it precisely, it would be like, the original me was in the state of 50% awakening, and after hundreds of thousands of years of consumption and erosion, only 10% awakening was left. I became a baby again, a real baby. If this state continues for another hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps I will really forget everything. Even the flashback of the last scene will be obliterated. Thankfully, at this moment, the frozen time inside the primeval relics was gradually thawed. The so-called time is something that is hundreds of times more complicated than space. The deities and devils of the multiverse who boast unparalleled techniques might be able to stop a ripple in the river of time temporarily and reduce the speed of the ripple. However, such an approach will inevitably consume a lot of energy and destroy the fundamental law of stability of time and space. Besides, it will not last long. Besides, the researchers of the Pangu civilization have only scratched the surface of how to change the curvature of time. They have tried their best to stall the war that is destined to destroy Silver City for hundreds of thousands of years. Just like that, in some places, the curvature of time gradually returned to normal, as if countless bubbles of time were popping up. Finally, I broke out of the cocoon and fell to the ground. In the space full of transparent jelly, in front of Liao's eyes, countless transparent bubbles suddenly popped up out of thin air. The bubbles exploded and turned into tiny swirls, like gears that had been sealed for a long time. They shrieked and revolved slowly again. In such a weird picture, the golden ball of meat split in the middle, and a baby with bright golden skin appeared out of nowhere. There was innocence on the baby's face, but there was also confusion that belonged to an adult intelligent life. There was even melancholy that he did not realize. He did not cry or laugh. He simply stretched his arms and yawned. Bright gold ripples were flashing and flowing around him. Maybe it was because the time displayed on the picture had been accelerated by 100 times, or maybe it was because he had awakened 10% of the ancient techniques, but he was born to grow faster than ordinary babies. Before long, the baby had grown into a child of 5 or 6 years old. He broke the crystal tower and crawled out. He explored the world around him curiously. Every piece of equipment and magical equipment in the laboratory became his toys. He was enjoying himself so much that he forgot that he had scanned the world around him carefully when he was still an embryo hundreds of thousands of years ago. He strode forward with difficulty with his short, fat legs, as if he were moving forward under the weight of billions of tons of seawater. It seemed that time had not been fully unfrozen yet. Even though he had the blood of the Black Wall Maker, he was not strong enough to resist the power of time. Following the Supreme Emperor's perspective, Liao left the laboratory for the first time and saw the entire Silver City. As it turned out, they were standing on a ball-shaped fortress around the Heaven's Path, overlooking the entire battlefield. The entire Silver City was silent. It was like a chessboard that had been sealed in an ice block. Countless ferocious beasts such as rampaging armored dragons and war machines that were even larger than the Iron Knights of Starry Skies were frozen quietly, as if they were chess pieces that had been sealed for a long time. Even their broken limbs and blood were frozen in midair, wreathed in a layer of vague gray mist, making them look dark and unreal. The bright golden child was the only bright color in this gray world. He walked alone among the giant statues of ferocious beasts and war machines, as if he were the only living creature in the world. The scene was both weird and terrifying. In the beginning, he had wanted to shake the frozen giants hard and wake them up so that he could ask more questions. But every time his hand touched the gray mist that wreathed the giants, it seemed to be blocked by a barrier of time and could not reach inside. He was in a different time curve from the sleepers. Before the radius of their curvature was synchronized, he was destined to be unreachable. At that time, I had already forgotten everything. Everything I'm telling you right now was only gradually recalled when I was old and dying and returned to the primeval relics. But at that time I was just an ignorant child. The gravekeeper's voice came over. A child is born to be fearless. Without guidance and lessons, no weirdness or fear can stop him from taking risks. I don't realize how bloody and terrifying this frozen battlefield is at all. I only feel that the ferocious beasts, giants, and war machines are all very interesting toys. I traveled in the quiet city of Silver and played in the frozen, bloody battlegrounds. I pursued the time bubbles that were popping up out of nowhere and captured the gaps in time that were gradually cracking. Finally, I found some items that were in line with my time curvature. Food, nutrition drugs, magical equipment that were small shuttles, and so on. As long as I gritted my teeth and burnt my soul, I would be able to drag them out of the twisted gray mist and into my time curvature. Pictures were flashing in front of Liao's eyes again. The bright gold child was like him in the old days. the little scavenger born in the magical equipment graveyard who was constantly collecting the resources needed for survival between the bloody battlefield and the time gap. The bright gold child was absorbing the nutrition drugs and strengthening drugs that were pulled out of the gray mist. He was refining the precious energy while he was dancing and waving his hands. Occasionally, he took super-compressed nutrition drugs that were not suitable for him and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were hard to digest. He would also roll among mountains of corpses and seas of blood while holding his stomach. However, his natural immunity and endurance allowed him to persist time and time again, turning him into a wild child who was born and raised by nature. When he retrieved a lot of magical equipment from the gray mist chainswords, vibration sabers, crystal processors, crystal suits, and even the debris of starships, they became his best toys again. The bright gold young man often dismantled all the magical equipment into broken components with his telepathic thoughts and studied their structure carefully. Then he put them together smoothly. He was already an expert in magical equipment refining at such a young age. After he discovered the navigation system of a starship, he was even more fascinated by the splendid map of the Sea of Stars. He often sat in the middle of the gray battlefield, triggering the splendid sea of stars from the navigation system, staring at the glittering sailing routes and the denseness of the colorful wormholes in silence, deep in thought. I almost forgot everything, my memories when I was still in the embryo state, the strength of the human civilization billions of years ago, the destruction of almost 100 civilizations, and the civil war of the Panga civilization. I forgot everything, the gravekeeper said casually. But I vaguely remember that I promised someone that I would go to the outside world in her place and see if there was a more brilliant civilization in the depths of the brilliant stars, and what she was trying her best to protect. The promise was like a sharp lightning that triggered certain pieces of memory buried deep inside my gene strands. In the blink of an eye, endless information flooded into my brain, allowing me to master part of the skills of starship maintenance and piloting without a teacher. I repaired a small shuttle and modified it into a mode that only one person could steer. Then, guided by some unknown force, I left the primeval relics and rode in the vast sea of stars of the Pangu universe. In front of Liao's eyes, the city of silver was collapsing and dispersing like dancing butterflies, only to be replaced by the boundless sea of stars, the brilliant stars, and the unpredictable, deadly wormholes. But a streak of vague goldness passed through everything and brought the boy who had awakened 10% of the ancient bloodline to the center of the sea of stars. I overestimated my own ability. Or rather, I am not a natural product but a weirdo born in a laboratory. My body is quite deformed in every regard. The gravekeeper spoke calmly, but Liao could hear a faint sorrow in his calmness. I was stimulated by all kinds of messy experiments and awakened too much wisdom in advance that I shouldn't have. But my body is far from being able to keep up with the intensity of the wisdom. For example, it is true that I repaired and modified a single-person shuttle with my natural talent, but I forgot to improve the hardness of the protective devices when I was modifying the shuttle subconsciously. The single-person shuttle was prepared for the real Blackwall makers who had awakened 100% of their ancient bloodlines. The people who were as strong as gods and devils were even able to shuttle among the raging tides of the four-dimensional space freely without any protection. They controlled their every cell and every telepathic thought precisely, chasing after the clouds and striking the lightning. It was not hard to imagine that such people did not care about the protection devices at all and could pass through the wormholes easily. But I can't. I've only awakened 10% of the primeval bloodline. My body and soul are too young, and I haven't fully recovered from the damage caused by the prolonged hibernation and the freezing of time. I can't bear the pressure of the wormholes and the tearing of the four-dimensional storm at all. When I realized that I had made a terrible mistake, it was already too late. I was sucked into the turbulence of the four-dimensional space and lost my direction. After a series of soul-stirring, life-threatening compressions, tearing, spinning, crushing, and consolidation, I was tossed out of another unknown wormhole and ended up at the edge of the Sea of Stars. This is my greatest misfortune, but it is also my greatest luck. Unfortunately, due to the continuous heavy wounds, my abilities have been further suppressed. The golden aura around me has vanished without a trace. Most of the time, I am no different than the most ordinary human child. Fortunately, when the Starship debris and I drifted to a chaotic asteroid mine, I met my foster parents, two very kind human beings. That was the end of the great dark age of 30,000 years, 10,000 years ago. Ah! Liao exclaimed. He knew that, from this moment on, the legend of the Supreme Emperor would truly blossom into the first dazzling ray of light on a pitch-black stage. It was a slave mine under the control of the demon race. At the end of the Demon Beast dynasty, the deprivation and racial oppression were even more severe. The working conditions and living environments of the slave mines were extremely harsh. Human beings were like dry leaves that could be blown away easily. The gravekeeper continued, "My foster parents were ordinary miners in the slave mines. However, my foster father was particularly good at steering the outdated mining ships and chasing after the rare minerals that were the most radioactive in the meteoroid storms. Therefore, he was granted special permission by the mine owner to go to places far away from the main mining area to pick up the scraps. That was where he found me. At that time, he and my foster mother's only child had just died due to malnutrition. My foster mother was heartbroken, and my foster father was sighing in sorrow. When he discovered that I was still breathing and my heart was beating in the debris, he was overjoyed and considered me to be a child bestowed upon him by the heavens. He made up his mind without any hesitation. He hid me among the humming components of the mining ship and brought me back to live as my brother who died too young. Although the environment in the slave mines is harsh, as long as the fixed amount of mining is completed, the owners and supervisors will not care about the life and death of a small child. Everyone will live and die on their own. Occasionally, a few miners will know my true identity, but they are all very kind-hearted people. They regard my arrival as a gift from the heavens to all the miners. They also help my foster parents and raise me together. Just like that, I grew up among the dirty, rude, passionate, and kind miners and became one of them. Although I gradually awakened all kinds of unbelievable abilities while I was growing up, and I vaguely sensed the difference between me and the people around me, I still failed to recall who I was because of the time freeze and the wormhole storm. Or rather, I was defining myself with new experiences, family, and companions. One thing that you may find hard to understand 10,000 years later is that the so-called slave miners are not just human beings but also many demons. In the depths of the dark and cruel asteroid belt, race is simply meaningless. They are even weapons that the rulers use to drive a wedge between them and the rulers. It's perfectly normal. The slave owners and rulers are so cruel to human beings that they regard the intelligent creatures as dust and ants. Do you think that they will treat demons of a lower level kindly and humanely? No. At the end of the Demon Beast dynasty, the so-called Demon Empire fell apart a long time ago. All the governors and generals of the demon race declared themselves to be kings and killed each other. The losers in such a civil war are even more miserable than the slaves of human beings. After all, in the eyes of the leadership of the demon race, human beings are the most obedient creatures. They will never resist and they pose no threat. The demon captives who were defeated were often deprived of all their abilities. Some of their organs were even removed and shackled before they were sent to slave mines to be tortured together with the human miners. There is no reproductive isolation between most human beings and demons. In such a situation where we are in the same boat, even though we hated each other's guts in the past, it did not take long before the hatred was gone. The children of human beings and demons were born, too, who boasted even weirder and more unbelievable techniques than me. Therefore, I was less eye-catching when I mingled with the half-demons. In front of Liao's eyes, although it was bizarre, it was a harmonious picture. Deep inside the dark and cold tunnel in the thin, man-made membrane of the asteroid belt, a child whose eyes were glittering in gold was hanging out with a bunch of half-human half-demon children. Just like the adult miners, they had shouldered the burden of life too early and allowed the whips and shackles to pierce deep into their flesh. Under the threat of berating, whipping, and death, they grew tenaciously like weeds and cockroaches. In the rare free time, the child whose eyes were glittering with gold gradually became the leader of all the other children. He led the children to collect the debris of the broken mining magical equipment in the depths of the mines, repair them, and modify them into all kinds of weird new magical equipment. He also led the children to deal with the supervisors and the mine owners in various ways to buy more food and rest time. Deep inside the young man's eyes, there was too much maturity that did not belong to his age or even his era. The new magical equipment refined by him out of the remains of outdated magical equipment was far beyond the category of mining magical equipment. Even the crystal tanks that the supervisor rode on could be pierced through easily. Gradually, when he and his companions turned from children into teenagers and from teenagers to teenagers, they were no longer loose sand. Instead, he had gathered them into an iron fist, a saber, an army, and a bunch of furious, lawless thugs who were willing to perish together with the stars. When I grew up in the asteroid mines, the storm of resistance swept from the center of the sea of stars to every world under the reign of the demon race. Resistance groups and rebels appeared in our asteroid mines too. However, at that time, the resistance groups and the rebels were still at a very low level. They were not so much well-trained warriors as civilians who were roaring because they could not bear it any longer but did not know what to do after that. The picture that the gravekeeper presented was gradually dyed with intense redness. Like other miners, my foster parents joined the resistance and participated in a strike on a large scale. The resistance at that time lacked clear goals and ideologies, and they never thought of overthrowing the reign of the demon race with violence. They only hoped to negotiate with the mine owner to reduce the astronomical mining quota and improve the working and living environment of the miners in order to reduce the death rate. That was all. My foster parents and my uncles all thought that such reasonable conditions would definitely be accepted and that there would be room for negotiation. But they've underestimated the despicableness, cruelty, and shamelessness of their rulers. Or rather, they don't know how crazy and brutal their rulers are when they are faced with a surging tide of resistance. Faced with the demands of the miners, the mine owner pretended to agree at first. He only said that he needed time to negotiate with the miners and pacify them temporarily. But it was just a stalling tactic. When the fully armed army arrived at the asteroid mine, the mine owner immediately turned hostile and started a bloody slaughter. More than half of the miners, including my foster parents, were butchered. My friends and I joined the resistance too. But in front of the well-trained professional soldiers and the fierce arsenals, our half-awakened abilities and the messy talents of my friends were absolutely useless. I remember that I tore apart dozens of biochemical beasts barehanded. My brain almost spontaneously combusted because of overexhaustion. The protective mechanism of my body was triggered automatically, and I passed out. An unbelievably hot-blooded scene appeared in front of Liao's eyes. The young man with bright gold eyes had a layer of short hair growing on his lips. The edges of his face were gradually revealed, too. The bones of his body were starting to show, too. In the meantime, the bulging muscles all over his body when his blood was boiling in fury were even more unbelievable than the reactive plate armor of crystal suits. He seemed to be wearing armor made of flesh and blood outside of his normal body. His hair, which had been standing up like iron needles, was dancing crazily. He was jumping up and down on the surface of the planet in fury, searching for the traces of the biochemical beasts and the experts of the demon race everywhere. Even though the barrage was raining upon him, he did not care at all. He dashed through the gaps of the bullets and drew close to the enemy. Liao had seen him blow up the most solid bone armor of a biochemical beast more than 10 meters tall barehanded. Then, they saw him carrying a demon beast that weighed at least dozens of tons and rushing forward like a natural hammer, smashing all the demons who failed to dodge into meat pies. It was not until all the demons on the battlefield considered him to be a monster and bombarded him with all their firepower that he finally staggered and fell to the ground despite the heavy fire. His blood, which was bright gold, had soaked the entire planet. I'm very lucky. If it were 10,000 years in the middle of the great dark age of 30,000 years, when the reign of the demon race was at its peak and the social structure was relatively stable, monsters such as myself would have been sent to the most advanced biochemical laboratories to be dissected and studied. But by the end of the great dark age, the reign of the demon race had already collapsed. The demon emperors and the demon gods were minding their own business and planning for their own benefits. Our mine owner lost almost half of his miners in the slaughter to suppress the insurrection. The mining base was a mess, too. There was no telling when production would resume. The daily economic losses were astronomical. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. The amazing abilities that I showed in the battle made his eyes light up. He thought that he had everything he needed. Not only did he not kill me, he even helped me treat and replenish my nutrition. Of course, he did not forget to plant dozens of barriers that he thought were absolutely safe inside my body. After a while, my surviving companions and I were sold to an arena at an unbelievably high price. It was a place named Death Valley, perhaps the most bloody, dark, and stinky place in the great dark age of 30,000 years. I fought with all kinds of nightmare beasts in the Valley of Death, and participated in cruel and insane competitions. Through the grinding of blood, weapons, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood, I gradually recalled many things, including the methods to train and build war machines, the tactics to command the ground troops and fleets, how to boost morale and the astronomical resources to operate. In short, every time I was seriously wounded and my soul was seriously overdraft, something would appear in my brain out of nowhere, something that could help me be reborn and advance by leaps and bounds. Other than my old friends, I also got to know a lot of gladiators. After years of consecutive victories, I became the crownless king of all the gladiators. They shared a similar background to me and had a blood feud with the rulers of the demon race. They were mortal enemies. Once again, I rebuilt my own army. This time, I will not allow myself to fail again. Never. Dozens of flickering pictures appeared in front of Li Yao's eyes. The young man in the picture, whose eyes were glittering with gold, was wearing the hide of a ferocious beast and holding a saber that was stained with blood. Faced with the ferocious beasts or the war machines that were made of iron and steel, he leapt into the sky fearlessly and slashed his saber down. In the glamorous scenes where broken limbs were flying, flames and electric arcs, he gradually grew into a real young man. After every satisfying slash, when the young man with golden eyes landed on the ground, more and more gladiators were standing behind him. In the end, a murderous army was indeed gathered around him. I taught the gladiators around me the wisdom and techniques that I awakened in a trance. I taught and improved them according to their features. Then, I built our own armed forces in secret with the remnants of magical equipment around us. Before the master of the Valley of Death discovered us, a strong troop of human beings that had not appeared for tens of thousands of years had already taken shape. The Tomb Watcher's voice was full of mockery. When the owner of the Valley of Death discovered that dozens of seals were not enough to suppress my strength, it was already too late. I appeared right next to his bed and blew up his head before he could jump up from the bed. I'm afraid you already know what happened next. I rose to fame with an army of gladiators and won every battle. I defeated all the fleets of the demon race that came to annihilate us and gradually unified all the rebels and resistance groups. I became the well-deserved leader of the rebels. In only 100 years, I completed the cause of overthrowing the reign of the demon race, tearing apart the great dark age of 30,000 years, and reuniting the entire universe. A magnificent battlefield appeared in front of Li Yao's eyes. The rise of the Supreme Emperor in only 100 years was reduced to less than half a minute. In half a minute, he saw with his own eyes how the army of gladiators under the command of the Supreme Emperor seized the arsenals of the enemy, how they occupied the crystal mines one after another, how they developed and refined the first batch of crystal suits, how they carefully built the starships that belonged to the human beings, and how they won the most gratifying victories. It wasn't that the rebel army had never encountered a desperate situation where they were at the end of their rope and had to be ambushed from all sides. But every time, the Supreme Emperor would use inconceivable methods to reverse the situation and counterattack in a desperate situation. In the end, the enemy, who was certain to win, was defeated and completely routed. Many victories had left Li Yao dumbfounded and amazed. He found it hard to believe no matter how he thought about it. It was not as if God was helping him, but the Supreme Emperor is God, the true destiny of the Pangu universe. No force could stop his rise and progress. Liao had once thought that his miraculous rise was a legend. It was not until he saw the rise of the Supreme Emperor that he realized what a real legend was. His own rise could only be described as low-key and conservative. The war against the demon race went very well. 10,000 tactics, 100,000 training techniques, and 1,000,000 methods of magical equipment refinement seemed to be buried deep inside my genes. Every day when I woke up from my sleep, I would receive new enlightenment and use the enlightenment to guide and strengthen the resistance. Also, the reign of the demon race had collapsed a long time ago. The demon emperors and demon gods everywhere were all loose sand. I did not encounter any real obstacles that I could not overcome. The seemingly perilous obstacles were merely stimulating me to awaken the greater strength deep inside my genes. In the picture in front of Liao's eyes, more and more warriors were following the Supreme Emperor. They were stronger and stronger, and their crystal suits were more and more glamorous. Not just the super arsenals and the space motherships, even the magnificent figures of the giant god soldiers appeared in the rebels. They were the ultimate weapons that the demon race could not resist no matter what. The Supreme Emperor was above everything. He seemed to be standing above the torrent of destruction as he lunged at the dying demon beast empire, completely dispersing the great darkness of 30,000 years. With the continuous victories and the renaissance of humanity, the Gravekeeper's voice, on the other hand, was more and more sorrowful and confused. I marched forward unstoppably in the war against the demon race and secured the most brilliant victory. The entire universe was in my hands. But in another battlefield, the progress was not as smooth, which was my own battlefield. I found it harder and harder to control myself. It was as if countless consciousnesses and personalities were hiding in the depths of my genes, all of which were itching to crawl out. In the beginning, I thought that the war I waged was just and justified. It was a war of revenge and a war of resistance. For my foster parents and all the weak people who had been killed miserably, I roared, waved my iron fists, and raised my saber. But as the forces under my control grew stronger and stronger, more and more people followed me. I won an unprecedented glorious victory, and I gradually lost myself in the glory. A voice from the deepest part of my genes, often whispers in my head when there is no one around in the dark night, asking me to seize all the power and kill all the disobedient people so that I can gather all the resources in the universe to fulfill my mission. The pictures that had been lost for a long time, the silent and frozen battlefield in the depths of the primeval relics, my embryonic life, including the glorious escape of the ancient human beings billions of years ago, flashed in my brain again. Bothered by these scenes and corrupted by power, I became more and more withdrawn, more and more irascible, and more sensitive. At first, I didn't want to become the so-called Supreme Emperor. The so-called empire was nothing more than a backward political form used to govern a continent in the era of the planets. The sea of stars was so vast that there were simply more heroes, experts, warriors, and the rebellious and ambitious among the human beings than there were stars. How could an emperor, however wise and mighty he was, rule over all of mankind? No, it was not a reign at all, but a shackle. It would only seal the creativity and pioneering spirit of the civilization of mankind, leading the civilization of mankind to an irreparable stagnation and exhaustion. If I really turn from the leader of the army into the emperor, I will only be replacing the old 30,000-year-old Great Dark Age with the new 30,000-year-old Great Dark Age, and turning myself into the ruler of the demon race in human skin. I understand such logic very well when my head is clear, but as I unlocked more and more training techniques, methods of magical equipment refinement, and strategies, I seem to be controlled by an ancient force beyond my control. The power tells me that, in order to fulfill my ultimate destiny, I must return to the primeval relics and explore all the secrets. If I want to unravel the secrets of the primeval relics, I won't have the time to develop the civilization of mankind in the Panga universe step by step. The imperial system must be adopted in order to maximize the potential of mankind in the shortest amount of time. In the war against the voice, I suffered a crushing defeat. I was truly tempted by power and ambition to walk on the path of the Supreme Emperor. In my original plan, The new civilization after the dark reign of the demon race should not have an arbitrary, lawless emperor, nor should it exterminate the demon race. I grew up with countless slaves and minors of the demon race and knew that the demon race was an intelligent life made of flesh and blood just like human beings. Most of the low-level demons, the black blood demons and the bronze blood demons who were at the bottom of the four-pillar system, suffered even more oppression than human beings did. We don't even have reproductive isolation. We are a true race of brothers. Many of my childhood playmates and the closest comrades later were half-human and half-demon. When the half-demons were fighting against the rulers, the so-called silver blood demons and the saint blood demons, they were as brutal as human warriors. But when they were unfortunately captured and faced the bullets of torture and execution, they were always resolute and resolute. They were fighting for freedom and liberation, too. How could I deprive them of their life and even glory? Besides, even if we don't consider it from the perspective of justice or evil, if we consider it from the perspective of strategy, the demon race is deeply rooted after all. Just the elimination of the saint blood demons at the highest level is already a major blow for the Pangu universe. The protracted war has lasted for 100 years. If we want to eliminate all the demons, how many years will it take, how many sacrifices will there be, and how many innocent human beings and demons will die? In any case, I should not enlarge the target of destruction and change the nature of the war. However, right now, my head has been muddled by the fire of power, and my soul has been corrupted by the darkness inside my heart. I need to concentrate my power, I need to eliminate the dissidents, and I need to suppress the leaders of other rebels with everything I have, so that I can gain prestige and ascend to the supreme throne. And if you want to monopolize power, what better excuse than to completely suppress the demon clan? The demon race has ruled the Sea of Stars for 30,000 years. The communication between the demon race and human beings is quite frequent. No human beings, including the most loyal human warriors, dare to swear that they are not inextricably linked to the demon race. Even if they are, it is not difficult to find proof by twisting the facts. Just like that, after a period of scheming and bloody battles, and after countless childhood friends and loyal comrades fell one by one, I finally got what I wanted and ascended to the throne of the Supreme Emperor. The dark side of my heart was stronger than ever, too. It was like a ferocious beast that had been lurking in the depths of my genes since the ancient times, trying to swallow me completely. I finally got enough resources and remembered a lot of things about the primeval relics, including their coordinates and the pattern of their entrances and exits in the three-dimensional universe. Therefore, I summoned an entire fleet of explorers into the primeval relics and established the first forward base for research. At that time or rather the dark side of my heart, made a fatal mistake. He was too hasty and could not wait to gain 100% independence. Or maybe he discovered that there was something indelible in the depths of my heart that was difficult to be completely corrupted by him. Therefore, he simply guided me to refine a clone known as the Blood God and poured all the dark side of me, the desire to kill, destroy, and rule, into it to become the commander-in-chief of the expedition army. This approach brought out the war talent and the desire for destruction that originated from the primeval era deep down in my genes to the fullest, creating an unprecedentedly strong marshal. But on the other hand, it also gave me, who had abandoned the dark side, a new understanding. When I looked back and found that I had made an irreparable mistake, I couldn't help but feel regretful, and desperate. I recalled that, hundreds of thousands of years ago, before time was frozen, my good friend asked me to visit her hometown and find out what she and her parents were trying so hard to protect. However, I came to her hometown and made the same mistake as the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan did. I was almost going to destroy the glamorous universe that boasted endless possibilities. I was very clear that my blood god, on the dark side, only cared about the so-called mission and the mysteries deep inside the primeval relics. He did not care about the present at all. If he stole the final victory of all the creatures living in this place, the civilization of mankind would be plunged into disaster again. He would not hesitate to sacrifice all human beings in exchange for the activation of the mysteries of the primeval relics. As it turned out, the so-called Great Expedition was just an excuse for him to command the best fleet of the Star Ocean Imperium and find an opportunity to unite the remnants of the demon race and the extraterrestrial devils. He thought that I, who had lost more than half of my military strength, could only wait to be killed, but he had greatly underestimated me, the strength deep inside my genes. The Blood God and I had an apocalyptic battle on Empyrean Terminus. I'm afraid you've seen the outcome of the battle. I have to stop the Blood God, or rather, the ambitions and desires deep inside my heart, from passing through the relics of the Pangu civilization. With the development of human civilization to this day, the Imperium and the Supreme Emperor are no longer needed. Even the most brilliant Imperium and the most powerful Supreme Emperor are merely pebbles that stop the march of the civilization. They must be crushed mercilessly. No matter how many achievements and crimes I have committed, let the Star Ocean Imperium and the Supreme Emperor, two freaks that should not have appeared in the first place, be finished by my own hands. Liao listened attentively and finally took a long breath in relief. So this is the truth. It is indeed much more complicated and reasonable than the version in the history books. Liao thought to himself, however, there are still a lot of details that I don't know about in the last words of the Supreme Emperor. According to the legends, he trained as two clones in the beginning, the Sky Splitter Emperor and the Star Ocean Emperor. What is going on exactly? Also, other than the strongest clone of the Mad Armageddon Blood God, he has 19 other clones. Are they part of his personality, too? What are the endings of the clones? History was like a sand painting in the middle of a storm. Time would erode all traces of history. The answers to such questions would probably never be found. Even the last words of the Supreme Emperor might not be 100% true. The details that could only be left to the imagination of the latecomers. At least for the most part, the Supreme Emperor fulfilled his promise and killed the three freaks that he had created himself: Blood God, the Mad Armageddon, the Star Ocean Imperium, and himself, the Supreme Emperor, who led all mankind but could also suppress all mankind. After 10,000 years of darkness and chaos, when the Sea of Stars was unified again, it did not adopt the imperial system anymore but was reborn as the Republic of Star Ocean. Although the Blood God's remnant soul had revived the Imperium of true human beings, new hopes such as the Star Glory Federation had emerged in the periphery of the Sea of Stars, too. It was impossible for any authoritative ruler, no matter if they were the Emperor, the Supreme One, the True God, or any other person, to cover the sky with one hand. It was impossible forever. For the regretful Supreme Emperor, this was perhaps the best salvation and the ending he wanted most. As he expected, there was warmth in the Gravekeeper's voice. As you know, these are my last words. I've recorded more than one similar recording. Different endings in the universe thousands of years later have corresponding last words. The Tomb Watcher said, I'm very happy that the last words have been presented to you, because it means that the information collection magical equipment I sent to the outside world has detected that the outside world is a world full of vitality, and the civilization of mankind is finally free and liberated. Even though it is just a small beginning, it is developing in a brighter and brighter direction. Maybe you are more qualified than us to complete the mission buried in the primeval relics. To make a long story short, I almost killed Blood God, the Mad Armageddon, in the Battle of Imperial Terminus and destroyed the main force of the rebels. However, I was on the verge of death, too. Death is just a familiar long sleep for me. I'm not scared of death, but I'm not willing to vanish into thin air with so many questions. Where did human beings come from? Are we natives of the Pangu universe? Or are we from the vast and terrifying multiverse outside? What kind of power could drive us to this place? What kind of power could even force us to completely erase our existence and only dare to sprout again after hibernating for billions of years? What's in the depths of the ancient relics? What are the Pangu civilization and the ancient civilizations looking for? If I was the only successful embryo created by the Pangu civilization, why did the Pangu universe become the world of human beings tens of thousands of years later? What's going on with the techniques hidden in the depths of my gene pool? Why am I the only one who can be activated and released? Is it possible to find a way to make all human beings become like me? If it's possible, is this change good or bad for the interests of the entire civilization of mankind? There were so many questions that I couldn't find an answer to. I was not willing to die with endless regret. Naturally, I thought of my hometown, the primeval relics that were still frozen in time. I dragged my incomplete body back to this place. At that time, I already had a high understanding of the dangers of the ancient relics. I didn't want to cause more innocent people to die for me, nor did I want the reckless guys to trigger the traps deep inside the ancient relics. Therefore, I didn't bring any subordinates with me. I was alone. Before that, I had destroyed most of the files about the ancient relics and set up many bluffing, complicated traps. Many advanced ancient civilizations, including the Pangu civilization, failed to find the answer. Instead, they were obliterated and vanished into thin air. I don't want the civilization of mankind to follow in their footsteps. Therefore, we'll talk about it again when my compatriots have pushed the civilization forward thousands of years and become more intelligent, rational, and courageous. It was why I was unwilling to tell the whole truth 10,000 years ago. The feeling of entering the ancient relics again after 100 years is slightly different from before. To be precise, the jelly-like feeling is thinner than before. When I pass through the frozen battleground, it is not as exhausting as before. Also, I can drag items and even corpses out of the ever-increasing gray swirls for my research. I know that it is a sign that the arc of time in the primeval relics is about to return to normal. It's like when you unsheathe your saber and slash the waves, leaving an obvious arc in the water. No matter how much strength you use, no matter how much spiritual energy you blast out, no matter how deep the canyon is, the water on both sides will eventually drown the canyon and flatten the ripples. The small ripples will meld into the overall ripples of the ocean. There is not much time left for me and the human civilization. The time inside the primeval relics has been frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. For the technology of the Pangu civilization, this was already the limit. Judging from the change in the radius of the curvature within a short span of 100 years, the arc of time will completely disappear in 12,000 to 15,000 years. The frozen time will flow at the normal speed again, and the battlefield will return to its original state. The ferocious beasts and war machines sealed inside won't even realize that they've been hibernating for hundreds of thousands of years. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of years. Even a few million years of hibernation won't stop them from continuing the war of destruction. In the end, whether it is the ferocious beasts that completely swallow the city of silver or the ancient relics that unleash their true power and annihilate the vicious beast tide, the Pangu civilization, and the human civilization, just like they destroyed hundreds of ancient civilizations, it will be a catastrophe for all of us. I'm going to die. The cruel experiments in the embryonic period, breaking the curvature of time when I was a child, and passing through one wormhole after another without any protection, including the torture in the slave mines when I was a teenager, and the near-death experiences, the awakening, the recovery, and the breakthroughs when I was in my prime years in the space battlegrounds. All these things bombarded my body on a genetic level, making my seemingly strong body as weak as a piece of burnt rotten wood. I can feel that my vitality is flowing out of every cell that is riddled with holes. Even the frozen time is not enough to keep me alive. The only thing I can do is slow down the deterioration of my cells. I have to seize every second to conduct more experiments and explore more places for the latecomers. I believe that there will be latecomers with the wisdom and courage of human beings. I have to burn my soul to provide the last guidance for you. A white-haired old man appeared in front of Liao. At this moment, he was no longer as dominating and tough as he used to be when he was the supreme emperor. His back was hunched, and he was breathing heavily, like an old man who was on the brink of death. He was a veteran who had lost a lot of blood while he was chasing after the truth. Yet, he was not willing to stop moving forward and even tried to guide the latecomers with his bloody footprints. I circumvented the space bubble and explored most of the areas of White Silver City, including most of the laboratories established by the Pangu civilization and the places where the captives of the Tidal Tide Legion were locked. I also found a lot of dead bodies, both those of the Pangu civilization and those of the ferocious beasts that they turned into. I even dissected, dismantled, and studied the remains of the war machines left by the ancient civilization in great detail, trying to infer the purpose of the countless civilizations gathering in the primeval relics and the reason why the Pangu civilization created human beings at the cost of tremendous resources. In the end, I finally found some clues. The Tomb Watcher said, "It seems that the City of Silver did not exist in the primeval relics in the beginning. There was only a heavenly tower that led to the universe in the vast universe. The heavenly tower was the creation of the creator of the Black Wall and the pivot that drove the Black Wall that covered the Pangu universe. The creator of the Black Wall left a mysterious test in the heavenly tower. The experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization believed that, as long as they passed the test, they would be able to become the master of the tower and inherit all the knowledge of the creator of the Black Wall. They would also be able to manipulate the Black Wall freely and expand the Pangu universe by 100 times instantly. However, how could it be easy to pass the test of the creator of the Black Wall? The experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization found countless debris around the tower. The broken war machines and the appalling corpses and fossils were the remnants of the failed tests of countless ancient civilizations. At least 100 ancient civilizations tried to pass the test of the makers of the Black Wall, but they all failed. The price of failure was that the entire civilization was wiped out. Such consequences naturally deterred the experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization from acting rashly. Their research found that, of the 100 ancient civilizations, at least 20 were as advanced as the Pangu civilization, if not more. They basically exhausted all the evolution paths of the carbon-based intelligent creatures. Since the ancient civilizations failed, it was very likely that the Pangu civilization failed to pass the test. As I expected, Liao was greatly shocked. Although Lu Qingchen had said the same thing just now, including the result of Liao's own exploration and scanning, the weight of his words was naturally different when they came from the last words of the Supreme Emperor. The legacy of the creator of the Black Wall was both a great opportunity and a fatal catastrophe. If it was not handled properly, mankind would be faced with a real apocalypse. The only thing that gave Liao a bit of relief was that the Supreme Emperor said that the time curvature in the primeval relics would return to normal after the 12,000 to 15,000 years, when he returned for the second time. The beasts and war machines in the City of Silver would be unsealed and savaged again. Calculating the time, it would be 2,000 years later at best. Liao had once thought that Lu Qingchen had run away because of his negligence and because of his limited capability. But after Lu Qingchen merged with the database of the Fuxus, he became even more insane and reckless. He fled to the primeval relics without caring about anything. After a series of accidents, the City of Silver sealed inside the time amber was activated. The chain reaction put a lot of pressure on Liao. As it turned out, it was not as simple as it seemed. The time seal left by the creator of the Black Wall was not something that Lu Qingchen and Ding Lingdang could break easily. The time freeze state was slowly being lifted in the first place. Ding Lingdang's attacks on Lu Qingchen had only slightly accelerated the dismantling and melting. Even without the actions of himself, Ding Lingdang, Lu Qingchen, and the rest of them, the primeval relics would have been awakened in 2,000 years. Besides, the human civilization at that time was not wary of it at all. It was possible that the civilization would have been wiped out in ignorance, and the outcome would have been even worse. Since he was doomed, he could only try his best. Right now was perhaps the best opportunity to find the answer. The experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization studied the relics of dozens of ancient civilizations, including the decayed corpses of the warriors and the broken war machines. They discovered that some of the ancient civilizations were adept at refining machines. They refined countless hollow crystal threads that were thinner than the hair of a cow. Then, they guided the spiritual gas into the crystal threads and drove the complicated, ingenious machines to develop a brilliant mechanical civilization. Some of the ancient civilizations walked on the path of pure martial arts. The secret arts that they used to temper their bodies with spiritual energy were more delicate than any of the species of the Pangu civilization. They could really train the carbon-based creatures to be larger and stronger than mountains. Some of the ancient civilizations had already embarked on the path of separation of the soul from the body. They enveloped their soul with spiritual energy and swam freely in the sea of stars. ignoring the radiation from the stars and the cosmic storms. They also developed a bizarre civilization of phantom entities. The Tomb Watcher said, "All in all, since every ancient civilization was able to dominate the Pangu universe, they naturally had extraordinary skills. When they were faced with the test of the makers of the Black Wall, they cracked it from different perspectives according to their own ideas, including mechanics, martial arts, music, optics, soul studies. It was a pity that every path proved to be a dead end. Hundreds of once glorious civilizations reached the end of their road of death. The Pangu civilization discovered that, no matter how cutting-edge their research was in a certain field, there was always an ancient civilization that was better than them. However, after all kinds of whimsical, unbelievable, and unimaginable experiments, the result was nothing but another dead end. In the field of large-scale telepathic thoughts, which the Pangu clan is most proud of, they even discovered an ancient species that boasted an even larger third brain and an external cooling system. As you know, the Pangu clan, in order to acquire the innate ability of large-scale telepathic thoughts, had to expand their brain limitlessly. Together with the expansion of their body, the cooling system, they even had to evolve a special hormone secretion organ to stimulate the production of cooling liquids. These cumbersome organs caused the body of the Pangu clan to become larger and larger, making it impossible for them to adapt to the life of most high-gravity planets. The internal heat dissipation efficiency of the obese brain could never be improved. In the midst of intense battles and high-speed operations, it was very likely that they would become paralyzed, combust, or even explode. It was a chronic disease that the Pangu clan was born with, a terminal disease that limited their further development. But an ancient species solved the problem in an ingenious way. The ancient species, like the Pangu clan, boasted the ability of large-scale telepathic thoughts. In order to release and receive the tremendous brainwave information, they, as carbon-based intelligent creatures, had to grow enormous brains, too. However, they can freely control the shrinkage and expansion of the brain, allowing the brain to perfectly switch between the normal state and the battle state. Moreover, they also rear a special spirit beast that is in a symbiotic relationship with them and can be seamlessly connected to their body. The blood of such spiritual beasts is a natural coolant. When they are in a combat state, their brain will expand quickly, and the spiritual beasts will melt into their back to help them cool their brain. Even though a spiritual beast will be killed after a fierce battle, their brain will not be damaged at all. Such brilliant ideas simply dumbfounded the Pangu clan, who would have never dreamed of them. It was a pity that the evolution of the Pangu clan was almost complete. They did not have any natural enemies in the Pangu universe. It was impossible for them to carry out such an intense evolution. Besides, the ancient civilization, which boasted such advanced large-scale telepathic thoughts, failed to pass the test of the makers of the Black Wall in the end. The civilization perished and was no more. Even if the Pangu clan could significantly improve their telepathic thoughts, what could they do except repeat the same mistake? At that time, the researchers of the Pangu civilization discovered two things. Firstly, it is true that the ancient civilization was above the Pangu civilization in almost every field except for the studies of genes, or more precisely, the fields of gene reproduction and integration. The Nuwa clan of the Pangu civilization were natural-born experts in gene integration and replication. Their bodies were simply moving gene research centers. Secondly, they found traces of the makers of the Black Wall in the heavenly towers. Maybe it was body tissue such as hair or blood. An insane idea popped up in the minds of the experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization. Since the debris of 100 ancient civilizations proved that even the strongest civilization could not pass the test, does it mean that only the creator of the Black Wall could pass the test? With the advanced genetic integration and replication technology of the Pangu civilization, a 100% pure, authentic Black Wall maker will be created. Then, he will be tested on behalf of the Pangu civilization. Will the mysteries of the ancient relics be revealed? This is a completely crazy idea with a very low success rate. It is simply a gamble. But the Pangu civilization had no other options. Before the primeval relics were discovered, the expedition army of the Pangu civilization had crossed an almost infinite Black Wall and witnessed the vastness, desolation, and desperation of the multiverse. They also witnessed the brutality of the flood tide legion and how terrifying the real flood tide was. Communication works both ways. Since the Panga civilization could break through the Black Wall, naturally the flood and its claws could break through the Black Wall and destroy the Panga civilization too. It is true that the Panga civilization has captured most of the flood tide legion, but there is no guarantee that no one will slip through the net and summon a stronger fleet or a force that is far stronger than the fleet in space. In order to survive, they must grasp more strength and find out more truths before the enemy's next attack. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. The makers of the Black Wall don't seem very friendly. They are cruel and merciless to all the carbon-based intelligent creatures born in the Pangu universe. But according to the information they left, they were driven to this place by the flood and have been hiding in fear all day. Since the flood is our common enemy, if the Panga civilization can produce a new maker of the Black Wall, we might be able to communicate with them. The Pangu civilization might be able to make use of the power of the makers of the Black Wall and avoid the mysterious test. With that in mind, the project of replicating the Black Wall was initiated and supported by the most abundant resources and the best research teams of the Pangu civilization. It's a pity that, with the genetic technology of the Pangu civilization, replicating the makers of the Black Wall who are hundreds of times more advanced than themselves is as difficult as an ant trying to breed an elephant. The project didn't go well. It's true that it didn't take long for them to produce a batch of human beings that looked like the makers of the Black Wall. But those people only had the appearance of the Black Wall. They did not have the wisdom and strength of the makers of the Black Wall. They were like hairless monkeys. Or rather, it is easy to create human beings, but the technology of the Panga civilization is far from enough to release 100% of the power sealed in the human genes. Even with the talents of the Nuwa clan in genes, it is still an impossible task to comb through the complicated and unpredictable gene strands of human beings. How the cells inside the body of human beings work is a black box for the Panga civilization. It will take at least 10 billion years to fully analyze the gene strands of human beings with the Fuxi system, the supercrystal processor with the highest performance at that time. Even though Liao had already exclaimed countless times in his heart just now, this time, when he heard that such a vast and endless secret was hidden in the depths of the gene strands of human beings, he once again exclaimed in disbelief. As it turned out, not only did his soul come from the mysterious earth, his body was also related to the super-civilization billions of years ago. Was this a coincidence? Or was it because such a bunch of unawakened human beings were lurking in the Pangu universe that his soul chose this place as a foothold after it escaped from Earth and traveled through the multiverse? It was as if a mysterious magnetic field deep inside the Pangu universe had attracted his soul. What was the relationship between Earth and the Pangu universe? What was the relationship between Earthlings and the human civilization of the Pangu universe and the prosperous ancient human civilization billions of years ago? After hundreds of years of experimentation, except for the failed products that had yet to be awakened, the Pangu civilization only made a few breakthroughs in my embryo. But when they wanted to change their research direction and try new possibilities, the civil war of the primeval era broke out, and the fire of destruction was burnt into the primeval relics, destroying all the efforts of the experts, scholars, and researchers. In the end, the Pangu civilization perished, and the human beings that they regarded as tools and slaves flourished and turned the Pangu universe into what it is today. The gravekeeper paused for a moment. His voice was obviously shaking as he said, "It took me several years to figure everything out. I planned to leave more evidence and guidance for the latecomers before the fire of life died down. But I discovered that my body and soul had undergone subtle mutations again. Maybe, in the battle of Imperial Terminus, I did not annihilate the Blood God. Instead, part of the Blood God's remaining soul took the opportunity to invade my body. Or maybe, the dark side of human nature is something that can never be separated. Even if I gathered all the darkness and created a weirdo named the Blood God who was banished from my body, new darkness would still be born in the depths of my heart after a long time. When I returned to the primeval relics and was infected by the scent that originated from the primeval era, the power that had been sealed for billions of years started stirring and summoning me again. Two diametrically opposed voices appeared in my mind. The voice of reason told me that the conditions were not ripe yet. My body and soul were too weak, and I was not ready for the test of the black wall manufacturing yet. The human world outside was still a pile of loose sand. It was in chaos and turmoil, and it would take thousands of years to create a new order and hope. No matter what, this was not the best time to open the tower. I am not a suitable candidate. My mission is not to pass the test of the Skysplit Tower, but to leave as many files and legacies as possible for the latecomers to complete their mission. However, an extremely crazy and alluring voice often beguiled me. It said that I was already in the depths of the ancient relics and only one step away from the truth. Why didn't I give it a try? I am a 100% maker of the black wall. The test was prepared for me in the first place. The test is mine. The secrets are mine. The entire legacy of the maker of the black wall should be mine. If I pass the test, I might be able to treat my wounds with the legacy of the maker of the black wall, regain my vitality, and live another 500 or even 1,000 years to realize my new dreams and ambitions. The voice kept corrupting and tempting my mind, almost driving me crazy. I was worried that I might lose my mind and risk the hope of the civilization of mankind if things went on like this. In front of Liao's eyes, the image of the Supreme Emperor suddenly changed. Endless black gas surged out of his body. Under the corrosion of the black gas, his skin cracked, revealing the bloody red marks below. His eyes were deep and hollow, and his eyes looked like two red volcanoes. His face was full of craziness, too. Old ghost, don't you understand? From the beginning to the end, there was no corrosion of the primeval power. Everything was just your own ambitions and desires. It was your ambitions that created Mad Blood God, the Mad Armageddon. I am you. As long as you still have ambitions and desires, I am immortal. The crazy bloody emperor, who was wreathed in black gas, grinned crazily. We are destined to be the dominators of the primeval relics. Only we can pass the tests and receive all the knowledge of the creator of the black wall. The salvation and hope of mankind are right in front of us. Why did you entrust such an important mission to an irrelevant nobody thousands of years later? Are you so confident that somebody else will come to this place? What if there isn't? What are you scared of? Yes, what are you scared of? In the furious roars, the image of the bloody emperor crumbled like glass and returned to the normal appearance of the Supreme Emperor. But at this moment, the Supreme Emperor was holding his head and crouching like a broken piece of rotten wood in excruciating pain. I'm scared of you. No, I'm scared of myself. He breathed heavily. Every muscle on his body was trembling violently because of the excruciating pain that was worse than death. I knew clearly how strong my ambitions and desires were. I was not a normal person, but a monster born in a laboratory. When I was just an embryo, too many messy things had been injected into the depths of my genes, especially slaughtering, destroying, and conquering. I was afraid that I would be lost in the power that was too strong and violent. I was even lost since the moment I ascended to the throne of the Supreme Emperor. I, who had only awakened 1/10 of my strength, was worshipped by billions of people like a devil. Just for the title of Supreme Emperor, I expanded the flames of war and committed the sin of endless slaughter. If I were to receive the legacy of the creator of the Black Wall, where would I lead the civilization of mankind? What would all mankind become? No, I can't do that. I'm not qualified to receive the legacy of the creator of the Black Wall. I can't control it. It should belong to someone who is more honorable. You are out of your mind, old ghost. You are completely out of your mind. What do you mean by not qualified? Who is more qualified than us in the sea of stars? Who? Are the bloody emperor, who was wreathed in black smoke and blood mist, appeared again and screamed hysterically, "Who else? Who else? Who else? You are destroying our hope. Whoever it is, they are better than me and us." The normal version of the Supreme Emperor crawled out of the overwhelming black gas and the bloody mist, too, as if they were each other's shadow or an inseparable human being. I am not destroying hope, but preserving it until the right person comes. The two Supreme Emperors, or rather, The Supreme Emperors and the Blood God, the darkest side of his soul, collided brutally. It was as if two fleets were charging at each other at the highest speed in the most intense collision. A million main guns opened fire at the same time, and thousands of destructive spears of light exploded on the rocks like raindrops. Even though it was just an illusion created by the Supreme Emperor's powerful telepathic thoughts, Liao was still deeply shocked and terrified, as if he had personally experienced the epic battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. After a series of dazzling, bizarre illusions, the Supreme Emperor seemed to have returned to normal, but intense redness was flowing in his eyes. He opened his hands and grabbed almost 10 soul-suppressing nails. His face was extremely twisted, but he stabbed them into the top of his head resolutely. Ah! His bloody eyes seemed to have turned into two bloody mouths, from which ear-splitting shrieks were echoing non-stop. Bloody auras soared into the sky, only to be swallowed by the golden flames that were spurting out of his eyes and burnt into nothingness. Everything was over. The phantom of the Supreme Emperor turned from a white-haired old man into a withered corpse curled up in the spiritual residence of the Golden Sun. The gravekeeper's dull voice continued. I know very well that I am not a qualified tester and heir. Not to mention failing the test. Even if I pass the test and receive the legacy of the creator of the Black Wall, I will only be swallowed by my own ambitions and lead the civilization of mankind to a new catastrophe. Therefore, while I was still able to control myself, I chose to suppress my soul and destroy my own life. To some extent, this could be considered as atonement for my childhood companions and former comrades who died miserably under my butcher's knife, right? Thankfully, before my soul is completely obliterated, there is still a little bit of time for me to leave my last words. I can also send a scanning magical equipment to the outside world. Inside the scanning magical equipment, there are two things that look like keys. They can be said to be the keys to open the highest level of the heavenly tower, or the qualifications to participate in the ultimate test. There are more than two such keys. I can only hope that all the keys fall into the right hands. Now, while I still have the last bit of time, I'll give you a bit of advice from the person who saw this will and decided to take the ultimate test. Lar, maybe you are looking forward to the earth-shaking, super supreme inheritance from me. I don't mind showing off the generosity of the Supreme Emperor before my death, but I don't know which aspect of the inheritance I should give you. Besides, no inheritance can be successfully cultivated in a day. Besides, according to my speculation, the key to passing the ultimate test has nothing to do with one's combat ability or wisdom. Including the Pangu civilization, there were many experts of the ancient civilizations whose combat ability and wisdom far exceeded mine, but they all failed. So what if you have 50% of my combat ability? The key must be somewhere else. Not strength, not wisdom, but something that the 100 ancient civilizations did not expect. Maybe, if you want to pass the ultimate test, you will have to make a choice that 100 ancient civilizations failed to make. I don't have an answer to what it is exactly. You can only look for it yourself. The gravekeeper was silent for a long time. It seemed that the Supreme Emperor did not have much hope that somebody would come to this place, hear his last words, and pass the ultimate test of the Black Wall Maker. What I proposed seemed to be too much. How could the civilization of mankind discover an answer that even 100 ancient civilizations, including the Pangu civilization, failed to find? Maybe we shouldn't have run such tests at all. We should have stayed away from the primeval relics and forgotten everything. We should have forgotten the vastness of the multiverse, the threat of the flood, and the glory that we once enjoyed as the makers of the Black Wall. We should have lived a carefree, muddled life until we were corrupted by time and eventually perished. The gravekeeper's voice was almost moaning. Or maybe we need a miracle, one that is similar to the life of the inorganic creatures in the beginning when they turned into organic creatures in the thunderstorm. Only such a miracle can make our civilization leap forward and continue evolving in a brighter direction. Speaking of which, life itself is a miracle. Intelligent creatures are the amalgamations of billions of miracles. Miracles happen. Miracles have happened, haven't they? With the last question that was both melancholy and hopeful, the Supreme Emperor's white-haired, dying image was finally shattered into billions of bright gold streaks that flooded into Liao's brain like an overwhelming meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, Liao's eyes were filled with illusions and his ears were filled with drumming. Every nerve ending had absorbed an astronomical amount of information in the blink of an eye. Scenes that were billions of times more vivid and detailed than the 3D hologram flashed in his soul one by one. He didn't just feel like he was there. He felt as if he had turned into an emperor on the verge of death. The twists and turns and the soul-stirring life swept back at lightning speed. The first thing Liao saw was the white-haired Supreme Emperor competing with his mental devil in the depths of the ancient relics. His silver hair suddenly turned into the color of blood, which was as hot as fire, and then it turned into brilliant gold. His face was sometimes hideous, sometimes determined, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes crazy. He was controlling two supergiant god soldiers, the Gold Sun and the Armageddon, by himself. It was not until the two giant god soldiers were riddled with holes and broken that the brightness inside his body finally suppressed the darkness. The saber that the Gold Sun waved pierced through the Armageddon. Then, the picture blinked and returned to the earth-shaking final battle in the Empyrean Terminus sector and below the planet near the Gold Crystal Tower. It was still a duel between the Gold Sun and the Armageddon, but this time the Armageddon was controlled by the real Mad Armageddon, Blood God, and the Supreme Emperor was in the peak of spiritual energy and soul power. The power of the two giant god soldiers was more than 10 times higher. It was a final battle that was more brilliant than any battle that Liao had ever participated in. 10,000 new suns were rising from the underground world, triggering countless fault lines and magma belts. The entire planet was awed by the majesty of the Supreme Emperor and the craziness of the Blood God. The sky collapsed, the earth trembled, and all the living creatures were killed. One of the planets was almost blown up. The picture blinked again. This time, it was the time when the Supreme Emperor ascended the throne and built the most brilliant moment in the history of human civilization. Standing in front of the magnificent fortress, the Supreme Emperor was wearing a splendid crystal suit, which brought out his divinity and made him look like a god. He was truly a man who dared not disobey the commands of the stars. The tens of thousands of warships that tore open the atmosphere and marched in together with the burning clouds fired brilliant salutes, symbolizing the future of the Star-Ocean Imperium and the civilization of mankind. It was the most glorious moment of the Star-Ocean Imperium. Nobody, from the Supreme Emperor to the civilians, had foreseen that today's glory would turn into an endless catastrophe after only a few decades. The civilization of mankind would have to explore the swamp of chaos for 10,000 years in order to welcome new peace and hope. However, the hidden danger had already been buried. The picture flashed again. Countless leaders of the rebels were killed miserably by the Supreme Emperor's butcher's knife. The roars and screams of the Supreme Emperor's former comrades and even his childhood companions turned into black venomous thorns and became the pain and regret that could never be removed from the depths of the Supreme Emperor's soul. As the picture continued to flash, the Supreme Emperor's memories moved forward. At first, he organized the rebels to fight against the rulers of the demon race. Then, he polished the souls of the nightmare beasts and the war machines in the arenas and awakened the ancient bloodlines. Finally, although he was miserable in the slave mines, he had a happy childhood, too. He remembered. The Supreme Emperor remembered everything before his death. His thoughts traveled through wormholes, returned to the primeval relics, returned to the frozen battlefield, and even returned to when he was in the embryo form before the battlefield was frozen. Then the Supreme Emperor's embryo was like a gate, or rather, a black hole that contained endless mysteries. When the Pangu researchers bombarded the black hole with all kinds of intense stimuli, Liao's consciousness crawled in along the helical brilliance and saw the secrets buried in the deepest part of the Supreme Emperor's gene strands. He could clearly see that the ancient human beings had deep eyes, golden stripes on their skin, and unpredictable patterns. He saw how the ancient human beings appeared in the Pangu universe on the illusionary, translucent warships that seemed to be able to melt into the three-dimensional space and jump into the four-dimensional space. He saw how the ancient human beings crushed their own bodies and turned every cell into a glittering seed that contained billions of genes, spreading them to every habitable planet and resource planet in the Pangu universe, and even to the vacuum asteroid belt where no life could be generated theoretically. He saw how the last few ancient human beings stood on the top of the tower and looked up at the sky with complicated expressions after most of the ancient human beings had been crushed. Then, the brilliant stars in the sky were extinguished one after another. The starry sky above their heads was like a glittering ocean. Wherever they looked, they could see burning stars connecting together, illuminating the earth as if it were daylight. However, the billions of stars went out one after another, as if an invisible beast of darkness had swallowed the universe. The few remaining stars struggled and emitted lackluster brightness. The black wall rose up. The ancient human beings had sealed themselves in the tiny Pangu universe. Ah! The scene made Liao feel endless sorrow and fury. As if he had been sealed in a small iron room, he felt suffocated and could not help but scream in the most intense voice. He wanted to struggle. He wanted to resist. He wanted to interrogate. He wanted to roar. He wanted to release the power in the deepest part of the gene strands and break the damn black wall and all the seals. Countless gold streaks were spurting, rolling, and surging inside his brain. At first, he thought that it was the legacy of the Supreme Emperor. But very soon, he discovered that it was not just the Supreme Emperor's legacy, but also the power released from the depths of his gene strands. Whether it was the Supreme Emperor or every ordinary human being living in the Pangu universe today, they were all the same. They were the heirs of the creator of the Black Wall, an ancient human being billions of years ago. However, the primordial bloodlines that had been unlocked for each other varied. The Supreme Emperor might have unlocked 10% to 30% of his strength, while the Supreme Emperor had only unlocked a few thousandth of his strength. Liao, who had cultivated to the Soul Division stage, might have already unlocked 10% of the primordial bloodline, but he also had an advantage that even the Supreme Emperor did not possess. His soul came from Earth, which was a place closer to the core of the flood tide and the secrets of the primordial era. Therefore, after receiving the guidance of the Supreme Emperor, Liao's gene strands were unlocked crazily, too. All kinds of information streams that had been stored for billions of years flooded out and were about to destroy his cells, nerves, veins, bones, internal organs, an entire brain before they were reconstructed. Ah! Liao roared desperately and furiously. Complicated golden stripes that looked like dancing dragons and dancing phoenixes appeared on his skin briefly. Even his eyes were wide open. Streams of stripes that looked like waterfalls appeared on his retina, only to vanish into his soul a moment later. Liao had no idea how long he had been wandering, lurking, and training in the deepest part of the Supreme Emperor's heritage and his own gene bank. It was as if he had experienced a long life, not the life of a certain person, but the long life of a glorious ancient civilization. When he woke up slowly, he discovered that he was enveloped in a warm and soft force, as if he was being nurtured in the strongest cocoon. It was Little Black. He had been enveloped by Little Black again. "Thank you, Little Black. I didn't know that you were such a big shot." Liao smiled and said in a low voice. Little Black spread out gentle ripples and spat Liao out. Taking a deep breath, Liao extended his right hand and observed his body. At first glance, his body was no different from a moment ago. He did not look like he was made of bronze or iron. However, with a telepathic thought, vague gold stripes would appear on his skin, as if they were a living pen and ink. They would be combined into complicated runes automatically and even seep into his muscles and bones through his skin. The efficiency and intensity of the techniques were 10 times higher than the spells and gestures in the past. When he thought of the legacy of the Supreme Emperor, a lot of information that only the Supreme Emperor knew would appear in his brain. Detailed maps of the primeval relics, from the secret laboratory to the secret tunnels and teleportation arrays of the Heaven's Origin sector, as well as the techniques that the Supreme Emperor used to conquer the Sea of Stars, as well as the detailed structural designs and methods of the 2 supergiant soldiers named Gold Sun and Armageddon. Everything flashed inside Liao's brain and permeated into his soul like silent raindrops. Liao extended his hand and pressed the air. He immediately sensed that bright gold waves were spreading out in the shape of a palm and echoing in the laboratory. The corpses of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, the war machines left by the ancient civilization, and even the internal structure of the unknown magical equipment were all scanned clearly by him. Even the performance parameters were displayed in his vision. The fatigue and wounds all over his body, needless to say, had been thrown out of the window. He felt that every cell in his body was like a grape that was so full that it was about to explode. Every movement he made was so refreshing. Liao couldn't help but roar in satisfaction. When his boiling brain gradually calmed down, he remembered that he had brought a compatriot with ill intentions. "Ha!" Liao glanced at Lu Qingchen and asked curiously, "You didn't attack when I was absorbing the Supreme Emperor's legacy? That's not your style. I would like to help you, but I don't have the opportunity now that you are surrounded by the weird black mucus. Besides, you are roaring like a devil in it. Gold brilliance resembling sharp swords are darting out every now and then, each of which can cut my remaining soul into two halves. I'm not confident that I can kill you, either," Lu Qingchen said casually. "Besides, as I said a long time ago, everything I did, no matter how cruel and insane it seemed to be, was for the best interests of the Star Glory Federation and all mankind. It is not against the interest of the Federation that you got the legacy of the Supreme Emperor. Why should I be a villain and let the legacy of the Supreme Emperor fall into the hands of other people who are not from the Federation? If that is what is on your mind and you can make sure that you keep thinking and doing that, I won't regret letting you go, and I hope and send you back to the Federation for trial." Liao looked at Lu Qingchen and said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you had thought that way earlier?" Lu Qingchen laughed. "Are you so confident that the right person, that the Supreme Emperor is waiting for must be you?" Lu Qingchen said casually. "It's true that you have received the legacy of the Supreme Emperor and can even manipulate the Gold Sun and the Armageddon. But so what? The Supreme Emperor was right. Strength and wisdom are definitely not the key to pass the ultimate test of the makers of the Black Wall. In terms of pure strength and wisdom, it is impossible for us to catch up with the makers of the Black Wall even if we develop for another 1,000,000 years. The few problems that they left behind are enough to lock us all up. The destruction of 100 ancient civilizations proves this point. 2. I think that it must not have been the intention of the makers of the Black Wall. Since they went through all the trouble to build the tower and left the ultimate test, there must be a way to pass the test. Therefore, it's not a big deal to let you receive the Supreme Emperor's legacy. Such strength can even be a burden. The stronger you are, the more dazzling you will be, and the more likely you will become the target of the war machine and the vicious beast tide. You will be attacked by both sides at the same time, and you will be tested as the most important target. How do you know that I can't pass the test from a different angle when you are exhausted and the oil wells are running dry? However, I did make one terrible mistake. I didn't know that so many mysteries of the primeval era were hidden in the seemingly useless gene segments of human beings. If the bloodlines of the primeval era were fully unlocked, our civilization would have made a qualitative leap. It was not wrong of me to abandon the body of human beings and keep only the brain, or even the brain, so that all human beings could be purely virtualized and energized. But I was too hasty. We should have been able to unlock 100% of the ancient bloodlines and explore the mysteries hidden inside our bodies before we implemented the Phantom Plan. It makes sense now that I think about it. The genes of human beings are a very efficient form of information compression and storage. No medium is more suitable to store the strength and glory of billions of civilizations than the cells of human beings themselves. The supercrystal processors can do all that, but their energy consumption is much higher than those of ordinary cells. A whole civilization is condensed deep inside every body, every cell, and every gene strand. Why didn't I think of such a brilliant answer earlier? It's not easy, Liao said. It seems to be more difficult to hear you admit your mistake than to kill you 10,000 times. If it is not another scheme of yours but a sincere realization of your mistake, you will redeem yourself with your life just like the Supreme Emperor did. It all depends on whether or not you decide to break into the Heavenly Tower and activate the ultimate test. Lu Qingchen's soul glanced over Liao and asked, "Can you?" Liao pondered for a long time. He extended his hand to Little Black. After merging with the liquid crystal processor that had been lurking in the secret laboratory, Little Black had been fully upgraded and had the permissions to control the entire laboratory. The Supreme Emperor had even installed a lot of surveillance magical equipment in the laboratory, from which one could clearly see what was happening on the ground, inside the City of Silver, and especially around the Heavenly Tower. Shwa! 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 Almost 100 light beams appeared in midair and constituted a virtual City of Silver, allowing Li Yao and Lu Qingchun to see the entire battlefield clearly. It took Li Yao 6 hours to digest the knowledge of the Supreme Emperor. Over the past 6 hours, unexpected changes had taken place on the battlefield. The ferocious beasts besieging the tower had made significant progress. The battle fortresses and firing points that surrounded the tower were all swallowed by the black beast tide. Countless guardians were either savaged by the ferocious beasts or infected by the virus themselves and turned into abnormal beasts. Some of the floating fortresses had even been corroded by the long-range acids and venomous fog of the ferocious beasts and lost the ability to resist gravity. They fell from the sky and turned into twisted, burning debris. A lot of ferocious beasts flooded into the tower. The roots of the starter tower were like the interconnecting roots of a giant tree. But right now they had been corroded by the deadly venomous fungi. Their previously spotless silver color had turned into ugly gray and black, which spread upwards like patches of mold and soon covered 1/3 of the lower part of the starter tower. Corroded by the black spots and the mold, black swirls even appeared on the surface of the Heavenly Tower. A lot of ferocious beasts dived into the swirls and vanished, as if they were infiltrating the Heavenly Tower through the swirls. There was no telling what the situation inside the tower was like, or whether or not the guards who were still rational were all dead, or whether or not the guards would mutate into ferocious beasts both physically and mentally before they died and do something crazy. For example, he could completely activate the Pantheon Tower, destroy everything inside and outside the primeval ruins, and restart the entire Pangu universe. Li Yao could not help but shudder. Taking a closer look at the ferocious beasts on the chaotic battlefield, Li Yao gradually noticed something wrong. He had thought that the vicious beast tide belonged to the same camp and was an army. It was not until now that he discovered that the ferocious beasts were different, too. They seemed to be divided into 2 camps. Sometimes, in the vast majority of the ferocious beasts that had gone completely mad, some of the prehistoric warriors still retained their rationality even though part of their bodies had mutated. They were the real commanders of the vicious beast tide, but they were divided into 2 hostile camps, each with the goal of taking over the Heavenly Path Tower. Intense conflicts were inevitable, too. However, most of the ferocious beasts were driven by the desire for slaughter and destruction, and they were not very willing to be controlled. Also, they were in a hurry to break into the tower and did not want to suffer heavy losses before the tower fell. Therefore, there were no conflicts. Li Yao scanned the entire battlefield. With the legacy of the Supreme Emperor, his intelligence analysis ability had significantly improved. Very soon, he had locked onto the highest commander of the 2 vicious beast tide groups. Behind the tide of ferocious beasts in the east was a Pangu clan member who was as tall as a mountain but had mutated on the left side of his body. There was a giant lump on his shoulder that looked like 2 heads. Although half of his body was seriously deformed, the intimidating aura emanating from him was still piercing at Li Yao's eyes through the barrier of the surveillance magical equipment and the light beam. The malformed sarcoma was fluctuating like a heart. A transparent ball was rolling inside, which looked like a giant eyeball that had been sealed. It was extremely weird and terrifying. Feverish steam was spurting out of the wrinkles of the leader of the Pangu clan, indicating that his brain was overloading and releasing intense brainwaves that drove his army forward unstoppably. Behind the tide of murderers in the west was another hideous-looking Nuwa. Generally speaking, the Nuwa clan had a human head and a snake body, but her body was like the amalgamation of a boa and a centipede. Dozens of coldly shining claws grew out of her ribs and her back. A pair of thin wings grew out of her back, which were covered in blood-red membranes. Even her face looked like a skull that had been drained of all her blood. She was only able to release the flames of destruction because she was driven by a certain crazy force. The leader of the Nuwa clan waved his saber, too, driving his subordinates into a rampage. The two leaders soon disappeared in the swirl of the beast tide and melted into the enormous mold and black spot. Maybe they had entered the heavenly tower before Liao did. The auras of the two leaders are so strong that I feel that my heart is palpitating even though I'm merely observing them through the light beam. It must be noted that I'm already in the divinity transformation stage, and I've received the legacy of the Supreme Emperor, but I'm still extremely wary of them. Are the two leaders even stronger than those in the divinity transformation stage? Liao thought to himself, the two leaders are obviously intelligent. It is definitely not a coincidence that they attacked the tower at the same time. Are they planning to march into the tower and take the ultimate test of the Black Wall manufacturing? Liao was greatly alarmed. Neither the Pangu clan nor the Nuwa clan had a good chance of passing the test. If the test failed, they would only lead their civilization and the civilization of mankind to destruction. While he was pondering, Liao suddenly felt that several familiar figures were shaking in a corner. He stared at them and almost screamed. Who else could it be other than Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, and the boxing champion? After several days of fighting and exploration, the top experts of the exploration team of human beings finally gathered. Led by the super experts such as Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, the Fist King, and Yen Liren, dozens of invincible giant soldiers were gathered together. They were the strongest torrent of steel that could crash into a ferocious beast tide. Besides, most of the ferocious beasts had gathered below the tower. The pressure on other places had been greatly reduced. Ding Lingdang and Long Yangjun were finally safe and sound. They were slowly approaching the tower. It was quite possible that they had discovered the beast tide and realized the importance of the heavenly tower. They knew that this place was the center of the entire Silver City and even the ancient relics. Liao discovered Li Linghai's giant soldier in the crowd. Right, Liao thought to himself. Li Linghai still has a key in his hand. According to the Supreme Emperor, the two keys were collected by him from various ancient relics as proof of his eligibility for testing. According to the files of the Pangu civilization, there are more than two similar keys. In other words, there are more than two people who are qualified to be tested. They have even started the test. Therefore, it was not a question of whether or not Liao was willing to take the risk. He had no choice. He could not stand by and watch the leaders of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan take the test, nor could he stand by and watch Li Linghai, Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, and the rest of them step into the unpredictable test in ignorance. If he had to face the challenge of the Black Wall Maker and carry out the ultimate test, he had to be the first to crack the ancient mysteries and protect his own civilization. I, Vulture Liao, accept the challenge on behalf of the Star Glory Federation and the human civilization. Liao clenched his fists. Invisible diamonds seemed to have been shattered by him. Hot smoke was popping up from his fingers. If he wanted to pass the test, he had to repair and strengthen the giant god soldier first. Although the Supreme Emperor had said that physical strength was not the key to passing the test, it was an indispensable foundation. Without sufficient physical strength, he would not even be able to pass the first test, the simplest vicious beast tide. Liao glanced over the three giant god soldiers nearby. His own arsonist had almost reached the end of its life. Its plate armor had been blown away, its fuel and ammunition transmission tubes twisted, and the metal fatigue in the critical parts of the crystal suit was beyond its limits, too. Even the slightest touch from a ferocious beast could lead to the rupture of its joints. Even the simplest small-scale movement and acceleration could lead to the most terrible disintegration in the sky. Without the support of an entire team of refiners, even Liao, the magical equipment expert, would not be able to revive it. It had carried out its mission faithfully and sent Liao to the Supreme Emperor. Right now, it was kneeling on the ground quietly like a cold and tragic statue. Only part of the magical equipment units and weapon systems could be dismantled and used as backup components and strengthening suits. Then, it was the Apocalypse, the giant soldier of the Mad Blood God. The giant god soldier had been acquired by the Supreme Emperor after the Battle of the Imperial Terminus sector and brought to the primeval relics. But the mysterious power buried deep inside the crystal processor of the giant god soldier had almost corrupted the Supreme Emperor's mind and given him a second blood god. It was the strongest, most dangerous, and most likely to swallow its master. Maybe it was because the Supreme Emperor feared that it might bite the mysterious power of the user that he had chopped it into pieces. The core crystal processor and the spiritual nexus had been blown to pieces, and there was no way that they could be reorganized. Like the arsonists, they could only serve as maintenance and strengthening components. Lastly, there was the legendary national artifact of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Gold Sun, a supergiant soldier that represented infinite brilliance and brightness. Li Yao's heart was beating fast while he looked at the majestic and dominating golden sun that was sitting on the rack and surrounded by the aura of a real dragon. He felt that his mouth was dry, and he did not know what to do, just like when he saw the great fire dragon Sparrow, the giant soldier of the Heaven's Origin sector for the first time. Can I really ride the golden sun? Li Yao swallowed hard. He felt that his throat was smoking. Little Black, which was much larger than before and even rounder than before, flapped its wings and flew above his head, encouraging him to summon all his courage and strength. Yes, from Earth to Heaven's Origin, from the Star Glory Federation to the Imperium of true human beings, and from the Imperium to this place. A certain force seemed to be guiding me from the depths of the primeval relics. Li Yao thought to himself, I am the right man. This is my destiny. This is my giant soldier. There is no power that can stop me from riding it and creating new miracles. Gold runes were blinking below Li Yao's eyes again. Shwa, 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 shwa. Gold Sun, Armageddon, Arsonist. The detailed structural designs of the three giant soldiers and the possible telepathic thoughts that could be modified by hundreds of thousands of times appeared in his brain instantly. Thousands of complicated 3D pictures and billions of data and formulas were flying and colliding. Divinity stage, secret art, computational method of schizophrenia, activate. Using the techniques he had just learned from the Supreme Emperor's legacy, Li Yao divided his entire sea of consciousness into 100 equal parts. It was like 100 thinking swirls that divided the content that needed to be deduced and calculated into 100 parts, too. He guided the information into his brain and calculated at the same time. Streams of gold brightness appeared on his face and flowed to his temples, as if a glittering eye had grown out of his temples. In the meantime, Li Yao's telepathic thoughts and remote manipulation techniques were activated to the maximum, too. With the help of Little Black, all the magical equipment platforms in the workshop were activated. Countless maintenance puppets that were in the hibernation state were activated, too. Dazzling maintenance magical equipment popped out of their bodies. Li Yao took a deep, deep breath. The gold streaks in the bottom of his eyes congregated into interweaving gold lines, outlining the image of a new giant god soldier. He extended his hand and pressed the chest of the gold sun. Streams of gold brightness flowed out of his palm and enveloped the gold sun softly and delicately. Z, 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 Z. Soft noises were echoing in the gaps of the armor of the gold sun. The round plates and shields had been dismantled, revealing the crystal wires that were as dense and smooth as veins and nerves and the precise and flawless units. The debris of the apocalyptic apocalypse and the incendent had been dismantled into the tiniest components by Li Yao's invisible giant hand that was made of remote objects. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The few furnaces rumbled. With the enhancement of Li Yao's spiritual flames, the raging flames soared to a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. The components of the apocalyptic apocalypse and the incendent were sent into the furnaces and processed into unbelievable shapes before they congregated into magnificent red and black torrents and bombarded the golden sun. In a moment, the gold brightness inside Li Yao's eyes and on his temples, as well as the gold brightness that enveloped the golden sun, exploded at the same time. It was like Li Yao's soul had hacked into the mainframe crystal processor of the gold sun and was roaring inside its chest. The gold sun was no longer a Cold War machine. It was more like a primeval beast that had come to life, or even a deity that had descended from the four-dimensional universe. Instead of modifying and repairing it, it was popping out all the crystal wires and chomping on the components of the apocalypse and the arsonists. The components were not embedded or attached, but grew naturally on the skeleton of the gold sun. Even Lu Qingchen was deeply shocked. With the Fuxi database, he was naturally adept at the maintenance, modification, and enhancement of countless kinds of giant god soldiers. But he had never seen such an unbelievable modification technology before. The hardest strengthened alloys had really turned into slender, soft, and sensitive veins, nerves, and muscle fibers after being smelted by Liao's soul fire. The giant god soldiers modified in such a way could not only meld the gold sun, the Armageddon, and the arsonist perfectly into one, but they also boasted the senses of a living creature and were 100% compatible with Liao's soul, like his enlarged body. What a monster! There was no telling whether Lu Qingchen was talking about Liao or the giant soldier modified by Liao. But before he finished his sentence, thousands of crystal wires darted out of the body of the gold sun and wreathed the hammer that he was hiding in, dragging it over and swallowing it. Crack, 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 crack. The shell of the hammer was shattered into countless burning iron scraps and sparks. The core of the crystal processor that stored Lu Qingchen's soul was melted into the left arm of the golden sun and buried in the gold threads that looked like muscle fibers, like a single eye that had grown out of his flesh and blood. Not just the Morning Star hammer. A lot of other magical equipment components had also been bound, absorbed, and swallowed by the gold threads released by the golden sun. Creaking noises were echoing non-stop, as if a metal grinder had been fully functioning. Billions of iron scraps and sparks were burnt into a hazy mist by Liao's flames. The bright gold mist gradually thickened and enveloped the gold sun. It was fluctuating like a giant golden cocoon in which the ultimate weapon that had slept for 10,000 years was about to break out and turn into a butterfly. Liao's telekinesis and mental waves were more and more intense, surging, and crazy. In the end, the entire laboratory and the maintenance workshop were awed by him. Tens of thousands of units and spare components were dancing in the air and congregated into a magnificent storm. Liao was enveloped by Little Black and tossed into the giant golden cocoon at the center of the storm. The dust finally settled. The mist gradually dispersed. The golden cocoon broke into pieces. Under Liao's high-intensity torture, all the scraps were beyond the limits of metal fatigue. They turned from bright gold to pale and dead gray, before they fell to the ground and broke into pieces like ceramic and glass, losing the hardness and tenacity of metal. In the meantime, the golden sun, which had been reborn in the metal cocoon, displayed its best performance in the primeval relics 10,000 years later. Compared with the simplicity and crudeness of 10,000 years ago, with the addition of a lot of components of apocalyptic apocalypse and incendent, its current style was even more gorgeous, flamboyant, and even hideous. It was full of aggressiveness and determination. The golden horn that soared into the sky seemed to be able to pierce 9 holes in the sky. The antenna that surrounded the top of the head was like a brilliant crown. Its face was made of dozens of interconnecting red lines that constituted 2 eyes that were emitting blood-red brilliance, highlighting the deepness and dominance of the heart of the sky is like the ocean, and the might of the heavens is unpredictable. The 2 round and enormous shoulder shields covered more than half of the breastplate, except for the shoulders. Other than further improving the frontal defense, the upper half of the body of the giant soldier was in a perfect upside-down triangle. Besides, when it was sprinting and triggering the spiritual shield, it was more in line with the principles of aerodynamics and magnetic field construction. Starting from the powerful waist, 7 crescent skirt armor that looked like a crescent moon had been installed. The golden lotuses that were blossoming in reverse provided enough protection for the critical joints of the waist and did not affect the dazzling movements of the giant god soldier at all. In fact, the auxiliary power unit hidden below the crescent skirt armor could provide unexpected acceleration at the critical moment, increasing the speed of the giant god soldier to a whole new level. It was like a rapidly revolving golden lotus that could drill through any enemy or planet. The dark gold color of the entire giant god soldier was in the form of translucent, smooth gold. Looking through the plate armor that looked like frozen gold, one could see the muscles, veins, and neural network made of red crystal wires vividly. When Liao's telepathic thoughts were transmitted to every sensor component of the giant god soldier through the crystal wires, the red brightness emitted by the crystal wires would flicker and flicker, adding to the mysterious beauty. Behind the gold sun, there were 16 powerful main force units that could accelerate the giant god soldier from stillness to 7 times the speed of sound in 0.5 seconds. Liao, on the other hand, had removed the protection of the main force units and added a crystal marrow fueling system that could allow the giant god soldier to absorb the marrow crystals that were as pure as natural crystal bombs directly and reduce the time it took for the giant god soldier to stop to 7 times the speed of sound to 0.3 seconds. In such a short amount of time, the giant god soldier had to accelerate to the maximum speed. Even if the body of the giant god soldier could bear it, the user would not be able to control it effectively. Therefore, Liao added 2 pairs of wide and sharp golden wings on the back of the giant god soldier as stabilizer wings. The Supreme Emperor seemed to advocate simplicity and simplicity. He believed that less is more, and did not like to add too many bits and pieces to the giant god soldier. However, Liao had always been a guy who liked exaggeration and coolness. He believed that wings were the key to combat ability. The more wings there were, the higher the level of the giant god soldier would be, and the stronger its combat ability would be. These 2 pairs of wings were the essence of his lifelong refining and polishing. Looking from the front, they were complex, wide, and gorgeous golden wings. But looking from the side, they were 4 sharp blades as thin as the wings of a cicada and even sharper than mica slices. Moreover, each of these feathers had been engraved with different attack array glyphs. In battle, they could reflect the enemy's spiritual energy attacks and mental attacks. Sometimes, they could even reflect the enemy's spiritual energy attacks. It could be said that these 2 pairs of wings could both attack and defend. They could be called an integrated magical equipment unit. However, the most eye-catching part about the giant soldier was not the pair of wings named Gold Death God by Liao, but the 2 pieces of aggressive magical equipment that extended from the giant shield and melded with its arms. The attack magical equipment on his left arm was a combination of the Storm Bolter, the Crystal Railgun, and the heavy triple-headed 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun. At first glance, it seemed to be a combination of all kinds of weapons. The black barrels of the cannons were stacked together, as if Liao had dismantled a super arsenal warship and concentrated all the turrets on the left arm of the giant god soldier. Above his left arm, an eye that was half buried in the armor and emitting a faint ghostly glow was constantly rotating. It was the super crystal processor that stored Lu Qingxin's soul. It specialized in controlling the destructive firepower on the left arm of the giant god soldier. The right arm of the giant soldier was also covered by a giant shield and a super-large chainsword and a saber that were hidden behind the shield. The shield was made of multiple sharp-edged geometries, with almost 100 broken teeth protruding out of the surface that could shake the enemy at a high speed. Should the shield hit the enemy, the giant soldier might break apart even though it was extremely solid. In the meantime, a crimson supercrystal processor was embedded to the top of his right arm, too. It looked like a bloody eye and was emitting boundless brutality. The melee weapon system on his right arm had been modified from the 9-headed dragon attack system of the arsonist. Naturally, the mental devil was still in charge of it. It meant that, other than Liao, the mastermind, the giant god soldier boasted 2 child brains that boasted amazing computational ability and performance. They could fight independently and significantly improved the survivability and endurance of the battlefield. Walla, the giant god soldier who had been reborn, got rid of the soft tubes that were used to load and transport the fuel. The curved plate armor and the cover were all opened. Under the influence of Liao's powerful remote manipulation ability, the spiritual energy bullets and the heat-sensitive flying swords were automatically loaded. After a cracking sound, the curved plate armor was closed again. The giant god soldier straightened his back and stomped on the ground. After an ear-splitting explosion, he roared for the first time in 10,000 years. Liao sat cross-legged inside the spiritual residence of the giant god soldier. His soul and the enormous machine had melded into one. There was no concept of an interface or a light beam at all. It was as if he had grown 100 eyes, 20 of which were outside of his body. In the blink of an eye, He had scanned the entire laboratory and every aspect of the battlefield on the ground. Bright gold data streams were rolling before his eyes and flowing into the depths of his brain. Z, 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 Z. Colorful brilliance was spurting out of the black barrels on his left arm. The aggressive magnetic field attracted all the dust floating in the air and burnt furiously, as if he had summoned all the brightness of the stars in the universe. Hum, hum, hum. The bizarre-shaped shield on his right arm was roaring in fury. 2. Visible ripples were spreading out in the air. Even the wall hundreds of meters away was rattling because of the blast, indicating that it could collapse at any moment. Sensing the formidability of the long-range and close-combat weapon systems, Liao couldn't be more delighted. He really wanted to roar and vent the excessive strength surging in his chest. The powerful power unit on my back and the sharp golden wings have been named Gold Death God. The long-range attack system on my left arm right now will be called Sky-Piercing Cannon. As for the melee attack system on my right arm, it will be called Mad Blade of Affliction. Liao roared and triggered the soaring flames of war together with the giant soldier. Gold Death, Sky-Piercing Cannon, and Frenzied Blade of Affliction are carrying 3 super systems. Let's see who can stop me, be it the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, or the Floodtide Legion. Well, Lu Qingchen coughed and said, although I am your captive, captives have their own dignity too. I reject the shameless name, Sky Blast. If you insist, just kill me. Although we are good brothers this time, I agree with Lu Qingchen. The mental devil, who had been silent all the time, sighed too. If you insist on calling the melee attack system Mad Blade of Affliction, then I refuse to manipulate it. Do it yourself. Ha! Liao blinked his eyes, his face full of confusion. What's wrong with my name? Isn't it very awe-inspiring and domineering? What's there to be ashamed of? I even gave this brand new giant god soldier a brand new name. It's called... No. Please don't. Lu Qingchen shouted. That's right. If you want a new name, let us do it. The mental devil shouted, too. Yes, it's simple. Just cut and assemble the original name. Don't waste your precious time thinking of an innovative new name, Lu Qingchen said quickly. Since the giant god soldier is mainly a combination of the Gold Sun and the Armageddon, let's each take half of it and call it the Sun Calamity. The mental devil did not give Liao any chance to interrupt. Solar catastrophe? Very good. Very good. It's decided then. Lu Qingchen hurried to explain. Is that so? It sounds nice, but don't you feel that it is too ordinary and does not have the dominating aura of stepping on the stars and shaking the universe? Liao pondered for a moment and said, all right, let's say that the giant god soldier is named Solar Calamity. Then, how should I address the long-range and melee weapon systems? Why does the weapon system have to have a name? Lu Qingchen and the mental devil said at the same time. There is no need for that, because we are now faced with a battle that concerns the survival of the civilization of mankind. If we pass the ultimate test and save the civilization of mankind, every detail of the battle will be recorded in history books and textbooks. Liao explained, don't you think that it's easier to leave a deep impression on people by naming every system separately, and your contribution will be remembered by billions of people? For example, when I am faced with an unfathomably strong existence, I can shout, Heaven Blast, break for me. Then, Lu Qingchen, your name will be passed on for a long, long time after the name, Heaven Blast. Even your sins will be slightly reduced. I refuse. Lu Qingchen declared resolutely, I would rather go back to the Federation and be sentenced to the harshest of trials and live in infamy for 10,000 years than carry the words heaven-shaking cannon on my back and live in infamy forever. Well, can we stop dwelling on the details now? The mental devil reminded him. The black spots are about to corrupt half of the tower. Whether the tower is entirely corrupted by the black spots, cut in half, or the immense power deep inside the tower is triggered, none of them can be salvaged. Before that, we must seize every second to enter the tower. It will be best if we can find the rational researchers of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan and find out everything about the ultimate test. That's true. Let's talk about it later, Liao mumbled to himself. First of all, let the wretched beasts witness a catastrophe that is as destructive as the explosion of the sun. The dark gold giant soldier strode toward the back of the workshop. Sensing the brightness of the giant soldier, the flawless wall slid open, revealing a translucent lotus seat. It was a large teleportation array. Although it could not reach the inside of the heavenly tower, it was one of the few floating fortresses around the heavenly tower. Liao, when the sun catastrophe stood on the lotus platform, surrounded by colorful mystic rays, Lu Qingchan suddenly asked, "Are you not worried that I might play tricks on you? Go ahead and try." Liao smiled, with gold brightness beaming out of his eyes. Whoever has ill intentions among human beings, including the evil creatures that are not human beings, the makers of the black wall who sealed us, and the flood tide that threatens the entire multiverse, do whatever you want. I, Vulture Liao, accept the challenge. Shua. The sun catastrophe seemed to be enveloped by a giant rainbow bubble. The scenery around them suddenly turned fuzzy and twisted into zigzagging ribbons of brightness. Then, the ribbons revolved rapidly like a colorful tunnel soaring into the sky. A tremendous attraction force came from the end of the tunnel and swallowed the sun catastrophe. When the rainbow gradually faded away, the sun catastrophe had arrived in the sky around the heavenly tower from the underground of Silver City. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. The ground was tilted. Explosions were echoing nonstop. Flames were licking every cabin inside the floating fortress, even triggering serial explosions of ammunition and crystal warehouses. The anti-gravity unit was completely wrecked. Intense black smoke was popping up from the super fortress that weighed hundreds of thousands of tons, and it was falling to the ground slowly. Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cause of all this was precisely the ferocious beast tide that invaded the floating fortress one wave after another. Most of the ferocious beasts had wings on their ribs and looked hideous, like pterodactyls that had been enlarged multiple times. However, there were translucent lumps around their necks from which high-voltage electric arcs and super flames were spurting out. Hardly had the sun catastrophe revealed itself on the teleportation array when it was discovered by several pterodactyls, who lunged at it screaming. Liao grinned. His smile was indescribably refreshing. What was more suitable to baptize a new supergiant soldier than blood? The sun catastrophe took half a step back and got rid of the tiny interference of the space ripples, leaving enough room for it to exert its strength. Then, dazzling golden flames spurted out from the gaps between the shoulder plates and the skirt plates. In less than 10 meters, it accelerated to more than 5 times the speed of sound. The sharp-edged giant shield crashed into the pterodactyl in the lead like a crazily revolving machine. After a series of ear-splitting noises, the pterodactyl was minced into a cluster of rotten meat, which was then reduced to the most basic cells. The cells turned into crimson mist and surrounded the sun catastrophe, adding to the unstoppable dominance and brutality. Before the rest of the pterodactyls realized what was going on, the sun catastrophe had already raised its left arm high. The gold torrents flowing out of its fingertips seemed to be alive and turned into hundreds of tentacles that tangled, wreathed, and swallowed their heads. Then, it blew up the cabin walls and plate armor of the floating fortress and paved a way to the outside world through the teleportation array. While the floating fortress was still on the ground, Liao rushed out of the fortress in a streak of gold and soared into the sky. Right now, the battlefield was even more chaotic and brutal. In the beast tides that belonged to the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, many top-tier ferocious beasts had already entered the heavenly towers through various channels. Even the 2 leaders who made Liao's heart palpitate in the beginning had disappeared. They must have been one step ahead of Liao and entered the heavenly tower first. In order to enter the narrow pathway of the tower, the remaining ferocious beasts were pushing and shoving each other. They were engaged in a chaotic battle. The deformed limbs were flying everywhere, and the stinky internal organs were flowing all over the ground, turning Silver City into a bloody, stinky hell. Liao appeared out of nowhere and became the target of everyone. Many ferocious beasts noticed him. They flapped their wings that were dozens of meters long and even hundreds of meters long, turning into unstoppable streaks of brightness and flying toward him. Liao pursed his lips, revealing his sharp canine teeth. The bloodthirsty aura in his eyes could not be concealed even by the brilliant golden flames. The solar calamity also released destructive flames. The 4 stabilizer fins were stretched to the limit like 4 thin sabers being unsheathed. Then the sun catastrophe vanished into thin air, but thousands of interweaving gold trajectories appeared in the sky within several square kilometers, each of which brushed past the critical parts of a deadly beast and lingered for a long time. At this moment, the battlefield that had just been unfrozen seemed to be frozen again. It was not until the thousands of golden trajectories condensed into the real entity of the sun catastrophe that the ferocious beasts that had been frozen in midair suddenly split into countless miserable body parts, and a storm of blood began to pour down. In the blink of an eye, there were no living ferocious beasts within several kilometers of the sun catastrophe. This was Liao's exclusive no-fly zone. Liao scanned the battlefield casually. His attention was not on the shrimps at all, but his eyes were focused on the southwest of the battlefield, almost reaching the horizon. As he expected, when he maximized his vision, he detected a very familiar redness. It was Great Fire Dragon Sparrow, Ding Lingdong's giant soldier. What is that? While Liao was on a killing spree near the Heavenly Tower with the sun catastrophe, Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Li Linghai, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and the rest of the experts in the assault squad staggered to a place not far away from the Heavenly Tower. The life of the ferocious beasts was very short. After days and nights of hellish fighting, many of them had almost reached the end of their life. Often they would burn and perish while they were fighting. A lot of other ferocious beasts had also gathered around the Heavenly Tower to kill each other. The pressure on them was greatly reduced, allowing the experts of human civilization to sit down and catch their breath while they studied the mysteries of the ancient relics and discussed their next strategy. Right then, they discovered the gold brightness of the sun catastrophe at the same time and were deeply shocked by the apocalyptic aura of the supergiant soldier. What kind of giant god soldier is this exactly? Its performance is even better than all of our giant god soldiers, and it can perform so many irregular maneuvers in only half a second. Boss Bai was greatly alarmed. It is a super heavy giant soldier with solid armor, but it is even more agile than my super movement giant soldier, the extreme pirate. How is it possible? Yes, how is that possible? Ding Lingdang also muttered. Killing dozens of ferocious beasts mutated from the prehistoric species in one breath, and yet it was so calm and at ease. How can its attack be so powerful? Whoever is driving the giant god soldier, their computational ability must be unparalleled, if not better than mine. The boxing champion gazed at the golden sky in the distance and mumbled. In the 1 minute of attack, his attack trajectory and trajectory distribution were flawless. He achieved a perfect balance between attack power and energy consumption, which is as classic as a textbook. Is this? Li Linghai was even more shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. He stammered. Is it the legendary Gold Sun, the personal soldier of the Supreme Emperor? Supreme Emperor. A well-known name, a dominating name, a name that could shock all the heroes in the Sea of Stars, including the Federation, the Imperium, and the Federation, Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Boss Bai, Li Linghai, Li Jialing, and the boxing champion. How is it possible? How is it possible? The heroes gazed at the most brilliant gold in the sky with unpredictable expressions. They did not know whether to kneel down or scream. The golden sun of the Supreme Emperor could be said to be the most famous ultimate war weapon in the Sea of Stars. The brilliant final battle between him and his own blood god was the most magnificent and influential competition in the history of human civilization. Although 10,000 years was enough to obliterate countless traces of the golden sun and the apocalyptic apocalypse, the traces of obliteration had turned into even more exaggerated and glamorous legends, which made countless people remember the formidability of the golden sun from countless perspectives. Naturally, its appearance and features were well acknowledged and became the ultimate dream of all the exos. The brilliance, toughness, and dominance of the giant soldier in front of him were beyond the imagination of the legendary Gold Sun. Besides the Supreme Emperor himself, who else could drive such an ultimate war machine? Although Supreme Emperor Rebirth was a very absurd idea, but ever since they entered the primeval relics and experienced the crazy growth of the primeval forest, the resurrection and mutation of the Pangu clan, and the chaos and glory of Silver City, a series of events that could not be explained by common sense had completely shattered the logic of many experts, including the bizarre and unbelievable incidents. Is he really the Supreme Emperor? Yes. Not long ago, the time here was apparently frozen. But when Ding Lingdang and Lu Qingchen fought, the speed of time thaw suddenly accelerated. In other words, the Supreme Emperor must have slept for thousands of years in the frozen time and finally woke up at this moment. Other than the Supreme Emperor, who else can ride the Golden Sun and kill dozens of ferocious beasts so easily? Look, a new deadly beast that looks like an assault starship in low Earth orbit. The shells on the head and the chest are almost as good as multiple layers of plate armor. Yet it has been slashed into two halves by him. Who else can perform such a brutal attack except the Supreme Emperor himself? Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor. I'm not dreaming, am I? I can actually see the legendary Supreme Emperor slaughtering everything with my own eyes. If it is a dream, it must be an absurd dream that we all have at the same time. No, such a crazy scene is impossible even in a dream. He is the real Supreme Emperor, watching the golden streaks of brightness splitting and interweaving in the sky again and slaying the second wave of ferocious beasts that were trying to soar into the sky within 3 seconds. The sharp aura of the saber, the lightning-like speed, and the precise trajectories all made the hearts of many experts shake. They were intoxicated, and their hearts were beating fast. Even the Fist King, a mechanical expert who clearly did not have any breathing organs, felt suffocated. Since the Supreme Emperor has shown up there, it must be the center of the primeval relics and the key to all the answers. Should we go there? The experts looked at each other and discussed. The answer was obvious. Whatever secrets were buried in the primeval relics, it was every expert's lifelong dream to communicate with the best expert of the human civilization in the past 100,000 years. However, I don't know what the Supreme Emperor's stance is. Does he see us as friends or enemies, or chess pieces that he can manipulate at will, or even insignificant ants? If we act rashly, won't we sabotage his operation and infuriate him? Even Ding Lingdang, the fearless Red Fire Dragon King, Long Yongjun, a Nuwa warrior from the primeval era, and Li Jialing, the new emperor who considered himself to be the god's chosen one, were hesitating when faced with the unpredictable dominance. Right then, the gold laser slashed the third wave of ferocious beasts that were trying to draw close into pieces. But it retracted its blood-stained saber and turned around, casting its cold eyes at the human experts. Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Li Linghai, Li Jialing, Boss Bai, and Yen Liren all felt their hearts beating fast and their mouths dry. Even the mainframe crystal processor of Fist King was humming. His computational ability had been maximized. Every metal joint on his body was uttering weird noises, either in excitement or wariness. He saw us. He seems to have something to say to us. Li Linghai's voice was shaking. Everybody was breathing heavily. Their chests were fluctuating, and their hearts were beating fast. The Supreme Emperor, the legendary Supreme Emperor. Everybody's eyes were open so wide that they were almost tearing. The boxing champion even had a few crystal cameras broken. He was staring at the golden giant soldier in the sky, waiting for the command of the Supreme Emperor. After 3 small-scale movements at 5 to 7 times the speed of sound, the change of direction, and the continuous acceleration, together with the fierce collisions with the ferocious beasts, had dyed the surface of the giant gold weapon orange due to the high-speed friction. The orange stream of heat was steaming non-stop. Together with the blood and flesh of the burning animals, it formed a blurred red mist around the giant golden weapon, making it even taller and more magnificent. It slowly raised its right arm. Gold flames soared into the sky and danced in the sky, forming a line of magnificent words. Nobody had expected that the Supreme Emperor would leave a message to them in such a way. They were both surprised and delighted, but they focused their attention and observed carefully. The golden flames formed two words. In the middle of the glittering gold they were, "Honey, it's me." It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had struck down from the clear sky, turning into 10,000 sticks that ruthlessly smashed down from the top of their heads at the same time. All the experts of the human race were shocked into confusion. They were dumbfounded and did not come back to themselves for a long time. What did it mean? What did it mean by honey? It's me? Was it a secret code that contained the deepest secrets of the ancient relics? Everybody looked at each other speechlessly. Someone clutched their heart and gasped in pain. When he looked again, the words gradually dispersed and occupied half of the sky. Even a blind man could see them. Below the words, the giant soldier that represented the cutting-edge combat ability, dignity, and courage of the human civilization was jumping up and down, waving his hands and legs, and greeting them. His unique style, his imaginative movements, and his unusual posture were all very familiar. They seemed to have appeared in the nightmares of many people and were deeply etched in their minds. "It can't be, right?" Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and mumbled suspiciously. "Is that really the legendary Supreme Emperor? Why do I feel that his movements are very familiar? One look and I hate him so much." "Me too. I was not so sure at first, but when he started dancing, I had the feeling that I was going to die together with him without caring about anything else." "Well, I have a bad feeling that he is not the Supreme Emperor but this someone," Long Yangjun said. "The guy who always shows up at the most critical moment and increases the difficulty of the mission by 10 times. Are you sure you want me to tell you his name?" "Huh." Li Linghai and Li Jialing opened their mouths slowly. "It's him. It's really him." Ding Lingdang, on the other hand, burst into tears of joy. "Li Yao! Li Yao! Li Yao!" The two parties were too far away from each other, and the communication was seriously jammed. There was no reason for the other party to hear their conversation. However, Ding Lingdang and Li Yao seemed to have telepathy, because as soon as she finished her sentence, the words that covered half of the sky changed. At first, they were broken into thousands of golden streaks, before they condensed into a new message. "Yes, it's me, Vulture Li Yao. I'm back. Are you happy? Are you surprised? Are you excited, honey? Shwa, 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 shwa." Everyone's gaze focused on Ding Lingdang. Although Ding Lingdang was as thick-skinned as the Red Fire Dragon King, she still found it hard to bear. Her honey-colored skin was flushed red. After complaining for a while, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, to the point that tears were about to fall. "All right, time is of the essence. As for how I escaped from the Superplasma Torrent, how I got the legendary giant god soldier of the Supreme Emperor, and how I upgraded it from the Gold Sun to the Solar Calamity, as well as the 2 unparalleled weapon systems that I added, they are called. Let's talk about that later when we get back." Li Yao continued. "The communication here is seriously jammed. The extremely dangerous interconnecting zone is rippling in the void. It will be difficult for me to bypass the traps in a hurry. Also, time is of the essence. I have to enter the tower immediately. This is the only way to communicate with you. As you can see, the tower behind me is named Tower. It is a relic left by the ancient civilization and an ultimate test. Should the test fail, a certain destructive magical equipment that covers the entire Pangu universe might be activated and wipe out all the carbon-based intelligent creatures living in the Pangu universe. It's a pity that many candidates of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan have gone in. Even if we stay put, they will trigger the test anyway. After all, 99.9% of their civilization has been destroyed. Our only hope is to march into the tower and be tested by the human beings, the successors closest to the makers of the Black Wall. Terminus Tower? Primeval Relic? Ultimate Test? Eradicate all the carbon-based intelligent creatures in the Pangu universe. Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, Li Jialing, all the experts were greatly shocked. There's no time to explain. In short, I need your help. I may not be able to figure out all the directions to pass the test by myself. Liao continued writing. Next, I'm going to enter the heaven's path. But before that, I will clear the obstacles and guide you. You must catch up with me in time. Remember, don't underestimate yourself. Don't think that you are insignificant. Although the Panga civilization is much stronger than us, we are all equal in the ultimate test. In the past, dozens of ancient civilizations that were stronger than the Panga civilization had conducted the same test, only to fail and lose their civilization. It was evident that the capability and wisdom of the civilization were not necessary to pass the test. Maybe the ultimate test is not about the development of a civilization and its absolute combatability, but about our trust in each other, our peace and contempt for death, our hope for the future, and our unwavering will no matter what the circumstances are. Things like that are used to define a civilization and contain endless potential for it. Or maybe 100 ancient civilizations have walked all the logical paths under normal circumstances. Therefore, we must pass the test in a weird, crazy, and sordid way. All in all, we cannot predict what kind of challenges we will be faced with in the unknown darkness, but we can clearly and firmly know what kind of person we are. We can cultivate our true self and face the unknown with our true self. Even if we are destroyed and obliterated, we can still leave our most distinctive mark in the vast universe. This might be the answer. Now, open your eyes and look at every ripple clearly. Liao finished writing the last sentence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, too. The golden flames that were dancing in the sky suddenly shrank and retreated to the left arm of the sun catastrophe. Then, they flooded out and swept the entire world like a torrent that was ready to be unleashed. Everyone's vision was drowned by the golden ocean. The barrage was even fiercer than the raging waves. It swept over the heads of countless ferocious beasts as if they were dry weeds and thousands of soldiers were being wiped out, causing the heads of the ferocious beasts to burn furiously. A blood-stained pathway was cleared between Liao, Ding Lingdang, and the rest of them. After the golden flames that covered every inch of space passed by, the invisible space discontinuities were exposed clearly, too. They were like giant swirls that seemed to be real. They were scattered around the heavenly towers and constituted a complicated 3D maze. With the amazing computational ability of Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, and the Fist King, as long as the space maze was revealed, there would be a zigzagging exit no matter how complicated and twisted the route was. Liao, bathed in the golden flames of war, Ding Lingdang could barely keep her eyes open. Her eyes were filled with burning torrents. She clenched her fists and mumbled, "Rest assured, we will catch up to you." Beside the heavenly tower, after releasing endless golden flames, the entire left arm of the sun catastrophe was almost melted into dazzling orange. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. Liao breathed heavily and gazed at the golden ocean that he had created as well as the countless ferocious beasts that had been scared out of their wits and were lying on the ground, not daring to move at all. That should be enough. Ding Lingdang and the rest of them should be able to find their way here. I believe in her. Now, let's go ahead and develop a new direction for Ding Lingdang and the rest of the cultivators. Who, although most of the ferocious beasts had been intimidated by Liao's flames, exposing the target in such a way still attracted the attention of several high-level beasts on the same level as the armored storm dragon. They roared crazily and flapped their enormous wings, charging at Liao. Good timing. Liao smiled and clutched the saber behind his shield again. He had tested it just now. The ugly black spots that covered the bottom half of the heavenly tower seemed to be a special one-way channel that had its own genetic examination function. Only the creatures that carried the genes of ferocious beasts could crawl in smoothly. But the bullets and flying swords that Liao shot at the black spots were all blocked. Therefore, he needed a shell to cover the metal structure of the sun catastrophe, so that he could pass through the black spots and enter the heavenly tower. The first ferocious beast lunged at him. It looked like a deformed hybrid of a lion, a vulture, and a scorpion. It had an immeasurable bloody mouth and 3 tails that were as sharp as sickles. It was as large as the armored storm dragon, and when it opened its bloody mouth to the maximum, it could even swallow the sunburst. It was exactly what Liao needed. The sun catastrophe once again displayed the speed of lightning and the agility of a meteorite fragment. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Sometimes it was left and sometimes it was right, turned into a fuzzy ball of light. At first, it dodged the fatal entanglement of the griffin's 3 weird tails. Then it shrank into a ball and crashed into the enemy's bloody mouth. When the upper half of its body was buried in the bloody mouth, the high-frequency vibration of the shield was activated, grinding the tusks and the circular grinding teeth inside the throat of the beast into powder. When the beast was roaring miserably, it unsheathed the anti-ship saber unhurriedly and slashed at the internal organs of the beast along its throat. The golden flames of war surged out and burnt all the internal organs of the beast. The griffin died before it had the chance to struggle. The sun catastrophe took the opportunity to crawl into the stomach of the ferocious beast and stab into the nearest black spot with the dead body of the beast. The feeling of passing through the black spots was completely different from the feeling when one was using ordinary teleportation arrays or even space jumps. It was like the sun catastrophe was sealed in a piece of sticky candy that was about to be solidified. One had to exert all their strength to slowly move forward. Thankfully, the sticky candy was not very thick. The suffocating feeling only lasted 3 seconds before Liao felt that his entire body was relaxed. The resistance was gone, and the world around him was magnified by 10,000 times. The dead body of the griffin beast was torn apart and burnt to ashes by the golden flames of the sun catastrophe, turning into bloody mist and dispersing. Riding the sun catastrophe, Liao successfully broke into the heavenly tower. However, what he saw inside the heavenly tower was truly shocking and unbelievable. Liao had thought that, since it was called tower, the space inside must be very limited. At best, it would be a complicated 3D maze that was designed to create visual obstacles. Judging from the outside of the heavenly tower, however large it was, it could not be more than 20 kilometers in diameter. Besides, the higher it was, the smaller its diameter should be. However, what appeared in front of Liao's eyes right now was a vast world. As far as his eyes could reach, he could see nothing but steep, mirror-like crags that seemed to have been carved out by the ancient gods and devils. They constituted interconnecting ravines, and billions of bolts of lightning were crashing down from the purple-red sky with ear-splitting noises, making everybody panic. Yes, the sky. Liao saw a brand new sky inside the heavenly tower. It was as if he had not broken into the heavenly tower, but was teleported to a new planet named Thunder Valley, a chaotic, dangerous world fragment. However, the ferocious beasts and guardians that were fighting in the middle of the lightning and thunder deep inside the wrinkles told Liao clearly that he was inside the heavenly tower. I understand now. The tower is not a real tower but a corner of countless sectors just like the ancient relics. Liao thought quickly. Right? If it were an ordinary tower, no matter how high it was, what materials it was made of, and what traps it had, the ancient civilization, the Panga civilization, and even the technology of the human civilization could break it down into the most basic bricks, cement, rebars, and screws. There would be no testing at all. It is not a tower in the conventional sense at all. Instead, it is the amalgamation of countless world fragments. Besides, judging from the high-energy reactions in this place, it is different from the stable and peaceful livable planets in the periphery of the primeval relics that are perfect for the survival of human beings. The world fragments that make up the heavenly towers all come from dangerous, violent planets. As I move upwards along the tower, every world fragment will become more and more violent, more and more unstable, and more dangerous. I'm afraid this is the first test left by the Black Wall Maker. Very soon, I can't wait any longer. Let's begin. Liao extended his telepathic thoughts to the maximum and scanned the Thunder Valley in front of him carefully, trying to find the exit, or rather, the stairs that was even higher. He looked at the sky first. It was an unpredictable, ever-changing, mysterious world surrounded by purple clouds. Amid the collisions and turbulences of the purple clouds, the lightning was getting denser and denser, as if a storm was coming. It seemed that he would be able to reach the upper level by breaking through the thunder-filled sky. It was only natural. Many ferocious beasts flapped their enormous wings and flew toward the place where the lightning was densest. Then, they were pierced through by the sharp blades condensed by the lightning and fell into the endless darkness deep inside the valley. The stairs should not be on the top. This is a world fragment, an independent space. The so-called up, down, left, right does not mean much. The stairs leading to the higher floors of the tower are likely to be teleportation arrays. Liao thought to himself silently. The defenders did not deploy too many war machines in the sky. The vast majority of the defenders are scattered around the valley. It can be seen that they don't place too much importance on the sky and simply let the ferocious beasts seek their own death. I don't need to repeat the same mistake. He continued scanning the fluctuating canyon, only to discover that bolts of lightning were falling one after another, turning into erratic balls of lightning that devoured the lives of the ferocious beasts to their heart's content. Even the war machine on the defending side would be paralyzed on the spot when it came into contact with the balls of lightning. Could not have been more dangerous. However, amidst the countless explosions of lightning, Liao noticed an extremely unusual scene. Every 10 to 20 seconds, more than 100 lightning bolts would hit the same place and condense into an enormous ball of lightning more than 100 meters in diameter. The ball of lightning, on the other hand, did not float like a regular lightning but stayed where it was, emitting glamorous colors. Ripples were flowing on its surface, making it look like a swirl or a gate. There it is. Liao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Of course, he was not making a wild guess based on his intuition, but the result of a full-scale scan with his keen senses. The enormous ball of lightning, under the effect of the seemingly earth-shaking sound and light, rippled out spiritual energy with a strong smell of space ripples, which was very similar to the ripples when the teleportation array was just activated or when the space jump just ended. Liao was certain that it was a teleportation array disguised as a super-large ball of lightning. This teleportation array will appear every 17 seconds for 0.78 seconds. As long as I am within 1,000 meters of it, I will be able to crawl into it in time. The problem is that the coordinates are always uncertain. How can I be sure where it will show up next? Liao stabilized the sun catastrophe, dodged the lightning that was falling from the sky, and carved a bloody path in the tide of ferocious beasts. He did not chase after the lightning teleportation array recklessly. Instead, he split half of his attention to scan and calculate the pattern of the teleportation array. He did not believe that teleportation arrays were random. If so, the purpose of the test would be lost. The anti-ship swords were flying up and down. The chain's words were dancing in the wind. The remote arsenal on his left arm was on full fire. Liao forced the beast tide back. After 10 minutes of observation, he also discovered that, before the teleportation array appeared, the corresponding purple clouds in the sky would suddenly expand and flash. Then, a bolt of lightning would be shot out, as if they were charging or shooting. Then, as long as the position of the purple cloud and its relative relationship were determined, together with a series of complicated calculations, the coordinates of the next teleportation array would be locked. Strands of gold threads appeared on Liao's temples again, as if his cerebral nerves and cerebral vessels had all appeared on his skin. At this moment, the overly aggressive performance of the sun catastrophe had already attracted the attention of many ferocious beasts. A lot of giant war machines that belonged to the defenders, such as the Iron Knights of Starry Skies, turned their barrels at Liao. "I've figured it out." Liao did not have time to shout in excitement. He took a deep breath and pushed the muscles of his legs, the power unit of the sun catastrophe, and the support structure of his legs to the maximum. In the first step, dazzling flames burst out of the shield on the shoulder, the back, the skirt, and the feet of the soldier. The giant rock that the soldier was standing on was blown into powder silently. The soldier accelerated at an unparalleled speed and turned into a streak of brightness, leaving dozens of blurred shadows behind. In the second step, the sun catastrophe stomped on the head of a rampaging armored dragon and stomped the head of the super-deadly beast into its chest. The giant god soldier was accelerated at an even higher speed, too, like an arrow that was shot at a star. At this time, many ferocious beasts and war machines had already sensed Li Yao's intentions. Cannonballs, acids, venomous fog, death rays, a storm of bullets rained down upon him, sealing every inch of space in his path. Li Yao, on the other hand, was ignorant and fearless. He charged forward courageously and took the third step at lightning-fast speeds. He directly kicked a star iron knight several kilometers away, smashing the ferocious beasts and even the rocks into pieces. Boom! Boom! New thunderstorms were gathering above his head. Bolts of lightning were raging like dragons and hanging down from the sky. They exploded around the sun catastrophe, blowing the ferocious beasts into smithereens. The war machines were falling apart. Even the rock stratums that were as hard as iron had been left with bone-deep traces. The shocking scene did not affect Li Yao's movements at all. He believed in his own judgment. Instead, he sent the fuel to the supercompressed crystal reactor and released it in the most brilliant flames. At this point, there was nothing that could stop him. In front of him was a cliff. The front, back, left, and right were the easiest places for the enemies to focus their attention. Besides, thousands of lightning bolts seemed to be aimed at the sky beyond the cliff on purpose, turning it into a sea of lightning. Li Yao, on the other hand, leapt into the sky on his sun catastrophe without any hesitation. The moment he jumped up, the hundreds of purple clouds in the sky glittered, expanded, and shrank at the same time. Then, they spurted out an extraordinary lightning that hit the spot in front of Li Yao and condensed into a super-large ball of lightning. In the blink of an eye, before the storm of bullets behind him and the ocean of lightning in front of him reached him, Li Yao had already charged into the center of the ball of lightning in the sun catastrophe. Chi! 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 The giant god soldier, Little Black, the crystal suit, the mustard suit, the body of flesh and blood, and Li Yao's soul seemed to be surging, decomposing, vaporizing, and ionizing at the same time. They turned into translucent pieces of the four-dimensional universe and passed through the endless space. The thunder and lightning, the roars of the animals, and the noises of the war machines gradually faded away, or rather, they became dull. But the environmental inspection system of the sun catastrophe sent out an ear-splitting alarm, indicating that Li Yao was in an extreme environment of super high pressure. This place was no longer the Thunder Valley. They had arrived at a brand new world fragment, or rather a higher level of the Heavenly Tower. This place was actually the depths of the ocean. Never in Li Yao's wildest dreams did he expect that the space inside the tower would be so weird. The lower level was a valley of thunder, and the upper level was actually the depths of the ocean. Besides, it was not an ordinary ocean that was suppressing him. The seawater here was apparently made of a lot of heavy metals, which was similar to the Mercury Ocean on Boneyard. Not only was the pressure terrifying, he could not even see his own fingers when he stretched out his telepathic thoughts. He could only perceive the environment within 1,000 square meters. Beyond that was the mysterious ocean that was enshrouded in the fog of war. Pressure was the most terrifying enemy in the depths of the ocean. In the ocean 40 to 50,000 meters below the surface, even the most solid giant soldier might be crushed into a thin layer of iron when it was heavily wounded and its spiritual shield collapsed. Although the deepest trench on standard habitable planets such as Empyrean Terminus and Heaven's Origin was usually no more than 40 to 50,000 meters, there was no telling what kind of terrifying planet the world fragment was located on. If it was a planet more than 50% the diameter of the Heaven's Origin sector, it would not be strange at all if the trench was more than 100,000 meters deep. While Li Yao was amazed by the horror of the undersea world fragment, a black shadow suddenly passed by him silently, trying to tear his wings apart at an amazing speed. Although Li Yao had spun the sun catastrophe by instinct and slashed the black shadow with the edge of his saber, he was still soaked in cold sweat. Vicious beasts. Judging from the solid shell and the delicate stripes, it was a high-level deadly beast with a high degree of mutation. It was one of the high-level soldiers in the beast tide. He never thought that a ferocious beast would actually barge into this place. Li Yao could not help but tense up. With the crazy and chaotic brains of the ferocious beasts, It was impossible for them to be intelligent enough to see through the mysteries of the Thunder Valley. But if somebody was manipulating them from behind the scenes, say the two leaders of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan who were apparently highly intelligent, that might not be the case. However, there was no telling where the mastermind behind the vicious beast tide and the commander of the defense team had gone. Were they in the high-pressure ocean or in the higher levels of the tower? The field of vision and perception of this place were extremely poor. Perhaps the unknown sea was full of ferocious beasts and war machines, and in such a harsh environment where fierce battles were taking place, the slightest injury could be fatal. Liao did not want to get involved with either side. The seawater was as heavy as cement. He had to summon his spiritual shield to resist the pressure every second. Even a supergiant god soldier such as Solar Catastrophe could not stay here for a long time. Liao keenly sensed the subtle changes in the seawater, which seemed to be a surging undercurrent. Holding his breath, he restrained the spiritual flames of the giant god soldier and swam for more than 10 minutes, only to discover a giant swirl in front of him. It was like a tornado that was hanging upside down in the seawater. The undercurrent was its raging tentacles that extended to dozens of kilometers away. The seawater and the materials stored in the ocean were all transported to the surface of the ocean. Liao sensed extremely furious spiritual waves inside the swirl. Not just the ripples caused by the collision of undercurrents. There were also sharp aggressive waves, which made the place look like a chaotic battlefield. It seemed that many ferocious beasts and defenders were lurking in the swirl and attacking each other. It was like the lake hidden in the forest was destined to be the place of death for the top predators such as wolves, tigers, and leopards. It seemed to be the only exit, but it was also a fatal trap that contained endless killing intent. Liao pondered for a moment, but he had no other options. He could only march forward even though he knew that tigers were lurking. The golden flames exploded at the bottom of the dark, endless ocean. The sun catastrophe crawled into the swirl in a streak of brightness. While waving the 4 stabilization wings agilely and figuring out the direction and intensity of every turbulence inside the swirl, it sprinted upward with the help of the swirl toward the brighter and brighter surface of the ocean. Inside the swirl, just like the Thunder Valley a moment ago, many ferocious beasts and war machines were scattered. However, the surging brutality and the combatability of the war machines were much higher. It was obvious that those who were qualified to come to this place after the screening of the Thunder Valley were the elites of both attack and defense. Even the elites of the primeval era were not enough to stop Liao, who had inherited the legacy of the Supreme Emperor and was riding the sun catastrophe. He was jumping and moving in the swirl unstoppably, killing countless ferocious beasts and destroying countless war machines. After swimming at least 10,000 meters, even the apocalyptic body that had been tempered into steel felt that its lungs were aching, and its chest was about to explode. But the pressure on his body had been greatly reduced. The seawater above his head gradually turned from deep blue to light blue, and the swirl was spinning faster and faster. He was almost thrown out of the swirl. "It's out!" Liao roared and jumped out of the ocean. But what he saw dumbfounded him even more. He had thought that he would find the exit, or at least the traces of the exit, after he jumped out of the ocean. In the worst-case scenario, seeing a vast, boundless ocean would not be as depressing as when he was in the deep ocean. But there was nothing but ocean in front of his eyes. There was no concept of horizon or sky at all. Within the range of his vision, the ocean extended into the distance before it slightly curved upwards like an arc-shaped giant wave that affected the entire ocean. It rose all the way to what should have been the sky before it swept back from another direction and blocked all directions. To put it more frankly, it was like an enormous water ball the size of a planet. In the middle of the water ball was a giant bubble. Liao had merely crawled into the bubble at the center of the water ball from the inside. If he continued flying upward, he would only fall into the seawater on the other side after he passed through the center. It was meaningless. "Are you kidding me?" Liao felt dizzy. Was there no exit at all? It was impossible. The exit must be hidden somewhere that defied common sense and intuition. Liao held his breath and observed the ball-shaped ocean. He discovered that, other than the giant swirl below his feet, There were more than 10 swirls of the same size above his head and on the surface of the ocean on his left and right. Countless ferocious beasts had been swept away by the swirls and flown to the center of the big water ball. On the contrary, the war machines that belonged to the defenders were relatively rare, which also confirmed Liao's judgment. The defenders had already deciphered the secrets of this world fragment and knew the correct exit. Let's say that this world fragment is really an enormous water ball with a tiny bubble floating in the middle, and I am an insignificant microorganism living inside the water ball. How can I leave the water ball? Liao thought hard for a while. Then his eyes suddenly shone. Right? If I march toward the center of the water ball along the swirl, there is no way that I can leave the water ball. I can only reach another ocean and another swirl. Go down. I should go down. Which ocean is not important, which swirl is not important, and which direction is important. We should go against the swirl and reach the end of the swirl in the deepest part of the ocean. Liao lowered his head and glanced at Swirl, who looked like a bloody mouth. It was easy to say, but it was not easy to make up his mind to explore the end of the swirl. Deep inside the swirl, in the dark ocean tens of thousands of meters deep, there might be an even deeper undersea canyon that could crush the giant god soldiers, crystal suits, and even the drivers into mud easily. Although the road ahead was full of unknown risks, Liao still decided to believe in his own judgment. Before countless ferocious beasts lunged at him while roaring, Liao jumped into the swirl and returned the way he came. Against the direction of the swirl, it was 10 times more difficult to face the attacks of countless ferocious beasts. Despite the sturdiness and toughness of the sun catastrophe, it was still seriously wounded by the ferocious beasts and the war machines when it returned to the bottom of the ocean 20 to 30,000 meters below the surface. Its plate armor was twisted and riddled with wounds, and it was not able to escape the fate of being reimbursed in less than half a month if any crystal suit or soldier fell into Liao's hands. At such a depth, it was impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. The visibility and scanning range of telepathic thoughts had been reduced to the minimum. Neither Liao, the ferocious beasts, nor the war machines on the defense side could find each other. In this place, the greatest enemy had become the seawater, the boundless pressure, or rather, his own soul. The surroundings were as quiet as a deserted graveyard. Liao could only hear his own heartbeat and the creaking sounds of the giant soldier gods. The iron gods and devils that used to be indestructible were now like loose bamboos. It was quite scary. The deeper he dived, the higher the pressure became. The spiritual shield, defense structure, metal hardness, sealing degree, and other parameters of the sun catastrophe were all on the verge of collapse. They were like candles in the wind that could be extinguished instantly. At this point, even though Liao's mind was as firm as iron, he was still unable to control the bean-sized cold sweat on his forehead. Was my judgment correct? Is the exit really not on the surface of the ocean but under the sea? Is there an end to the ocean? Did I miss the exit and fall into an undersea canyon leading to the deepest level of hell? Is it possible that the sun catastrophe suffered too much damage in the battle just now? Even though the exit is right below me, the hardness of the metal cannot hold on any longer. Will I be crushed into a meat pie near the exit? Such thoughts leaked out of Liao's every pore like black, sticky shadows and tied him up. They murmured, screamed, and screamed in his ears. Thankfully, a second personality that specialized in absorbing negative emotions, such as the mental devil, split out from Liao's soul and swallowed all the distracting thoughts that bothered his soul and corrupted his mind. Don't think about such nonsense, the mental devil shrieked. Do you still want to go back the way you came? Liao was suddenly woken up from his dream. Despite the screams of the giant soldier gods, Liao gritted his teeth and kept diving. He felt that he was climbing a cliff in the deepest level of hell. One moment of carelessness, and he would fall into an abyss beyond redemption. However, no matter how furious the devil fire in the abyss was, it could not stop his determination to march forward. Boom! Dull noises suddenly echoed below the feet of the sun catastrophe. Liao felt that his heart was in his throat. He was scared that the giant god soldier could not bear the pressure any longer and was about to collapse. But then he sensed that he had reached the bottom of the ocean safely. Not far away from him, right below the swirl, was a glittering super teleportation array. This is the place. Liao was overjoyed. He stood on it without any hesitation and was teleported to the third world fragment. What the hell is going on here? Liao was already mentally prepared. He knew that the tests in the heavenly towers would be more and more difficult. However, the more difficult it was, the closer he was to the secrets of the primeval era. Liao was very confident about his upcoming challenge. However, on the surface, the world fragment this time was not as difficult as the Thunder Valley or the Weighted Ocean. Liao appeared in a cave that was full of frost. Except for the extremely low temperature and the transparent ice pitons on his head, there was nothing wrong about him. However, although it was a cave, there was no entrance except for the teleportation array below his feet. Of course, he could not return to the Weight Ocean through the teleportation array. He could only release his telepathic thoughts and explore the smooth walls of the cave. Soon, Liao found a clue. The cave was surrounded by solid walls on 3 sides, except for an ice wall that had just been consolidated. It seemed that this was the exit. Taking advantage of the lack of interference, Liao took out a cosmos ring and activated a lot of spare components and ammunition. Then, he performed an emergency repair on the sun catastrophe with his telekinesis ability. It was better to be safe than sorry. Even if the performance of the giant god soldier was improved by 1%, it could still save his life at the critical moment. After everything was done, he took out the electric axe and melted and cut the ice wall leading to the outside world carefully. Just as he cut a hole in the ice wall, a cold wind mixed with astral gas blew in. Liao had never experienced such a weird wind before. Despite the 4 layers of protection from the giant god soldier, Little Black, the crystal suit, and the mustard suit, Liao still felt that the wind was condensing into scalpels on his bones and scraping them. A thick ice shell immediately appeared on the surface of the sun catastrophe. Even the bright gold flames of war were half frozen. The temperature inside the cave dropped below 0. The performance of the giant god soldier was plummeting too. This is an extremely cold world. Damn! Liao wanted to spit, but his throat was frozen too. Compared to the extremely high temperature, the extremely low temperature was more harmful for magical equipment and cultivators. No magical equipment could be used normally in a harsh environment close to absolute 0. Naturally, no cultivators, be they nascent soul stage cultivators, divinity transformation stage cultivators, or soul-splitting cultivators, were willing to fight in such an icy hell. The metal fatigue of the giant god soldier is soaring, as if it is being attacked by the super arsenals all the time. The rune arrays on the surface and inside are all blocked by frost. Even the fuel is freezing. How many degrees is this place? Liao frowned as he examined the performance parameters one by one. Every performance parameter changed from the normal fluorescent green to the freezing pale white, making him frown even more. Before he tore apart the ice wall, he had planned to release a few telepathic thoughts to investigate. However, the moment his telepathic thoughts crawled out of the gap, they were tangled by the wind that was close to absolute 0. Like invisible blades, they crawled into his brain through his telepathic thoughts and scratched the inside of his skull hard, giving him a splitting headache. His soul was in a mess, and he was barely able to control the giant soldier. It was indeed a deadly frigid hell. Even so, it was impossible for him to curl up in this place for the rest of his life. What's more, along the gap where he had just melted, spider net cracks were spreading and spreading on the ice wall. Even if he didn't take the initiative to go out, the wind could still shatter the ice wall. Thankfully, he had repaired the giant god soldier in a hurry. Otherwise, the first round of wind would have frozen the core units of the sun catastrophe. While the ice wall was still functioning, Liao strengthened the sun catastrophe and added a lot of flame rune arrays and thermal insulation to make sure that every gap was blocked. Then he made up his mind and kicked open the entire ice wall. Gloomy wind was blowing, and screams were echoing non-stop. The small cave was immediately filled with ice crystals that looked like meteorites. The entire world turned white, including the sun catastrophe. Crack, crack, crack. The wind, carrying the ice crystals, hit the fragile surface of the sun catastrophe brutally with blood-freezing noises, as if it were bathing in a storm of bullets. It was quite possible that ice crystals would pierce through the plate armor and freeze Liao in the next second. The environment here was as harsh as that in the periphery of the ancient giants. Even Lu Qingchen and the mental devil, the two remaining souls, were shivering in the cold. Their soul waves were almost frozen, and their communication with Liao was intermittent, gritting his teeth. Liao swallowed the white mist and crawled out of the cave. The world outside was made of 10,000 shades of white. The snowstorm was mixed with hailstones, and the hailstones were mixed with freezing rain. The rushing ice crystals were almost parallel to the ground. No, the ground and the sky had been completely frozen. Liao looked into the distance, only to discover that the sky was covered in snow. He could not tell where the horizon was exactly. The moment the giant god soldier took a step forward, he was already buried in snow more than 10 meters deep. It was quite fortunate. It was quite possible that bottomless valleys and cliffs were below the snow. If he stepped on nothing, the giant god soldier would be buried deep below the ground by billions of tons of snow and ice. Even if he managed to escape, his performance, structural strength, and fuel reserves would be greatly undermined. Then what about flying into the sky? Liao tried to control the sun catastrophe, to fly 1 to 200 meters away, only to be suppressed by the wind that was getting more and more intense. Faced with the most furious power of nature, even the giant god soldier that the Supreme Emperor once commanded could not crash into anything. Liao felt that he was nothing more than a fly that had been slapped down by invisible flies. Pooh! The catastrophe of the sun fell into the snow again, and the world was spinning. However, Liao took the opportunity to scan the place. As it turned out, he and the sun catastrophe were in the middle of a gargantuan snow mountain. The snow mountain was in the most precise cone shape. It seemed to have been a volcano that stored endless furious energy billions of years ago. Maybe because the volcanic eruption had blown a lot of dust into the sky and formed a thick gray shell that blocked all the energy radiation. The temperature of the place was frighteningly low. The snow mountain was larger and more magnificent than any mountain Liao had ever seen. Towering into the clouds was not enough to describe the magnificence of the mountain at all. It was as if the mountain was not piercing into the clouds at all, but all the clouds in the sky were shivering and kneeling before it. Even Liao did not realize that he was in the middle of a snowy mountain. It was not hard to imagine how magnificent and terrifying it was. Just like the Thunder Valley and the Wade Ocean, there were no hints to guide the tester to the exit. Even if there were hints, they would have been wiped out by the testers who got there first. Liao narrowed his eyes and looked at the top of the snow mountain. From his perspective, naturally, he could not see the situation on the top of the mountain clearly. He could only see that the clouds on the top of the mountain were different from those in the surroundings. They were the most brilliant, colorful clouds. It seemed that the snow mountain was still active. A lot of heavy metal and rare elements were spurting out of the crater of the volcano, demonstrating its irresistible strength in the clouds. What is that? Liao's eyes were sharp. When he looked down from the top of the mountain, he saw countless black spots wriggling on the snow and climbing to the top of the mountain. They were the war machines of the attackers and the defenders. It never occurred to him that the guy who attacked the City of Silver would be so smart and capable as to crack the mysteries of Thunder Valley and Gravity Sea and march all the way here. Could it be that the secret through this level was hidden in the crater of the snowy peak? This time, Liao did not act recklessly. The snow was heavy, and there was not much time. If he did not climb to the top of the mountain, where could he find the clues? More importantly, if the snow mountain was really a volcano, the temperature near the top of the mountain must be much higher than here, and the giant soldier gods could persist longer. Thinking of this, Liao took a deep breath and joined the team climbing the snow mountain. Gloomy wind was blowing. Ice crystals were swirling. On the magnificent snow mountain, countless ferocious beasts and war machines almost 100 meters tall were wriggling, struggling, and climbing up like insignificant black spots. What an unbelievable and magnificent scene it was. Originally, Liao only wanted to bury his head in climbing. He didn't want to compete with the enemy in this kind of environment, even though he had a very favorable shooting position and could calmly poke the ass of the ferocious beasts or war machines. Other than the lack of ammunition and the deterioration of the performance of the giant god soldiers, there was one more reason: an avalanche. Yes, in the current environment, an avalanche was 100 times more deadly than thunder, storms, and tsunamis. The snow on the snow mountain had accumulated for countless years. The ice crystals in many places had been frozen and compressed to the point that they were more solid than rocks. If the battle triggered an explosion and the explosion triggered an avalanche, billions of tons of ice crystals and rocks would roll down at the same time. The consequences would be dire. However, although Liao knew the consequences of triggering an avalanche, the ferocious beasts and war machines did not. They were still crashing into each other above Liao's head unscrupulously. They were yelling and yelling, unleashing dazzling electric arcs and fireballs. Naturally, when a ferocious beast almost 100 meters tall or a war machine weighing almost 10,000 tons collapsed, a series of small-scale avalanches would be triggered, too. Sometimes, the snow, ice, and rocks would roll down from above Liao's head like a flood and brush past him. He was greatly shocked and soaked in cold sweat. "Can't you guys stop for a moment and wait until you've climbed to the top of the mountain before fighting? Do you have to create an earth-shaking avalanche to be happy?" Liao gnashed his teeth and screamed in his heart. His words were like a spell that activated the mysterious force hidden deep inside the snow mountain. The entire snow mountain suddenly started shaking. It was not the scourge of the explosion on the surface of the snow mountain, but the uncontrollable quakes inside the mountain that seemed to be a chain reaction. On the top of the snow mountain, the colorful clouds had been burnt into a raging crimson color at some point. Intense lead ash was spreading out like a tide and soon swallowed half of the sky, casting a suffocating shadow over the entire snow mountain. It was the smoke from the depths of the volcano. "Are you serious?" Liao's eyes bulged out as he mumbled to himself. "I can't be so unlucky as to encounter a volcanic eruption that I haven't seen in tens of thousands of years. Is this a coincidence?" Or too hardly had the thought occurred to him when he heard an ear-splitting explosion inside the snow mountain. He could vaguely smell the aftermath of an intense crystal bomb explosion. It was not a coincidence. It was very likely that the defenders had planted traps such as crystal bombs on the top of the snow mountain, or in other words, deep inside the volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Once they exploded, it would immediately trigger a chain reaction that would infuriate the entire snow mountain and trigger a destructive avalanche that would bury all the enemies who dared to trespass. Boom! 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 The shaking in the depths of the snow mountain was getting more and more intense. The thunder was louder and louder, too. At first, it was just the abrupt changes of the clouds. But in the blink of an eye, an extremely thick pillar of smoke soared into the sky, mixed with scorching flames. Billions of tons of magma spurted out of the volcano and burnt the sky into a dazzling ocean of red lotuses. Then, it broke into pieces and smashed the earth like a storm of meteorites. The snow mountain immediately turned into a hell of red and white. Many ferocious beasts and war machines did not expect that a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years would suddenly erupt and be hit by the meteor shower. Even the solid shells of the rampaging armored dragons and the defensive force fields of the Star Knights were not enough to resist the scorching magma that pierced through their bodies like a stream of particles. One giant object after another was riddled with holes and fell from the middle of the mountain, turning into miserable-looking snowballs that were rolling larger and larger, attracting even more unlucky beasts and war machines. When the magma splashed on the snow slope and the icy rocks, the ice that had been frozen for thousands of years was melted and turned into an overwhelming flood. Hundreds of waterfalls seemed to have appeared on the snow mountain all of a sudden. After a moment of crashing, the waterfalls all congregated into white mud. It was an unprecedented avalanche. A magnificent white wall appeared in front of Liao. He could hear the earth-shaking noises of the raging tides slapping the shore. The white wall was getting higher and higher. Very soon, it was connected to the fiery clouds in the sky, as if it were going to swallow the entire world. Burning volcanic rocks with black exhaust flames pierced through the white wall like furious bullets and bombarded Liao and all the other climbers. I knew it. I knew it. There's no way that I could find the exit so easily. Liao's eyes were keen enough to notice many ferocious beasts and war machines that were about to reach the top of the snow mountain. He was the first to be swept into the avalanche. The white wall that blocked the sky was not just made of snow and ice, but also brought with it sharp wind that seemed to be able to destroy the body or the magical equipment directly and freeze human beings. Ferocious beasts, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and the war machine. Liao saw with his own eyes that an armored storm dragon that failed to dodge in time was swallowed by the white wall. After floating for a while, it was frozen into a giant block of ice. The magma that followed crushed the block of ice into pieces all of a sudden. After being tortured between absolute zero and extreme high temperature for a long time, every cell of the armored storm dragon had been blown to smithereens. Together with the block of ice, it was smashed into pieces. It was a miserable sight. Liao did not want to test whether or not the wind inside the avalanche had reached absolute zero with the sun catastrophe. Nor did he want to know how many kinds of rare elements were stored inside the torrents of magma that could destroy the vitality magnetic field and the spiritual energy circulation. He only had one choice, which was to turn around and run away like most of the ferocious beasts and the war machines. Run, panic-stricken and desperate. Countless ferocious beasts and war machines, including Liao, were engaged in a life-and-death race against the avalanche. Under normal circumstances, with the super high speed that the sun catastrophe could reach at least 5 times the speed of sound, there was no need to worry that the avalanche would catch up to them. In the worst-case scenario, they could even fly into the sky to avoid the avalanche. However, the extremely low temperature of this frigid hell, as well as the ever-present frigid winds, nearly froze every magical equipment unit and spiritual energy transmission tube of the giant god soldier. The simplest movements became extremely complicated. Liao did not even dare to turn off the nozzle of any auxiliary power unit, because once it was turned off, the nozzle might be frozen in just 3 seconds. Even the supergiant god soldiers, such as the solar disaster, were no better than the ferocious beasts that had been rolling and sliding on the ground. What is that? While Liao gritted his teeth and triggered the flames of war to ensure that every unit of the giant soldier was functioning normally, while he tried his best to avoid the magma falling from the sky and planned his escape route crazily, the mental devil suddenly shouted. Liao was dazed for a moment. He split part of his telepathic thoughts and struggled in the bone-piercing wind to the direction that the mental devil was pointing at. He saw a member of the Nuwa clan. On the snow mountain, many guardians of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and other primeval species were intercepting the invading beasts in order to buy more time for the leadership to detonate the crystal bombs deep inside the mountain. When the avalanche took place, the guardians were not spared, either. They fell together with the ferocious beasts and the war machines, struggling between the snow, the magma, the survival, and the death. But this Nuwa was different from other Nuwa cultivators. She was the youngest member of the Nuwa clan that Liao had met after he entered the primeval relics. Judging from her innocent face and her kind eyes, she seemed to be a girl from the Nuwa clan. More importantly, it was not the mental devil who discovered the Nuwa girl first, but the other party who noticed them first. The mental devil looked at them curiously and even sent a complicated stream of information to them, which seemed to be both confusion and curiosity. More importantly, the mental devil seemed to be greeting them. If Liao was not mistaken, she was the first living, communicative Nuwa that Liao had met in the primeval relics. Hey, do you remember what the Supreme Emperor said not long ago? When he was still an embryo, a little girl of the Nuwa clan was very interested in him and became good friends with him. I don't think there are too many girls of the Nuwa clan in the primeval relics, the mental devil said. Yes. Liao said, the Supreme Emperor also said that, when the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan in the primeval relics enter adulthood and assume the responsibility of researchers, they will suppress their emotions and desires to the minimum. Only in such a way can they remain calm in the face of the bizarre, unbelievable events in the primeval relics. Even when they are faced with the creator of the Black Wall and the vastness and might of the flood tide, they will not collapse mentally. However, The children who are not adults often live in the living area of the City of Silver and have never been exposed to the secrets of horror and cunningness. Therefore, they retain part of their emotions and their self-awareness. They may not blindly follow orders. Maybe they are communicable. In other words, even if the girl of the Nuwa clan is not the Supreme Emperor's old friend, she is likely to tell us a lot of precious information that will help us solve the ancient mysteries. In the blink of an eye, Liao and the mental devil had only exchanged a few telepathic thoughts when the girl of the Nuwa clan exclaimed and was almost hit by a stone that was burning furiously with magma. Half of her hair had been burnt by the magma. The magma even blew up a tsunami-like blast around her. The snow and the blast sent her flying. She was about to lose balance and fall into the snow, turning into a snowball that was getting bigger and bigger. Having no time to think, Liao could only take a gamble. He steered the sun catastrophe to a sudden halt and accelerated, picking up the girl before she fell into the snow. Chi! 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 Ear-splitting noises immediately echoed inside the power unit of the giant god soldier. As it turned out, the metal was beyond the limits of fatigue because of the extremely low temperature. It was twisted beyond the detection of the naked eye, with gaps that were thinner than a hair. The speed and balance of the metal were both greatly undermined. The sun catastrophe staggered and was almost buried in the snow together with the girl of the Nuwa clan. The roars behind him were getting louder and louder, as if billions of horses with sharp thorns were stomping on his back. The snow line that seemed to be boiling was getting closer and closer to them. The waves at the front were hundreds of meters high, like a moving iron wall. Below, below! The mental devil shrieked. Liao thought quickly and immediately understood what he meant. The snow below their feet seemed to be slightly fluffier than the snow nearby, which was also the reason why the girl of the Nuwa clan and the sun catastrophe had fallen. The snow was fluffy because the bottom of the snow was not made of solid rocks but a bottomless crevice, or rather, a dark and rugged valley. Normally, Liao would never be interested in exploring the valley. But right now, the immeasurable valley had become the best shelter. Z, 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 boom, 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 boom. The electric axe was waving down crazily. The spurts of the power units below the feet of the giant god soldier were spurting out high-temperature flames, too, opening a path to the depths of the icy valley before the avalanche. Liao dragged the girl of the Nuwa clan down without caring about anything else. As they fell, he threw frozen bombs to the top of their heads. As the deep blue flames blossomed, a thick ice shell was condensed over their heads again, supporting the white mudslide to pass by. Liao did not know how long he had fallen through the gaps made of billions of years of ice and snow. When the sun catastrophe finally touched solid ground, they had arrived at a deep blue palace. The wrinkles of the glacier constituted all kinds of bizarre appearances. The air seemed to have been compressed into quicksand and flake-like objects. Spiritual lodes were embedded in the ice that had not melted for thousands of years and were emitting splendid brilliance, like the beautiful corpses of ancient deadly beasts. Looking up, they could vaguely see a zigzagging white line, which was the place where they had fallen a moment ago. There seemed to be no sign of broken ice or rolling snow. Liao took a long breath in relief. He collapsed in the spiritual residence and listened to the creaking noises of the units of the sun catastrophe, as if the soldiers of the Titan warriors were suffering from arthritis. It was safe for now. But such safety was like a survivor of a shipwreck who had just climbed onto a broken piece of driftwood. It did not mean much if he could catch his breath for a moment. Liao had no time to check the specifications of the giant soldier. He scanned the girl of the Nuwa clan who had fallen not far away first. Although she had escaped the super avalanche, her fall was still quite a heavy one because of the thousands of meters deep crevice. She did not have the legs of a human being. Her lower limbs were in a reptilian structure. It was difficult to find a place to exert strength on the ice that was as smooth as a mirror. She fell to the ground and struggled for a long time before she managed to stand up again. Liao noticed that colorful glimmers were spreading out of her body like rainbows, emitting warmth and vitality. It turned out to be a battle suit that was as thin as a cicada's wing and almost had a second layer of skin. It seemed that the combat suit had both the ability to absorb blast, store energy, and buffer at critical moments as well as the ability to keep the wearer warm. Otherwise, with the special physiological structure of the Nuwa clan, which was a combination of a cold-blooded animal and a warm-blooded animal, it would have been frozen into a popsicle a long time ago in such an environment. The girl of the Nuwa clan was bold and calm beyond her peers. She did not panic at all when she had just escaped the avalanche and fallen into the deep blue maze together with Liao, the unfamiliar alien. When Liao was observing her, she was also observing Liao with her head tilted to the side, with deep and magnificent brilliance beaming out of her eyes. Liao's heart was in his throat. He was worried that the girl of the Nuwa clan would take out her magical equipment and attack him without any warning, and all his previous endeavors would be in vain. He hurriedly opened the hands of the sun catastrophe to show that he meant no harm. Then, he made up his mind and opened the spiritual residence of the giant soldier so that Little Black would retreat halfway and reveal its true form. I mean no harm. Liao did not know whether or not the girl of the Nuwa clan understood him. He shouted desperately, "I'm here for peace and friendship. I just want to talk to you." The girl of the Nuwa clan stared at him for a long time. Her second skin blossomed in hundreds of colors that were as brilliant as swirls, indicating how confused and hesitant she was. Blood was leaking out of the corner of her mouth. She was breathing fast, too, while her enormous tail was wagging non-stop. "Enormo, are you hurt?" Liao asked carefully. "Did you hurt yourself when you fell from above? Or were you injured by the blast of the avalanche earlier?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you down. However, this is the only safe place right now. I have a lot of medication in my Cosmos ring. What do you need?" Liao took off a few Cosmos rings very slowly and pushed them to the girl of the Nuwa clan. Even in the Pangu civilization in the primeval era, space folding and storage magical equipment were very precious. Liao believed that the girl of the Nuwa clan could read his kindness. The girl glanced at the Cosmos ring and then the two arms of the sun catastrophe. The pattern on the second skin suddenly turned into sharp saw teeth. Although she did not say anything, Liao suddenly realized what she meant. She had discovered the existence of Lu Qingchen and the mental devil. "These are my two, maybe 1.5 companions. How should I explain their life forms to you? After all, there should be information life forms, energy life forms, or haunting magnetic field life forms in the Pangu civilization, shouldn't there? Even if there are none in the Pangu civilization, there must be such life forms among the 100 ancient species that were born in the Pangu universe." Liao said, "We mean you no harm. We are merely trying to find out the truth behind the primeval relics, the origin and the reason for everything. Isn't that the reason you created us?" Liao went straight to the point and tossed the key ball to the girl of the Nuwa clan. He stared at her, his heart beating fast. The girl of the Nuwa clan clearly understood what he meant, especially the sentence, "the reason you created us." There was surprise, loss, worry, and relief on her face, but there was nothing that mattered. She finally crawled toward Liao, wagging her enormous tail, and extended it toward Liao. To be honest, it was definitely not a pleasant feeling to be stared at by a space alien who was almost 10 meters tall with a human head and a snake body and whose tail was thicker than a bucket. Although she seemed to be an innocent girl, the girl whose head was 3 times larger than Liao's was an extremely weird existence. But this was the first real communication between the human civilization and the Pangu civilization. Liao had to pretend that he was calm and did not disgrace the civilization of mankind, no matter how much his heart was pounding. He just didn't understand what the enemy was up to. Rustling noises were echoing on the tip of the girl's tail. She extended a finger, gesturing for Liao to do the same. Pondering for a moment, Liao did not refuse. He extended his left index finger toward the tail. The tip of the girl's tail touched Liao's index finger softly. Liao immediately felt that his fingertip was numb, as if a drop of blood had been collected by her, or a drop of blood had been melted into his body. Liao immediately felt that he knew the girl's body and mind like the back of his hand. He knew that her internal organs had shifted and that she had suffered a moderate concussion. Besides, she had kept her sanity. She was merely curious about Liao and had no desire to attack him maliciously or recklessly. In the same way, Liao believed that his physiological and psychological parameters were stored in the drop of blood and collected, analyzed, and digested. So, this is how the Nuwa clan greet each other. Liao suddenly realized what was going on. The Nuwa clan has always been an expert in the analysis and integration of genes. By exchanging blood, they can analyze the secretion of hormones and the physiological parameters of the body in the blink of an eye. From there, they can determine the species, the level of civilization, and even the state of mind of the enemy, whether it is good or bad, etc. For example, if I have ill intentions and plot against the girl of the Nuwa clan, the secretion of hormones in my body will definitely be abnormal because of my anxiety. Although I can control every breath and heartbeat precisely, it is impossible for me to control the secretion of hormones to the absolutely good-hearted state. Then, the enemy will be able to see through me as long as I have one drop of blood. It was like the tale of the Nuwa clan was a natural polygraph. Such a method was the simplest and most effective way to break the chain of suspicion between human beings and make sure that they were good or evil. As an alliance of multiple species, the Pangu civilization was indeed an indispensable technique. Of course, it was another question whether or not the exchange of blood without protection would spread multiple diseases or even lead to a great outbreak of plagues. Maybe the destruction of the Pangu civilization was partly because of that, too. The girl of the Nuwa clan analyzed Liao's blood carefully and was even more relieved. "See? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Liao said. "My name is Liao. What's yours?" His words were not only transmitted by his vocal cords but also by his brainwaves and telepathic thoughts. Time was of the essence. The amount of information that the human language could carry was too little after all, and the efficiency of communication was too low. Liao tried to find an efficient way of communication that both sides could understand. The girl of the Nuwa clan blinked and hissed deep down her throat before she spat out 9 complicated syllables. Although there were only 9 syllables, they seemed to have overlapped the 900 syllables of the human language. Every syllable contained endless variations, like a complicated maze of information. Along with the syllables, the girl of the Nuwa clan sent out waves of brainwaves to strengthen the information of the syllables. It was the same combination of language and brainwaves, but her way of communication was apparently more advanced and reasonable than Liao's. Liao simply repeated the sentence, "I am Liao. Who are you?" in both language and brainwaves, but her brainwaves and syllables complemented each other, as if they were multiplying the language. Liao had discovered traces of the language of the Pangu civilization in the relics of Kunlun and the underground palace of Pangu. He had studied the language of the primeval era hard, too. Together with the fact that his brain had become as powerful as an array-type supercrystal processor after he advanced into the divinity transformation stage. Therefore, although it was the first time that he had heard a living member of the Nuwa clan talk, he could tell what they were trying to say. The girl of the Nuwa clan was also introducing herself, but her name was different from that of human beings. There was much more information in her name. There were only 2 or 3 names of human beings, but the name of the Nuwa clan was like a picture, a video, and even a subtle state of mind, emotions, and ambitions that were beyond description. Such a picture popped up in Liao's head. A tall, magnificent, deep-eyed Nuwa was struggling to crawl out of the mud on the primitive planet where they lived. She looked up at the sky, her eyes attracted by the enormous, bright moon, as if she had been enlightened. It was the ancestor of the girl of the Nuwa clan. The picture was the surname of the girl of the Nuwa clan. If it were to be translated into the language of human beings, it could only be called the observer of the moon. However, such simple and crude words diminished most of the vastness, antiquity, and depth of the picture. In another picture, the girl and her father were looking at the gray sky of the city of silver in the primeval relics. They wanted to look at the moon, but they could not see any celestial bodies. They had never left the place in their entire life. They had never seen the bright moon in their hometown, the splendid new moon, or the gentle moonlight. They could only lower their heads and think about their hometown and their family that they had never been to before. Although they were sad, for the sake of their hometown and their family, They would not be able to return to their hometown and see the moon for the rest of their lives, even at the cost of their lives. They had to fulfill their destiny and continue on the dark road where the moon could not be seen. It was the meaning of the 9 syllables and the brainwave information that the girl of the Nuwa clan had analyzed. It was also the name that her father, the leader of the manufacturing project, had given her. In the brainwaves transmitted by the girl, Liao saw a middle-aged woman with a wrinkled face, deep eyes, and a calm demeanor standing in the middle of hundreds of crystal towers. He even saw the bright gold embryo that once housed the Supreme Emperor. It appeared that the girl's father had transformed his lifelong endeavors into a certain spiritual imprint and embedded it into his daughter's name. She was indeed the Supreme Emperor's old friend. It was certainly not a coincidence. If the girl hadn't sensed the scent of the Supreme Emperor from Liao, she wouldn't have had to spare some of her senses to scan for the sun catastrophe when the avalanche was coming and the destructive force was chasing after her, thereby allowing the mental devil to discover her. Liao didn't know how to explain the girl's name in the language of human beings. No matter how he tried, he couldn't explain the saint-like devotion, the martyr-like grief, and the fearlessness of the girl's father. He could only use the girl's surname and call her Moon Gazer. Looking at Liao, who was deep in thought, 2 crescent arcs rose up in the depths of the bright eyes of the observer. The brightness of his second skin turned gentle and warm, bringing warmth to Liao. Dozens of syllables flowed out of her lips and her teeth into Liao's brain, boosted by the brainwaves. "You are not him." A voice that sounded like a silver bell suddenly echoed inside Liao's brain. An image of a bright gold embryo spinning slowly popped up. It was the girl who was communicating with him in such a way. "But you have an aura very similar to his. Your strength is as good as most of the elite warriors of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. Are you his genetic heir?" It seems that progenitor S time arc interference magical equipment is indeed effective. A long time has passed outside. Girl was talking about was the Supreme Emperor. The progenitor that she referred to was probably the black wall maker that human beings referred to. If you are referring to the intelligent, carbon-based creature born in the bright gold embryo, then I am indeed not him. But he occupies a very important place in our civilization. Almost all the modern human beings acknowledge that we are his children and that I am his direct heir. Not long ago, I received part of his last words and strength, and he even mentioned you in person. Liao tried to communicate with her in a somewhat clumsy way by mimicking the way that the moon watchers vibrated their throats and triggered their brainwaves. Since they were all carbon-based intelligent creatures, the vocal cords of the Nuwa clan were essentially the same as those of human beings. However, the range of the vibration frequency was much wider, allowing them to produce infrasonic and ultrasonic waves that were indistinguishable to the ears of ordinary people. At Liao's level, he was naturally able to hear the sound waves at any frequency clearly. No matter how complicated the communication method was, it was just a matter of time before it was broken. Naturally, at the beginning, Liao was stammering and had to use gestures and postures to strengthen the information. However, the observer was very patient and listened attentively. He even smiled and encouraged Liao to continue. He even sent new brainwaves to Liao and helped Liao adjust the frequency and mode of brainwave transmission while he taught Liao a new way of communication. "It's been at least 500,000 years since you were sealed here." Liao observed her face and sensed the changes in her brainwaves and physiological parameters. He could not sense anything wrong with the girl at all. Instead, he could not hold back his curiosity and asked, "Are you not surprised at all?" "Should I be surprised?" The observer smiled. "For what?" "For such a long time has passed, and your civilization is almost destroyed." Liao thought hard and decided that it was unnecessary and impossible to keep it a secret. The Moongazer serpent and her father must have learned the news through various channels. "I'm sorry. In the outside world, the glory of the Panga civilization has died down a long time ago. This is the era of human civilization. Every sector is full of human beings such as myself. Well, I don't know how to explain it either. In short, if I were to encounter the same thing, I would definitely be extremely shocked. The destruction of civilization, the living space, the vicissitudes of life, kindness, malice, scheming, and so on. I definitely wouldn't be able to keep calm like you. I know. The smile on the moongazer serpent's face did not change at all. Before our leader activated the time warp magical equipment, which was also the time when the beast tide invaded the city of Silver, we already knew that the Pangu civilization was doomed. It was not the fault of human beings such as yourselves, but the unforgivable mistake that we made. It was a protracted, destructive civil war. But then again, I've been living in this place since I was a little kid. I've seen the relics and corpses of 100 ancient civilizations, all of which used to be prosperous civilizations that dominated the entire Pangu universe. They were our common ancestors and brothers, but they were all destroyed, many of which were self-destructive and bloody civil wars. I'm used to everything. What reason do I have to think that the Pangu civilization is different from the rest? Creation and annihilation are the two sharp edges of the sword of evolution. Our civilization did not get rid of the cruel laws of nature after all. It reached the end and became the 101st ancient civilization to fall. That's all. Right now, the last wise men and warriors of the Pangu civilization are doing everything they can with their determination and courage, trying to turn the tide and fight for a slim chance of survival for the recovery of our civilization. Also, because the magical equipment of time warp change has been activated for the first time in billions of years, the civilization of mankind has been involved in the unpredictable test. Two rarely seen civilizations are faced with the ultimate test at the same time. Will it bring subtle variables to the ultimate test and lead us to an answer that 100 ancient civilizations failed to find? This is the question that we should be thinking about right now. Otherwise, not only will the Pangu civilization be frozen in the crystal coffin of the 101st obliteration civilization, the civilization of mankind will become the 102nd obliteration civilization at the same time and be buried together with the Pangu civilization. Perhaps it will be billions of years before a new civilization arrives and excavates our broken corpses. This is probably not the outcome you want, is it? Under such circumstances, I don't think there is a need to be wary or hostile. After all, everyone born in the Pangu universe is a descendant of the progenitor. We are different variants of the same carbon-based intelligent life and represent different directions of evolution and solutions. We are a father-son civilization, a brother civilization, and even a reflection of the ever-changing civilization in space. I only hope that you, who are closest to the progenitor, can bring some good luck to the Pangu civilization. The observer boasted calmness and wisdom far beyond his peers. Of course, Liao did not know how old she was exactly. The average lifespan of the Nuwa clan had always been an unsolved mystery for human biologists. Maybe she had lived in the primeval relics for hundreds of years. Liao did not have the time to consider her actual age. He was deeply attracted by the dangerous information that she turned into. The Heavenly Tower was indeed the ultimate test left by the creator of the Black Wall, or in other words, the original ancestor. If the test failed, the glorious civilization might be annihilated, and the Pangu universe might be restarted. The Supreme Emperor's speculations were all true. I've learned some information about the ancient relics from the Supreme Emperor. But compared to the truth that is as vast as the ocean, what I know is still nothing. I need to know more truths and secrets. Can you tell me? Of course, Liao said. I can share the wisdom and information of the civilization of mankind with you. Today, after hundreds of thousands of years, we have the latest intelligence about the Pangu universe and even part of the speculation and evidence about the multiverse. Liao compressed the general picture of the Supreme Emperor into a stream of complicated, glamorous information and sent it to the observer as a gift. Liao did not know whether or not the moongazer serpent was satisfied with the gift. In short, the brilliance inside her eyes suddenly accelerated, as if she had sunk into a long period of contemplation and distant memories. It was not until a long time later that she sighed and said, "This is a long, long story. Even with our method of communication, it will take a long time to be transmitted. Thankfully, this place is safe, and the avalanche and volcanic eruption above our heads will continue for a long time. In the meantime, other testers, not just us, will not be able to go anywhere. The entrance to the higher level of the tower is hidden in the deepest part of the volcano. Only when the volcano erupts and releases more than 95% of its energy can the testers venture into the slightly cooled magma lake. Until then, we will all be on the same starting line. Supreme Emperor, human beings, prehistoric war, demons, vulture Liao, or rather the new generation information lifeforms, energy lifeforms, and magnetic lifeforms that are no longer restricted by the carbon-based intelligent lifeforms. What a splendid, unbelievable new universe. To show his sincerity, Liao compiled the general picture of the Pangu universe into a super-compressed data package and added some insignificant information about himself, including how he grew from a nobody in the magical equipment graveyard into the best expert of the Pangu universe in only 100 years. Even with the special brain structure of the Nuwa clan, it still took a lot of the observer's brain power to fully analyze and digest the information. The girl was dazed for a long time before she looked at Liao in a different way. Compared to your story, mine is not as colorful or as boring. In exchange, the young girl of the Nuwa clan told Liao her story, too, in the way that brainwaves and soundwaves were combined. I've been staying in the primeval relics since I was born. Of course, at that time, I didn't realize that a bigger world was outside, nor did I realize how complicated, bizarre, and unpredictable the world inside the primeval relics was compared to the vast and stable world outside. Maybe you've already discovered that the space inside the primeval relics is made of part of many sectors. Or rather, the entire primeval relic is a conglomeration of wormholes. It is like a transportation hub in all directions. Countless invisible tunnels leading to the four-dimensional space are interconnected in this place. It has become a maze and a riddle that hundreds of civilizations failed to resolve even after billions of years. Such features endowed the unpredictable features of the ancient relics. In this place, the continuity and stability of time and space have been broken. It is possible that it is a hot summer day in this place, but 100 meters away, there is nothing but snow or the blossoming of colorful flowers. 100 meters away, there is a carpet of black and white fungi, which creates all kinds of rigid images. In my childhood, I used to chase butterflies through the flowers, only to find that the butterflies turned into burning flames in the blink of an eye, and the flames turned into countless stars that vanished with the wind, as if they were being reborn in the form of fireflies. When I extended my fingers to the place where the butterflies perished, my fingers turned into colorful fireworks and blossomed in the swirl of time and space. All in all, this is the case here. All the inherent, stable rules can be broken. Any weird thing can happen. The most disciplined and prudent experts may die a miserable death in the weirdest way, and the crazy lunatics may live longer. According to my father, there were only two outcomes for the first batch of researchers and adventurers to enter the ancient relics. They would either be faced with the unpredictable environment, the intimidating relics of civilization, or be scared to death by the omnipresent weird radiation and have a mental breakdown. Or the rules, formulas, and theorems that they'd been studying for their entire lives would be crushed by the unconventional objects inside the ancient relics. They would crawl into a hole and try to capture the vague rules inside the ancient relics in order to find the objective rules. But like moths chasing the sun, they would never reach their target and end up wasting their lives in depression. Because of this, the researchers and adventurers who entered the primordial relics later had to seal most of their emotions and willpower in order to survive in the nightmarish relics. Of course, for the innocent children who have been living in this kaleidoscope-like world since they were born and are used to seeing things that cannot be explained by common sense, they regard the amazing techniques and even the magical power as objectivity. It is rare for them to have a mental breakdown before they start their research. Therefore, before abnormal brainwaves are detected, it is not necessary to completely seal their emotions. While the Moongazer serpent was talking, the city of silver in Liao's mind, on the surface of the skyscrapers that were as smooth as a mirror, was dyed with glamorous stripes, too, like blossoming flowers from a different star. The city built on the corpses of 100 ancient civilizations in the center of the primeval relics was truly transformed into a kaleidoscope that was rolling and swirling. In my childhood, there were two kinds of interesting games. One was exploring the wilderness with my companions in secret and studying the corpses of the ancient civilizations that perished in this place. The observer continued. You know that, when you spend your childhood with the relics and corpses of 100 ancient civilizations, when you learn that 100 glorious ancient civilizations have perished quietly, and when you see the war machines that are almost 100 meters tall turning into rusted remains that are riddled with holes, your view of the world, civilization, and the universe will be shaped into something very special. Maybe, in your eyes, time and space are both stable. Civilization is the glorious result of billions of creatures working together for billions of years, and the universe is a boundless ocean. But in my eyes, or at least in the eyes of my childhood, time and space are neither stable nor continuous, nor do they have much significance. If worlds billions of light years apart can be connected through wormholes, what is the significance of space? If a civilization spends 10 million years without a hair on its head to the extent that it can steer a starship, absorb the energy of a star, and change the environment of a galaxy, only to be obliterated in 1 second because it answered a wrong question, then what is the significance of time? If 100 civilizations can die so silently, then what is the difference between the essence of civilization and a dry leaf in a raging wind or even an ant on a dry leaf? Living in such a universe, the universe might be a boundless ocean, but the ocean is full of invisible traps. It is more like a cruel game that is destined to fail. I might not have realized the cruel truth when I was a child. I thought that the game was very interesting, but I did not respect or cherish the civilization at all. I thought that I was living in a broken, modeled dream, and that I was part of the dream and a telepathic thought of the progenitor. Liao couldn't help but ask, were you the prehistoric civilization who built the primeval relics, the Heaven's Path Tower, and the Black Wall that enveloped the entire Pangu universe? Yes, it seems that you found a lot of information on your own, which saved me a lot of explaining. The observer continued. When I grew up and was forced to stay in the Temple of Mind, by my father to receive the input of tremendous information so that the wisdom of various species, fields, and civilizations would leave a deep mark on my young heart and even change my cerebral cortex forever, my dissatisfaction and confusion grew even stronger. Because, in the eyes of my childhood friends and I, this is the world. It is unpredictable, inexplicable, and even inexplicable. Hundreds of civilizations that tried to explore the ultimate secrets of the ancient relics perished. Even many of my father's colleagues, the parents of my friends, sacrificed themselves in all kinds of weird and miserable ways during the dangerous experiments and exploration work. Of the victims, only 1/10 were able to retrieve their intact bodies. Of the remaining victims, some even mysteriously disappeared for an entire 100 years. 100 years later, they fell from the sky like a pile of dry bones and broke into pieces. According to the research of the latecomers, it is very likely that the victim missed a step and fell into a special space-time gap. Just like that, he fell and fell through the gap. He fell for an entire 100 years, starved to death on the way, and his body fell through the endless gaps for several decades. Only when the energy to maintain the space-time gap was exhausted did he reappear. At that time, I was still young and did not have a strong fear of death. But such a way of death was too inexplicable. Therefore, I asked my father where we came from, where we were going, and most importantly, what we were doing right now. In my childhood, we had abundant resources and advanced technology. We didn't have too many natural enemies or foreign enemies. The most dangerous and unpredictable areas in the wilderness around Silver City were marked, too. As long as we were prudent enough not to kill ourselves, we could live a safe, comfortable, and stable life. But why did my father and his colleagues have to challenge the taboos time and time again, activate the rune arrays that had been sealed for thousands of years, repair the ancient war machines that were glaring coldly, and release the fatal viruses that could potentially lead to the extinction of the ancient civilization? Why did they have to sit cross-legged around the Heavenly Path Tower during their rare rest time and stare at the top of the Heavenly Path Tower in a daze, as if their souls had been stolen and all their vitality sucked away, making them slaves of the Heavenly Path Tower? When I was little, no matter how much I pestered my father, he always kept quiet and refused to tell me the answer. He even put on a long face, squeezed out what was left of his emotions, and raged at me. In my impression, my father was gentle and refined most of the time. He was like an ancient well with no ripples. This made him even more hideous when he was angry. It was not until I grew up that I realized that, once I learned the truth, I would have to devote myself to real research and burn my life like my parents and other elders did. Then, my soul might be corrupted by the unpredictable forces and the unpredictable universe, and I would have to seal my emotions and will. My childhood would come to an end. My father hoped that my carefree childhood could last a few more years, so he was unwilling to tell me the truth so early. But the day has finally come. I will never forget the day when my mother turned into a black iron statue. Liao did not understand what the observer meant. Was the so-called black iron statue a metaphor, or was it literal? There was sorrow and cunningness in her words, but he was deeply attracted to her. He listened to her without saying anything. Like all the adults living in the City of Silver, my mother was a researcher exploring the primeval relics. However, she chose a research path that few Nuwa clan members would choose. She was an expert in magical equipment. The observer explained, as you know, most of the magical equipment of the ancient era, especially the powerful ultimate weapons and forbidden secret treasures, have barriers and seals that can only be unlocked when the owner's genes are detected. My mother was gifted in that regard and connected genetics, encryption, and the field of magical equipment unlocking. She solved countless problems and woke up countless ancient secret treasures that had been hibernating for billions of years. Although she was busy with work, she tried her best to fulfill the responsibilities of a mother and a wife during the limited time she spent with me. She maintained the harmony and happiness of the family. I remember that she often brought back marvelous magical equipment for me as toys. She and my father were quite close. Such a loving and harmonious relationship was rarely seen in Silver City. I know what you want to ask. When I analyzed the general picture of the civilization of mankind that you transmitted to me just now, I discovered that the civilization of mankind boasted the technology of sealing emotions and will, just like the Pangu civilization did in the past. But honestly speaking, your technology is the same as the technology of the Pangu clan in the outside world. You have gone astray and are walking in the direction of killing your imagination and creativity. It is a mental suicide. The mental seal technology we adopted in the ancient relics is more delicate, with fewer side effects. When part of the emotional area is sealed, the activity of the other emotional area will be activated to the greatest extent, too. It is like love being triggered to the maximum in order to resist the confusion and fear when we are faced with the vast unknown. For my father, his deep love for my mother and me was condensed into a armor on the mental level, or even a sharp sword. Only in such a way could he walk on the never-ending road of exploration alone. My mother and I were the pillars of his mind and the symbol of a home that he had never seen before. But that morning, half of his mental support collapsed. I don't know exactly how it happened, but that day, while my parents were doing research in their respective fields, my mother got a piece of magical equipment from the Black Iron Civilization that looked like a square box. Judging from our exploration of the Black Iron Civilization in the past, as well as the location of the box and the dead bodies scattered around, it should not be a piece of super magical equipment that is of paramount importance or extremely dangerous. Therefore, after the regular protection, my mother started the routine research and unlocking. But as it turned out, the moment she deciphered the genetic code of the box and opened it, a streak of black brightness dashed out of the box and enveloped her, covering her completely. When the paramedics and the medics arrived, the black brightness had already been absorbed by my mother's pores and the gaps of her scales, turning her into a vivid black iron statue. My mother died just like that, or rather, she fell into a state that was even more unacceptable than death. My father almost had a mental breakdown. For 3 to 5 days, he went crazy and kept saying that my mother was not dead. The black box was clearly the treatment magical equipment for the Black Iron Civilization. The Black Iron Civilization was the most eccentric of all the carbon-based intelligent life forms. Their concept of time and even their definition of life were completely different from that of the other 99 ancient civilizations. My mother was still alive, but her metabolism had been reduced to the minimum. She had entered a mysterious super hibernation state, She could still perceive all the information in the outside world and express her thoughts freely. However, her speed was billions of times slower than that of normal people. Therefore, my father was roaring like a ferocious beast whose eyes were bleeding. He did not allow anybody to dissect his mother's body, nor was he willing to burn or bury his mother. He moved his mother's body, which was the black iron statue, back to his home and stood right next to his sleep capsule. He even put on his mother's favorite clothes for the statue. Every day when he returned home, he would lean his head on the statue and talk to it as if his mother were still alive. Even though I was still an ignorant child at that time, even though strange and appalling things happened every day in the ancient relics of Silver City, the blow to my heart was still incomparable. When my father mumbled to the black iron statue of my mother in the dead of night again, I finally couldn't bear it any longer and begged him to tell me everything. After a long silence, he finally heaved a long sigh and fulfilled my request. Liao was both surprised and awed. At this moment, he was refreshed and realized that the next step was the most important secret. As he expected, the brainwaves of the observer were several times more intense than before. An astronomical amount of information flooded into Liao's brain nonstop. Everything started a long time ago when the Pangu civilization returned from the Great Expedition. The observer said, "I've discovered that you human beings already know the existence of the Black Wall, the multiverse, and the Great Expedition. It will save you a lot of time. Let's start with the part where you return in failure. It's true that the Great Expedition was not a complete failure in terms of tactics. We have verified that the so-called Black Wall is not endless but has a thickness and a limit that can be passed through. After we passed through the Black Wall, although we met the brutal Floodtide Legion, we defeated the enemy with all our wisdom and courage and even captured a lot of their starships. We had the opportunity to analyze a lot of technologies and improve our civilization. War has always been the most advanced form of communication. All the warriors of the Pangu civilization are not scared of any kind of war. Such challenges alone are not enough to stop us from moving forward. However, everything changed after the primeval relics were discovered on the way back. The Forerunners, the makers of the Black Wall, the Flood Tide, the existences that even the Forerunners feared, the ultimate test that 100 ancient civilizations failed to pass, and the horror of the ancient civilizations being annihilated silently in the river of time. What's the tactical victory we just secured compared to all that? As I said just now, after they realized how vast, and terrifying the real multiverse was, some of them couldn't bear the tremendous pressure and fell into madness. Even if their willpower was strong enough to keep them from collapsing, they were still like headless flies that had been caught by a giant glass tank. They were buzzing and crashing everywhere, unable to find a way out. Only a few wise leaders and the most calm elites came to the conclusion after a long deliberation that the primeval relics were our only hope. We had no choice but to walk on the path of thorns and flames that 100 ancient civilizations had walked on in the past and were likely to lead to destruction. The logic is obvious. The rapid development of the Pangu civilization has pushed the consumption of resources to the limits of the Pangu universe. The purpose of the Great Expedition was to find a new way out of the Pangu universe. Since we haven't found a way out, the Pangu Civilization Alliance, which is made of 13 different kinds of carbon-based intelligent creatures, is about to collapse and attack each other. If we don't show everyone hope, the apocalypse that we created will arrive before the flood arrives. If we can dig out all the secrets of the primeval relics, overthrow the Black Wall, and release the countless fertile worlds that have been hidden for billions of years, the glory of the Pangu civilization will be able to burn for billions of years. Let's take a step back and say that, even if we cannot find the real answer to the primeval relics for the time being, the 100 ancient civilizations that have explored this place are the 100 pioneers. The weapons, magical equipment, technology, corpses, and relics of the civilization that they left behind will be of great help to our civilization. 2. They will help the Pangu civilization prolong its life as much as possible. Besides, the expedition fleet has captured a large batch of the Floodtide Legion and their starships outside of the Black Wall. Before we analyze them in depth and figure out all the secrets of the Floodtide Legion, it is impossible for us to bring them back to the central area of civilization, which is a highly populated area. We can only research them in a place that is isolated from the rest of the world. In such a way, the losses will be minimized if we lose control. Therefore, the expedition fleet was divided into two groups. Some of the best warriors and explorers stayed on the spot and established the forward bases that belonged to the Pangu civilization or City of Silver, according to you. The rest of the expedition army, after they returned to their hometown, recruited hundreds of experts and scholars of the Pangu civilization, as well as authorities in the fields of biology, archaeology, energy science, and cosmology. They left their hometown and came to this place. Since the first day of their arrival, the experts and their families have been very clear that it will be difficult for them to return to their hometown for the rest of their lives. On one hand, the research task is too vast and tedious. There are too many treasures that are worth their entire lives. There is no way that they can finish the research. On the other hand, too many secrets are buried in the primeval relics, and the viruses and genetic weapons that are likely to lurk in the cells are not suitable for the public. If the secrets or the viruses spread out, it will only accelerate the destruction of the entire civilization. For safety reasons, after accepting dozens of batches of experts and scholars, the City of Silver has been sealed and turned into a mysterious and unique quarantine zone. The researchers and the leadership who know the inside story call it the Heavenly Palace. An image appeared in Li Yao's brain. One weirdly shaped, magnificent warship after another transported the warriors, wise men, researchers, and academic authorities of the Pangu civilization to the entrance of the ancient relics. Before they left the starship and entered the primeval relics, they had all signed a contract and made a solemn vow. From now on, they would be isolated from the world and explore the mysteries of the primeval civilization with all their lives and souls. They would not be able to return to their hometown until the riddle of the primeval civilization was cracked and the black wall that bound the civilization was overturned. In fact, the first batch of experts and scholars were very clear that, with the profoundness, mystery, and complexity of the primeval relics, they would not be able to achieve their goal even if they spent their entire lives. The best they could do was build new steps with their dead bodies so that their descendants could step on their shoulders and climb up to their destination. Even so, they had no regrets. They abandoned everything they had in the mortal world and fled into the quarantine zone known as the Heavenly Palace. The so-called immortals of the paradise are, of course, the original ancestors or the makers of the Black Wall. But as time went by, our compatriots in the outside world misunderstood that it was our way of addressing ourselves. The observer sighed. There was sorrow that did not fit his young face. He continued, "It was understandable. I didn't know until a long time later that the life in the Heavenly Palace was so different from the life in the central area of the Pangu civilization. After thousands of years of development, the civilizations on both sides were developing in two completely different directions. They were almost two entirely different species and two civilizations that were deeply divided. Inside the Heavenly Palace, although the environment is ever-changing and full of dangerous and unpredictable fatal traps, the residents here are mostly experts and their descendants. Everyone's heart is relatively pure, and they are all carrying the same mission. There are not many internal conflicts. The social order is very simple. It is like a paradise. However, outside of the Heavenly Palace in the central area of the Pangu civilization, due to the failure of the Great Expedition, as well as the existence of the Great Flood and the progenitor, all kinds of rumors and scaremongers have been spreading. Society is in a mess, and everybody is anxious. Almost everybody is worried about the Armageddon all the time. Besides, due to the limited resources, a lot of them have to be sent to the Heavenly Palace for us to study the secrets of the ancient civilization and the progenitor. Therefore, social development has come to a halt. Internal strife have been going on all year round. In order to suppress the unrest and free the citizens from the fear of end of the world, many people in the highest authorities have come up with ways to emotional seal and mind control. However, as I said just now, their emotional seals and mind control are misguided and will only further diminish the will and creativity of the citizens. Naturally, more resistance will be aroused. However, the Pangu civilization has developed for almost 1,000,000 years after all. It is the well-deserved dominator of the Pangu universe and is deeply rooted. It will take a long time for the disease to spread to the bones. Before that, the relationship between the heavenly palace and the outside world was still stable. The outside world provided the heavenly palace with endless resources, including abundant crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the most excellent talents in the outside world. The heavenly palace excavated and analyzed the secret treasures inside the ancient relics. After figuring out the mechanism, it received a lot of new technology and magical equipment replicas and exported them to the outside world to maintain the last bit of vitality of the Pangu civilization. Although we haven't figured out the purpose of the Forerunners and the technology they employed, the 100 ancient civilizations that perished in this place have evolved at the same level as us. With countless scholars and adventurers burning their souls, sacrificing their lives, and working day and night, we have made great gains. The first 1,000 years after the heavenly palace was established passed peacefully. It was both the golden years of the heavenly palace and the last glory of the Pangu civilization outside. It was the era of my parents and grandparents, and I was born in the second millennium after the Pangu civilization discovered the ancient relics. In the second millennium, there were more and more conflicts between the heavenly palace and the outside world. The atmosphere was more and more intense, and the situation was more and more unpredictable. A dark haze seemed to be looming over the two parties. First of all, after the great excavations over the past 1,000 years, we found all the technologies and magical equipment that are easy to analyze and copy in the heavenly palace. What comes next is going to be a tough nut to crack. Since you are also a refiner, you should have a certain understanding about material science, spiritual energy science, aerodynamics, and other fields. You should know that the problems in the cutting-edge academic fields are not something that can be solved step by step. Often, the proof of a formula and the discovery of a law not only require the inspiration of a genius but also mysterious luck. We've used up all our luck in the first millennium. In the second millennium, the technical difficulties in front of us are like mountains that pierce through the clouds. They cannot be overcome in a day. It will take generations and hundreds of years of hard work. However, the clansmen outside could not wait that long over the last 1,000 years. They've been used to dealing with each other in the same way. They've been pouring tremendous resources into the heavenly palace, and the heavenly palace has been sending a lot of advanced, mature, and practical technologies and magical equipment to them every once in a while so that they can comfort the anxious and restless citizens temporarily. But right now, after 100 years, we haven't delivered many valuable technologies and magical equipment to the outside world, and the outside world has to maintain the input of a lot of resources. It is inevitable that the leaders of the outside world and those in the highest authorities of the Pangu civilization will feel discontent and doubt. Well, now that I think about it, when we were building the heavenly palace and recruiting researchers and explorers, we made a very serious mistake. We recruited the top experts, scholars, and researchers in the cutting-edge fields of the entire civilization into the heavenly palace. Those who were left outside were all the top politicians and soldiers. Of course, there was an academic committee as a bridge of communication between the two parties, but the scholars who stayed in the committee were all second-rate. The mindset of the experts, scholars, politicians, and soldiers are completely different. No matter how we explain the difficulties of our research to them and the importance of maintaining the continuous investment of resources, they will simply turn a deaf ear to us and demand that we produce our research results as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will have to reduce our investment in the heavenly palace. We might even have to send a team of inspectors to liquidate the work of the heavenly palace over the past 1,000 years. There was obvious disappointment and regret on the face of the observer. But Liao did not think so. The observer had been living in the primeval relics since he was a child. He was a pure scholar who grew up in a laboratory. Naturally, he did not know the complexity of the world or the perils of human beings. Liao, on the other hand, had dealt with the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance before. His wife had been the Speaker of Parliament, too. He was well aware that it was not as simple as playing a game named Civilization to be in charge of a civilization. Those who are not in charge do not know the value of firewood and rice. The observer thought that continuous resource delivery was a very easy thing to say, but in the outside world it could cause a riot or even a struggle between the imperial court and the underworld. Thousands of people would have to tighten their belts or even starve to death. More importantly, Liao knew that the great expedition across the Black Wall into the multiverse had consumed most of the resources and potential of the Pangu civilization. It was the turning point of the Pangu civilization's rise and decline. In the thousands of years to come, the resources of the Pangu civilization would certainly be running low. Besides, the rumors that the flood is drawing near and the end of the world were corrupting the social order. Resentment would be brewing, and evilness would be spreading everywhere. The control of the supreme authorities would be greatly undermined. Under such circumstances, not only did they have to maintain social order and force the citizens to tighten their belts, they also had to send tremendous resources to the paradise. The supreme authorities of the Pangu civilization must have been racking their brains, too. If the Heavenly Palace could produce research results continuously, the highest authorities could still manage to maintain such a deal. But when the Heavenly Palace failed to produce any valuable research results for 100 years, how could the highest authorities convince all the citizens to cut their belts, which had been stretched to the limit? Further, the experts and scholars of the Federation and the Imperium had examined the political system of the Pangu civilization before. For most of the time, the Pangu civilization did not have an arbitrary ruler. It was still a republic that was negotiated by various tribes. Therefore, there was not a single dictator who could make a decision to provide resources to the Heavenly Palace unconditionally, unprincipled, and unlimitedly. Any supply of resources would certainly be scrutinized by institutions such as the Parliament. On the other hand, there were too many secret treasures inside the Heavenly Palace that could potentially destroy the world. No civilization with a perfect system would allow such a force to be controlled by a small group of people. Even the observer himself had said that, after 1,000 years of development, the scholars inside the Heavenly Palace and their compatriots in the outside world had drifted apart and almost evolved into two different civilizations. Therefore, when their compatriots in the outside world grew suspicious of them when the Heavenly Palace failed to produce anything of value for 100 years, it would not be strange at all for them to march into the Heavenly Palace and conduct a thorough investigation. Li Yao's hesitation was clearly seen by the observer through the transmission of brainwaves. The moongazer serpent blushed and lowered her head in silence for a long time. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, it was not until a long time later that I learned that the outside world had so many doubts, concerns, and fears about our excavations and studies in the Heavenly Palace. It was even possible that the ultimate testing that the Forerunners set up might decide whether to save our civilization or to be saved in the blink of an eye would raise such a riot when it was leaked. There are many people out there, mainly the Pangu clan, who have sealed their emotions and will and believe that we should continue hibernating for billions of years. They believe that we shouldn't touch the secrets left by the ancestors. Some of them are even radical fundamentalists who believe that the ancestors established the Black Wall in order to protect us from the flood. Any attempt to overthrow the Black Wall will be a betrayal of the ancestors, and the dead bodies of hundreds of civilizations will be the most severe punishment. Of course, there are also countless people, mainly those who are passionate, impulsive, and adventurous. They believe that the qualification to analyze the mysteries of the primeval ancestors and perform the ultimate tests should not be monopolized by us people of the Heavenly Palace. Instead, the primeval relics should be open to all the citizens of the civilization. The wisdom and courage of everybody should be gathered to solve the problems together. For the majority of the ordinary people, they could not bear the cost of their entire civilization being destroyed instantly. They were about to have a mental breakdown just thinking about it. Since 100 ancient civilizations failed, why should they believe that we would be different from the rest and that we would definitely succeed? They believed that our operation was purely a suicide of the civilization and that we were merely moths darting into flames. Therefore, they supported the views of the fundamentalists of the Pangu clan in the beginning and imposed tremendous pressure on the highest authorities, demanding that the exploration and research inside the primeval relics be halted immediately and that all the people of the Heavenly Palace be evacuated. All in all, the messy and chaotic ideology grew more and more rampant until it turned into a torrent that was about to engulf the Heavenly Palace. Li Yao could not help but remark, In fact, it is not unreasonable to think that you are committing suicide from the perspective of ordinary people. After all, the hundreds of civilizations have failed, but we have no other options. The moongazer serpent shouted. Did you think that the 100 ancient civilizations were all bronze and no brains? Did you think that the suicidal genes deep down in their genes drove them to do stupid things? Even if the first 20 civilizations did not know the formidability of the ultimate test and were fooled by it, the dozens of civilizations that followed had already discovered the relics and corpses of the previous civilizations and knew the dangers of the ultimate test. Why were they still marching forward without regret? The reason is simple. When the civilizations were able to discover and explore the ancient relics, their civilization had already reached its peak and passed the turning point of decline. Their population exploded, their resources were scarce, and their society was in chaos. Their killing techniques and war machines reached the peak of perfection. They even developed weapons that could destroy themselves and the planet instantly. They were going to die in the first place and could only watch their civilization perish. Even the wisest scholars and the bravest warriors could not stop them. Therefore, if they had no other options, they would risk entering the primeval relics and try to save their civilization through the ultimate test. Same goes for the Pangu civilization. Of course, we can retreat from the primeval relics and seal the place. But even so, it will not solve the ultimate destruction that our civilization is faced with. The only thing that can be done is to move the time of our death back thousands of years. Is there a difference between the instantaneous destruction and being suffocated in an airtight iron house? If there is a difference, the latter way of death will only expose the ugliest side of our civilization before our death. It will be a humiliating death. Why do the outsiders not understand such a simple logic? Atat Wert Liao smiled bitterly. As you said, you grew up in a very special environment. You've been used to the rise and fall of hundreds of civilizations since you were a kid. The glory of a civilization is just a fleeting spark in your eyes. Therefore, you can look at the problem calmly. But for most of the ordinary people, as well as the politicians, soldiers, and rulers who are responsible for the ordinary people, it is impossible for them to say things like, I'm going to suffocate in hundreds of thousands of years anyway, so I might as well give it a try right now. The ordinary people can't understand it, nor can they accept it. Besides, the interests of the politicians, the ambitions of the warlords, the survival instincts that are buried deep inside our genes, the observer was dazed for a moment. He sighed and said, Maybe you're right. In short, the Pangu civilization at that time was already in the middle of a storm, and the heavenly palace enjoyed a moment of peace as if it were in the eye of the storm. I was lucky enough to be born in such a short, precious peace. When I grew up, I inherited my father's legacy and studied the cutting-edge fields of gene reproduction and integration. I also got in touch with my father's research project. You already know what that is, don't you? Yes. Liao nodded and said, After you sensed the failure of 100 ancient civilizations, you did not dare activate the ultimate test recklessly. Instead, you thought of a different approach. You wanted to replicate the real-life makers of the Black Wall and learn the mysteries of the ultimate test from them. You even planned to make use of them to take the test and significantly improve the success rate. Yes, amazing observation and deduction ability. The observer complimented Liao and continued, The project, progenitor replication, is the most important and the most difficult of thousands of simultaneous research projects in the entire Heavenly Palace. It is the core and crown of the entire Heavenly Palace project. It has been going on for hundreds of years. My father was the latest leader of the project. He has always been fascinated by the cutting-edge fields of gene reproduction and integration. He is a talented, rarely seen genius in 1,000 years. Even in the Heavenly Palace, a place where almost everyone is an expert and a scholar, he is among the best. After my mother's accident, he became mentally deranged and devoted himself to work. I knew what was on his mind. For him, progenitor replication was not just for the civilization but also for my mother and his wife. He was going to replicate the real master origin and interrogate him by his collar. Why was that? Why did the Forerunners seal everything with a black wall when they found the sea of stars with abundant resources and a stable environment? Why did the originator create everything with his own genes and even countless civilizations, only to annihilate them time and time again? Why did the primeval Lord of Heaven leave such abundant treasures and advanced knowledge for the civilization of his children and grandchildren, only to set up a bizarre riddle with no correct answer, as if it were a cruel joke that gave hope to a civilization and then took it away, pushing the civilization into the abyss of desperation? More importantly, I knew that my father was trying to find a way to treat my mother from the original owner of the body. My father refused to believe that my mother was really dead. He firmly believed that my mother was still alive in the marvelous form of an black iron life, whose metabolism was billions of times slower. He was going to overcome all obstacles and overcome all obstacles to wake up his wife. In the beginning, I didn't understand why my father was so crazy. I thought that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown and that he should take special measures to suppress the emotional area in his brain. Otherwise, he might have been mentally deranged like many other uncles and aunties. He might have been shouting and waving his hands, turning into a lunatic. However, my father's willpower was unbelievably strong. No matter how miserably and hysterically he cried while leaning against his mother's black iron statue in the middle of the night, he would always return to normal the next morning. He would return to the laboratory with red eyes and focus on his research. Not a single data was wrong. Under the influence of my father, I gradually began to doubt whether or not my mother was dead. Although she did not have a heartbeat, breath, or metabolism, and the cells all over her body had mutated into an unknown substance, would her soul still be stored in the mysterious substance, waiting to be reunited with her family one day? I thought of the researcher who fell into a space crack and didn't reappear until 100 years later. Is it possible that my mother's soul has fallen into such a non-existent crack and is struggling and groping in the maze of the void? As long as she and we don't give up, we will find the exit one day. Therefore, like my father, I became a little lunatic. I couldn't wait to find a progenitor, to figure out what was going on, and ask if there was any way to rescue my mother. At that time, after hundreds of years of experiments, we had already duplicated a batch of intelligent, carbon-based creatures with 100% of the primeval genes, which were human beings like you. However, those human beings are just simple piles and assemblages of the primeval genes. They are all fakes. Or rather, they are still hibernating because the mysteries of the genes have not been unlocked yet. No matter how they are studied and hypnotized, they cannot tell us anything about the primeval mysteries billions of years ago. Naturally, those human beings were not the targets that I was looking for. Thankfully, right at this moment, my father made a major breakthrough in his research. He has indeed bred a very special progenitor embryo. Li Yao thought of something and exclaimed, "That's the Supreme Emperor. It's true that I've never seen such a marvelous fetus before. It had a strong self-awareness before it was born and could even communicate with me by manipulating other people's brainwaves." The observer explained, "At first, I was merely trying to find a way to wake up my mother through it. But as the communication went deeper and deeper, I was fascinated by the primordial memory pieces that it released. I even considered it a living person and made friends with it sincerely. You said that it still remembered me, its good friend from the embryo era, after it was born into him. I'm both moved and touched when I think about it." "I see." Li Yao took a long breath in relief. The observer had connected the dots, but he was still confused. If the project Replicate the Originator is so important and the Supreme Emperor has made significant progress, why was it terminated all of a sudden? Is it really as the Supreme Emperor speculated? You were forced to abort it because you were worried that you might not be able to control the ability that he revealed. No, at least not the main reason. The observer shook his head and said, "We have a deep understanding about the formidability of the Forerunners. To be able to create such an enormous ancient relic and a mysterious tower, and to wipe out 100 ancient civilizations so easily after billions of years of destruction, the Forerunners must be unimaginably strong. If we were scared of the Forerunners, we wouldn't have initiated the project of replicating the Forerunners in the first place. The reason we stopped the project Progenitor Replication and even closed the entire primeval relic, isolating the heavenly palace from the outside world, is mainly because of the dissemination of forbidden technology and the Civil War. Oh, Liao asked, what do you mean by leak? Isn't the technology in the Heavenly Palace shared with the outside world? Yes and no, the observer explained. When the Heavenly Palace was established, all the experts, scholars, and researchers swore that all the technology and mysteries inside the primeval relics belonged to all the species of the Panga civilization. No species or anybody could claim them as their own. Over the next 2,000 years, we kept our vow and disseminated most of the technology without any reservation. However, as you know, many dangerous military technologies are hidden inside the primeval relics, including the methods to manufacture weapons of mass destruction or deadly viruses. If they spread out, our civilization will be doomed. The top experts in the Heavenly Palace are well aware of the hazards of the technology. Since the entire Panga universe is in the phase of relative peace, is it necessary to develop a genetic weapon that can kill an entire galaxy of intelligent creatures instantly? Therefore, many of the technologies in this regard have been sealed by the top experts of the Heavenly Palace. They did not study them in depth, and naturally, they did not spread to the outside world. However, the politicians, soldiers, and schemers in the outside world have different ideas. Under the pretext of resisting the incoming flood, they continuously coerce the experts in the Heavenly Palace to output more advanced, and more destructive military technology. After they were rejected by the experts in the Heavenly Palace, they even did everything they could to infiltrate the Heavenly Palace. They bribed some of the experts and stole a lot of technology to study outside. The situation grew worse and worse. At the most critical moment, they even stole a lot of secrets about the Flood-Tide Legion and conducted thousands of dangerous studies in the outside world, making the forbidden technology completely lose control. It must be noted that the reason why the research on starships and captives of the Tidal Tide Legion was conducted in the Heavenly Palace was that the place was isolated from the rest of the world. Even if the Flood-Tide Legion boasted dangers and infectiousness that we didn't know about, the losses could have been minimized. But their hasty approach caused part of the strength of the Tidal Tide Legion to spread out. It was even possible that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan in the outside world would be corrupted into new Flood-Tide Legion. Who knows whether or not such factors were involved in the civil war that broke out later. What was most intolerable for the Temple of Immortals was their spying and stealing of the Progenitor Project. The people of the Heavenly Palace were very clear about the power contained in the Progenitor. When they duplicated the Progenitor, they had all taken thorough safety measures. They paid close attention to every clone of the Progenitor, even though they seemed to be too weak to catch a chicken and did not have the strength to do so. No mistakes were allowed. In our communication with the outside world, we have also made it very clear that other technologies can be handed over to the outside world, but replicating the technology of the Forerunners, including the precious Forerunners' genes, cannot be disseminated yet, in case the situation gets out of control. But as it turned out, the more we talked about it, the more the soldiers, politicians, and schemers in the outside world coveted the technology related to the ancestors. No matter how we tried to defend ourselves, the technology, including the genes of the ancestors, was still leaked to the outside world. When we discovered it, many sectors, including military fortresses, had already established their own manufacturing factories and started mass-producing the ancestors' human beings. Wait, I don't understand. Liao scratched his head and said, You were replicating the primeval Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace in order to get the wisdom of the primeval Lord of Heaven and to solve the riddle of the ultimate test. Why did the politicians, soldiers, and schemers outside mass produce human beings? To save our civilization, of course. There was a hint of sorrow in the brainwaves of the observer again. Maybe the most unbearable thing for a high-level intelligent creature is to sit and watch other people saving their civilization. It is impossible to ask the politicians, the military, the ambitious, the bravest warriors, and the fiercest experts to do nothing and let the people of the Heavenly Palace save their civilization. In other words, it is impossible to ask us to decide their fate. Maybe in the first 1,000 years, people had pinned all their hopes on the people in the Heavenly Palace. But after 1,000 years of futile endeavors, when the resources of the outside world were running low, and when the entire civilization was on the verge of collapse, the resolute and intelligent top experts could not suppress their ambition and sense of mission any longer. They wanted to take over the mission of saving the civilization from the hands of the people of the Heavenly Palace, and even thought that we were a stumbling block in their way. Under the pressure of the arrival of the flood tide, any kind of bizarre methods can become a life-saving straw. Maybe they believe that the ancestors, human beings, are the most efficient and low-energy tools to help the Pangu civilization pass through the time when resources are scarce. Or maybe they believe that the form of human beings represents the ultimate development of carbon-based intelligent life. Therefore, they want to manufacture human beings on a large scale and transfer the souls of the 13 carbon-based intelligent life forms into the shells of human beings. Or maybe they think that the progress of the progenitor replication project inside the Heavenly Palace is too slow. They can't wait any longer and are shouting that they want to activate the genes of human beings who are hibernating for a long time in the vast world outside by relying on the methods of barbaric reproduction and natural screening so that human beings can regain the demeanor of the ancestors of the past. In short, there are many reasons, and more than one research team is carrying out explorations in this regard. When we discovered it, billions of human beings had already spread across the entire Pangu universe as a multi-terrain universal tool. The leader of the Heavenly Palace was so shocked that he flew into a rage out of humiliation. For the first time, he started considering the possibility of isolating the Heavenly Palace from the outside world and accelerated the construction of the artificial ecosystem inside the Heavenly Palace, hoping to be 100% self-sufficient. Before the matter was settled, more shocking news arrived. A civil war broke out in our civilization. Led by the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, the flames of war swept across every planet in every sector. This is a war of unprecedented scale and cruelty beyond imagination. Both sides are equipped with a lot of magical equipment and technology that does not belong to our civilization, that is, magical equipment and technology that has been passed on from the Heavenly Palace and belongs to 100 ancient civilizations, or even to the destruction of 100 ancient civilizations. The politicians outside, the soldiers, and the ambitious ones, after they got the technology and conducted a few unreliable experiments, were in a hurry to assemble them on a large scale. They did not even consider the consequences of abusing the destructive technology. By the time we discovered it, the sea of stars outside was already riddled with holes and on fire. With the strength of the scholars who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, it was simply impossible for us to stop it. Moreover, both sides of the civil war had very forcefully issued a threat to us, demanding the Immortal Palace to submit to their side, to be loyal to their ideology, and to provide them with a steady stream of new military technology to help them win the civil war. Then, what is their ideology exactly? Liao could not help but ask. In the studies of human beings, it seems that the Pangu clan is on the evil side, representing the extinction of feelings and self-restraint as a turtle that has been hiding in its shell for billions of years, and the Nuwa clan is on the righteous side, symbolizing the vigorousness of life and the endless possibilities. Is that true? Justice and evil are just opposites. Faced with the vast, unknown universe, who knows what path we can choose to save our civilization? Yes, the observer explained, there are a lot of contradictory ideologies and conflicts between the two parties in the civil war. The one that is most closely related to the Heavenly Palace is that the leadership of the Pangu clan believes that the research in the Heavenly Palace is too dangerous and cannot be carried out, especially the ultimate test. They are determined to seal the Heaven's origin sector in case a certain brave, reckless adventurer destroys the entire civilization. The leaders of the Nuwa clan, on the other hand, believe that the ultimate test is inevitable. Only by inheriting the full strength of the Forerunners can we break out of the Pangu universe and find new hope. They think that our progress is too slow and want them to form new research teams and take part in the ultimate test. Liao was in a dilemma. It was indeed as the observer had said. The boundary between good and evil was already blurred. He had thought that the Pangu clan was the embodiment of pure evil and coldness, but now it seemed that the reason for the civil war was not entirely unreasonable. Weird and terrifying things such as the primeval relics, the Heaven's Path Tower, and the ultimate test might destroy the civilization and restart the universe if they were not careful. Other than the primeval relics, the civilization that had been destroyed could not even leave a trace. It was the most humiliating way to die. Whoever was asked to run such a wretched test would have to consider everything carefully and carefully. 100 examples of the victims were right in front of their eyes. The odds that the Pangu civilization could pass the test were less than 1%. As the leader of the Civilization Alliance, sealing the tower temporarily was indeed the most responsible choice that the Pangu clan could make. It seemed that Liao had been hesitating whether or not to establish his own exploration squad to explore the ancient relics. If they had really come to this place and found the corpses of the civilization, their brains would have been extremely calm, too, and they wouldn't have dared to act rashly. From this perspective, Liao's choice and the Pangu clan's choice were actually the same. On the other hand, Lu Qingchen was a lunatic who feared nothing and no one. Even if he knew that the failure of the test would result in the annihilation of the human civilization, he would certainly be eager to give it a try. In this matter, Lu Qingchen was on the side of the Nuwa clan. The question was, between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, between Liao and Lu Qingchen, which one of them had made the right choice to push the wheel of history forward and save their civilization? They didn't know. They really didn't know. Faced with the vast and unknown sea of stars, the only thing they knew was that they knew absolutely nothing. Liao sighed and listened to the observer. The following story was very simple. The people of the Heavenly Palace knew that a civil war had broken out in the outside world, and the ideology of both sides of the civil war was something that they could not agree on. The scholars who were willing to sacrifice dozens of generations of their lives to save their compatriots and their civilization were even less willing to provide destructive weapons to help the ambitious people slaughter their own people. Therefore, they chose to seal the primeval relics and completely block the Heavenly Palace from the outside world. They even thought of various ways to hide the entrances of the primeval relics so that they would be a whole different world. For a period of time, their methods were indeed effective. No matter how heated the civil war outside was, no matter how many sectors were burnt to the ground and how many experts perished, the storm of destruction never reached the Heavenly Palace. It was a pity that he could not hide himself forever. It had been a long time since the Pangu civilization discovered the primeval relics. With the advanced space navigation technology, it was possible to map the patterns and trajectories of the entrances of the relics precisely. As the civil war grew more and more intense, the capability of the two parties plummeted. When they were about to perish together, the importance of the Heavenly Palace became more and more obvious. At this point, it was safe to say that whoever controlled the Heavenly Palace would win the civil war and become the new master of the Pangu civilization. They would carry out their ideology to the end. On the other hand, if both sides of the civil war suffered heavy losses, it was very likely that the people of the Heavenly Palace would rush out of the primeval relics with their amazing technology and magical equipment, clean up the mess, and rule over the Pangu civilization. It was absolutely intolerable for both sides of the civil war. Therefore, the high wall at the periphery of the primeval relics, which had been sealed for almost 100 years, was finally broken by the civil war. They pointed their last attack at the Heavenly Palace almost at the same time and were caught unprepared. At this point of the civil war, the wise, and considerate politicians and military strategists have all perished. The last bit of rationality and tolerance on both sides have been extinguished in the burning fire. The commanders of the two remnants have become the most extreme lunatics. The Moongazer serpent said, "The crazies and lunatics are indeed eccentric. They have melded quite a few kinds of genetic weapons that were leaked out of the primeval relics and retrieved part of the dormant genes inside the ancestors' bodies, thereby creating several powerful biochemical weapons with serious side effects. On one hand, they want to use the biochemical weapons on themselves so that they will have the strength of their ancestors, too. In their ideal state, the Pangu clan, which used to be more than 20 meters tall, will be able to expand into an ancient beast almost 200 meters tall after they are injected with the biochemical weapons. But they will still maintain a clear mind and a controllable self. Not only will they be able to carry out highly complicated tactical missions, they will also be able to restore their original appearance after the mission and reduce the consumption of energy in life. But on the other hand, they've developed biochemical weapons targeting each other, hoping to interfere with the enemy's gene pool as much as possible so that the enemy will mutate into a crazy monster. A lot of biochemical weapons were thrown into the battlefield and melded with other deadly viruses that had been spreading on the battlefield for a long time. Then, a series of unknown mutations took place. Eventually, the monster virus that could destroy an entire civilization was born. You've seen the power of the virus just now. It can turn a normal prehistoric man into a terrifying prehistoric beast. In most cases, the rationality and wisdom in his brain will be wiped out, and the instinct to kill and destroy will be strengthened. Only a few experts with special genes or high cultivation were lucky enough to survive the corrosion of the monster virus. It must be noted that the Pangu civilization at that time was already on the verge of death. Most of the people were hiding in underground shelters or starships, living in fear all day. In enclosed environments such as shelters and starships, the virus could spread very fast. As long as one of the civilians was infected and mutated into a terrifying prehistoric beast, no one in the entire shelter or the starship would be spared. In the end, the Pangu civilization in the outside world was destroyed by the monster virus that we created ourselves. And when the culprit who caused all this discovered that they had caused a great disaster, they clutched the heavenly palace, this life-saving straw, even tighter. They firmly believed that they had no other options right now. The only way to treat their maddened compatriots and save the Pangu civilization was to enter the Tower of Heaven, pass the ultimate test, and receive all the knowledge of their ancestors. Right now, even the commander of the Pangu clan was not so resolute. However, the sacrifices of billions of people had condensed into a blood feud that could dye every star in the universe red. It was not going to disappear so easily. Therefore, both sides of the civil war sent their last, best, and craziest forces to assault the heavenly palace. Among them, the commander of the Pangu assault team is named Death, and the commander of the Nuwa assault team is named Dragon Lotus. Of course, the observer was not talking about the Tao of mass destruction or the Dragon Lotus seed, but the overlapping syllables that contained endless information. Liao could sense the formidability of the two commanders from the overlapping syllables. He even saw their bloody battles in a trance. They were unparalleled experts who could move mountains and overturn seas with a wave of their hand. After they were infected with the monster virus, they were able to maintain their self-awareness and rationality with their strong willpower. The two commanders were even stronger than before, to the point that Liao felt cold all over his body. So, he is the last elite of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. No wonder I was so alarmed when I saw him through the surveillance video. Liao thought to himself. The leader of the heavenly palace is named Gu Wuxin. We are not willing to let them in. The observer continued. On one hand, as you can see, the two assault teams met unexpectedly in the primeval relics. They released the most intense monster virus to each other first and turned each other into neither human nor ghosts. Their current appearance will only sully the sanctity of the primeval relics and destroy the lifelong work of dozens of generations of experts and scholars. On the other hand, in order to pass the ultimate test, the most important thing is to maintain absolute calmness and rationality. It is not something that can be broken through by brute force. In the hundreds of civilizations that have passed the test in the past, there were many warriors who were stronger than the Exterminate the Sectors and the Dragon Lotus Seed. But they did not even get to see the real test before they fell at the feet of the Thunder Valley, the Wade Ocean, and the Snow Mountain. Letting these brainless brutes and barbaric, professional soldiers try to break through is like letting a bull embroider. It is absolutely impossible to succeed. However, those guys were determined to pass the test, and nobody could stop them. After they broke the barrier of the primeval relics by force, they indeed started slaughtering and sabotaging. Faced with an irreversible situation, our leader Gu Wuxin made a helpless choice. Some of them were asked to resist two crazy armies or beast tides, while Gu Wuxin led another batch of experts and scholars into the ultimate test. After all, Gu Wuxin and the professors are a team that studies the ultimate tests. They've studied the heaven's origin sector for 1,000 years and learned a lot of lessons. They've even found many reasons why the ancient civilization failed. If we have to brace ourselves for the ultimate test, of course, Gu Wuxin's team of experts is more suitable than the assault team of the Pantheon of Demons and Long Lienzi. Liao nodded his head while he listened. He could not help but ask again, then, what is the change of the curvature of time?